I had Cully's huge hands rise to the top of the divan behind the girl. "We don't know what you're talking about, miss," said Howard. The girl shook her head. Why would Nina use a Negro, I wondered. "Melanie," she said, "I know you're here. I know you're not feeling well. I've come to warn you." To warn me of what? The whispers had warned me in Grumblethorpe, but she had not been part of the whispers. She had come later, when things went bad. Wait, she had not found me. I found her. Vincent had fetched her and brought her back to me. And she had killed Vincent. If this girl were truly an emissary from Nina, it might still be best to kill her. That way Nina would understand that I was not to be trifled with, that I would not allow her to eliminate my cat's paws without some retribution. Marvin still waited in the darkness outside with a long knife Miss Sewell had left lying on the butcher block. It would be better outside. I would not have to worry about stains on the carpet and hardwood floors. "Young lady," I had Dr. Hartman say, "I'm afraid that none of us know what you are talking about. There's no one here named Melanie. Cully will see you outside." "Wait!" cried the woman as Cully lifted her by the arm. He turned her toward the door. "Wait a minute," she said in a voice not even remotely like Nina's unhurried drawl. "Goodbye," the five of us said in unison. The colored boy waited just beyond the fountain. It had been weeks since I had fed. The girl twisted in Cully's grasp just as she reached the door. "Willie isn't dead!" she cried. I had Cully stop. None of us moved. After a moment I had Dr. Hartman say, "What was that?" The Negro girl looked at us with an insolent defiance. "Willie is not dead," she said calmly. "Explain yourself," said Howard. The girl shook her head. "Melanie, I will speak to you, only to you. If you kill this messenger, then I will not try to contact you again. The people who tried to kill Willie and who are planning to kill you can have their way." She turned and stared into the corner, disinterested, paying no attention to Cully's huge hand where it was clasped tightly on her arm. The girl looked like a machine that someone had switched off. Upstairs, alone except for the silent company of little Justin, I writhed in indecision. My head hurt. It was all like a bad dream. I wanted this woman just to go away and leave me alone. Nina was dead. Willie was dead. Cully brought her back across the room and sat her on the divan. All of us watched her. I considered using the girl. Sometimes, frequently, during the transition to another's mind, during the second of dominance, there is a shared flow of surface thoughts accompanying the sensory impressions. If Nina was using this one, I might not be able to break the conditioning, but I might be able to sense Nina herself. If it was not Nina, I might catch a glimpse of her true motivations. Howard said, "Melanie will be right down." And in that second of reaction, whether fright or satisfaction I do not know, I slipped into the girl's mind. There was no opposition. I had been braced to try to wrest control from Nina, and the lack of opposing force caused me to mentally stumble forward like a person in the dark leaning his weight on a chair or dresser that was not there. Contact was brief. I caught the fear scent of panic, the sense of not again common to people who had been used before but not conditioned in the interval, and a scurry of thoughts, like a stampede of small animals in the dark, but no coherent thoughts. There was a fragment of image, an old stone bridge of sun-warmed stone crossing a strange sea of sand dunes and shadows. It meant nothing to me. I could not associate it with any of Nina's memories, although there were too many years after the war where I had not been with her for me to be sure. I withdrew. The girl convulsed, sat upright, swept her stare around the dark room. Nina regaining control, or an impostor flailing for composure? "Do not do that again, Melanie," said the negress, and in her imperial tone I heard the first convincing echo of Nina Drayton. Justin entered the room, carrying a candle. The flame illuminated his 6-year-old face from below, and by a trick of light caused his eyes to look ancient and mad. The Negro girl watched him, watched me, as a skittish horse would watch the approach of a snake. I set the candle on the Georgian tea table and looked at the Negro girl. "Hello, Nina," I said. The girl blinked once, slowly. "Hello, Melanie. Aren't you going to say hello in person?" "I am somewhat indisposed at the moment," I said. "Perhaps I will come down when you choose to come in person." The black girl showed a hint of a smile. "That would be difficult for me to do." The world spun before my eyes, and for several seconds it was all I could do to keep control of my people. What if Nina had not died? What if she had been injured, but not mortally? I saw the hole in her forehead, her blue eyes rolling up in her head. The cartridges were old. What if the bullet had struck the skull, even entered it, but done no more damage to her brain than my cerebral vascular incident had done to me? The news had announced that she had died. I had heard and read her name among the victims, as was my name. Next to my bed, one of the medical monitors began beeping a shrill alarm. I forced my breathing and heart rate to calm. The beeping ceased. From my other viewpoints, I could see that Justin's expression had not changed in the few seconds that had passed. His 6-year-old's face was still distorted by the leaping candle flame into the mask of a young demon. His small saddle shoes pointed straight up on the cushion of the upholstered leather chair that had always been Father's favorite. "Tell me about Willie," I said through Justin. "He is alive," said the girl. "Impossible. His plane was destroyed with all aboard." "All except Willie and his 2 henchmen," said the negress. "They got off before it departed." "Then why did you turn on me if you knew that you had not succeeded with Willie?" I snapped. The girl hesitated a second. "I did not destroy the plane," she said. Upstairs my heart pounded, and an oscilloscope showed green peaks that caused the green light in the room to pulse along with my heartbeat. "Who did?" I asked. "The others," she said flatly. "What others?" The girl took a deep breath. "There is a group of others with our power, a secret group of—" "Our power?" I interrupted. "Do you mean the ability?" "Yes," she said. "Nonsense. We have never encountered anyone with more than a shade of our ability." I had Cully raise his hands in the darkness. Her neck rose thin and straight from her dark sweater. It would snap like a dry twig. "These others have it," the colored girl said in a strong voice. "They tried to kill Willie. They tried to kill you. Didn't you wonder who it was in Germantown? The shooting? The helicopter that crashed into the river?" How could Nina know about that? How could anyone know? "You could be one of them," I said craftily. The girl nodded calmly. "Yes, but if I were, would I come to you to warn you? I tried to warn you in Germantown, but you would not listen." I tried to remember. Had the Negro girl warned me of anything? The whispers had been so loud then, it had been hard to concentrate. "You and the sheriff came to kill me," I said. "No." The girl's head moved slowly, a rusty metal marionette. Nina's Barrett Kramer had moved like that. "The sheriff was sent by Willie. He also came to warn you." "Who are these others?" I asked. "Famous people," she said. "Powerful people. People with names such as Barrett, Kepler, Sutter, and Herod." "Those names mean nothing to me," I said. Suddenly I was shouting in Justin's shrill 6-year-old voice, "You're lying! You're not Nina! You're dead! How would you know about these people?" The girl hesitated as if debating whether to speak. "I knew some of them in New York," she said at last. They talked me into doing what I did. There was a silence so still and so prolonged that through all 8 of my sources I could hear doves roosting on the ledge outside the bay window on the 2nd floor. I had the boy outside shift the knife from his cramped right hand to his left. Miss Sewell had backed softly into the kitchen and returned now to stand in the shadows of the doorway with the meat cleaver held behind her beige skirt. Cully stirred, and in his hungry impatience I caught an echo of Vincent's sharp-edged eagerness. "They urged you to kill me," I said, "and promised to eliminate Willie while you dealt with me." "Yes," she said. "But they failed, and so did you." "Yes." "Why are you telling me this, Nina?" I said. "It only makes me hate you more." "They betrayed me," she said. "They left me alone when you came for me. I want you to finish them before they return for you." I had Justin lean forward. "Talk to me, Nina," I whispered. "Tell me about old times." She shook her head. "There is no time for this, Melanie." I smiled, feeling the saliva moistening Justin's baby teeth. "Where did we meet, Nina? Whose ball were we at when we first compared dance cards?" The Negro girl trembled slightly and raised a dark hand to her forehead. "Melanie, my memory, there are gaps. My injury—" "It did not seem to bother you a moment ago," I snapped. "Who went with us to Daniel Island on our picnics, Nina dear? You do remember him, do you not? Who were our beaux that long-ago summer?" The girl swayed, her hand still at her temple. "Melanie, please. I remember, and then I forget. The pain—" Miss Sewell approached the girl from behind. Her thick-soled nurse's shoes made no sound on the rug. "Who was the first one claimed in our game that summer at Bad Ischl?" I asked, just to allow Miss Sewell time to take the last 2 silent steps. I knew this colored impostor could not answer. We would see if she could imitate Nina when her body remained sitting on the divan while her head rolled across the floor. Perhaps Justin would like something new to play with. The Negro girl said, "The first one was that dancer from Berlin. Meyer, I think her name was. I do not remember all the details, but we spotted her from the Café Zana as always." Everything stopped. "What?" I said. "The next day, no, it was 2 days later, a Wednesday, there was that ridiculous little Iceman. We left his body in the ice house, hanging from that iron hook. Melanie, it hurts. I remember, and then I don't." The girl began to cry. Justin scrunched to the edge of the cushion, dropped to the floor, and went around the tea table to pat her on the shoulder. "Nina," I said, "I am sorry. I am so sorry." Miss Sewell made tea and served it in my best Wedgwood china. Cully brought in more candles. Dr. Hartman and Nurse Oldsmith came upstairs to check on me while Howard, Nancy, and the others found seats in the parlor. The little black boy stayed in the bushes outside. "Where is Willie?" I asked through Justin. "How is he?" "He is well," said Nina, "but I am not sure where because he must remain in hiding." "From those same people you mentioned?" I asked. "Yes." "Why do they wish us harm, Nina dear?" "They fear us, Melanie." "Why would they fear us? We've done them no harm." "They fear our ability, and they were frightened that they would be exposed because of Willie's excesses." Little Justin nodded. "Did Willie also know about the others?" "I think so," said Nina. "At first he wanted to join their club. Now he simply wants to survive." "Their club?" I said. "They have a secret organization," said Nina. "A place where they meet each year to hunt pre-selected victims." "I see why Willie would want to join them," I said. "Can we trust him now?" The girl paused. "I think so," said Nina. "But if nothing else, the three of us need to band together for protection until this threat has passed." "Tell me more about these people," I said. "I will," said Nina, "but later, another time. I tire easily." Justin put on his most angelic smile. "Nina, darling, tell me where you are right now. Let me come to you, help you." The girl smiled and said nothing. "Very well," I said. "Will I see Willie?" "Perhaps," said Nina. "But if not, we will have to work in concert with him until the appointed time." "The appointed time?" "A month from now, on the island." The girl brushed her hand across her forehead again, and from her trembling I could see the exhaustion there. It must have taken all of Nina's energy just to make the girl move and talk. I had a sudden image of Nina's corpse mouldering in the darkness of the grave, and Justin shivered. "Tell me," I said. "Later," said Nina. "We will meet again and speak of what has to be done, how you can help. Now I must go." "Very well," I said, and my child's voice could not hide the childish disappointment I felt. Nina, the negress, stood, walked slowly to Justin's chair and kissed me, gently on the cheek. How many times had Nina given me just this Judas kiss before one of her betrayals? I thought of our last reunion. "Goodbye, Melanie," she whispered. "Goodbye for now, Nina dear," I replied. She walked to the door, glancing to either side as if Cully or Miss Sewell would stop her at any moment. We all sat smiling in the candlelight, our teacups on knees and laps. "Nina," I said as she reached the door. She turned slowly, and I was reminded of Ann Bishop's cat when Vincent finally cornered it in the upstairs bedroom. "Yes, dear?" "Why did you send this nigger girl tonight, dear?" The girl smiled enigmatically. "Why, Melanie, didn't you ever send a colored servant on an errand?" I nodded. The girl left. Outside, the colored boy with the butcher knife drew deeper into the bushes and watched her pass. Cully had to come out to unlock the gate for her. She turned left and walked slowly up the dark street. I had the colored boy slide along in the shadows behind her. A minute later, Cully opened the gate and followed.
55. Charleston, Tuesday, May 5th, 1981. Natalie forced herself to walk the first block. As she turned the corner and stepped out of sight of the Fuller house, she knew that she faced the choice of letting her knees buckle and collapsing to the sidewalk, or running. Natalie ran. She covered the first block in a wind sprint, paused at the corner to look back, and caught a glimpse of a dark form crossing a yard as headlights from a turning car swept across him. The young man looked vaguely familiar, but from that distance she could not see details of the face or features. But she could see the knife in his hand. Another larger figure came into sight around the corner. Natalie ran south for a block and turned east again, panting now, fire burning at her ribs as she tired, but paying no attention to the pain. There were brighter streetlights on the block where she had left the station wagon, but the shops and restaurants were closed, the sidewalks empty. Natalie skidded to a stop, pulled open the door on the driver's side, and threw herself into the front seat. For a second, a deeper, more mindless panic seized her as she found no keys in the ignition and realized that she had no purse or pockets. Almost at once, she remembered that she had left them under the seat where Saul could find them when he came to get the car. As she bent over to reach for them, the door on the passenger side opened and a man stepped into the car. Natalie forced herself not to scream as she straightened up and raised her fists in a reflexive response. "It's me," said Saul. He straightened his glasses. Are you all right?" "Oh, Jesus," breathed Natalie. She felt around, found the keys, and started the car with a roar. A shadow separated itself from the shrubbery and ran into the street 50 feet away. "Hang on!" cried Natalie. She slammed the car into gear and pulled into the street, accelerating to 50 miles per hour by the time they reached the end of the block. The headlights illuminated the young man for 2 seconds before he leaped to one side. "My God," said Natalie, "did you see who that was?" "Marvin Gale," said Saul, and braced himself against the dash. "Turn right up here." "What could he be doing here?" cried Natalie. "I don't know," said Saul. "You'd better slow down. No one is following us." Natalie slowed to 50 miles per hour and got on the highway heading north. She found that she was alternating laughter and tears. She shook her head, laughed again, and tried to modulate her voice. "My God, it worked, Saul. It worked. And I was never even in a school play. It worked. I don't believe it." She decided to give in to the laughter and found that tears came instead. Saul squeezed her shoulder, and she looked at him for the first time. For a single terrible second, then, she knew that Melanie Fuller had outsmarted her, that somehow the old monster had discovered them and known about their plans and managed to take over Saul. Natalie cringed from his touch. Saul looked puzzled for a second and then shook his head. "No, it's all right, Natalie. I awoke and found your note and took a cab to within a block of Henry's." "The phenothiazine," whispered Natalie, barely able to watch the traffic and Saul at the same time. "I didn't drink all of the coffee," said Saul. "Too bitter. Besides, you mixed it in the proportions for Anthony Herod. He's a smaller man." Natalie watched him. Part of her mind wondered if she was going mad. Saul adjusted his glasses. "All right," he said. "We had decided that these things had no access to memories. I was supposed to quiz you, but we can start with me. Shall I describe David's farm at Caesarea, the restaurants we patronized in Jerusalem, Jack Cohen's directions from Tijuana?" "No," said Natalie. "It's all right." "Are you all right?" Natalie brushed away the tears with her wrist and laughed. Oh, Christ, Saul, it was awful. The place was all dark, and this retarded giant and this other zombie brought me into the living room or parlor or whatever the hell you call it, and there were half a dozen of them standing around in the dark. Jesus, they were like corpses that had been propped up there. This one woman had buttoned her white dress all wrong, and her mouth hung open the entire time, and I just couldn't think. And every second I was sure I wouldn't be able to talk anymore. My voice just wouldn't work right. And when this little thing came in with a candle, it was worse than Grumblethorpe, worse than I'd imagined. And his eyes they were her eyes, Saul, mad, staring. Oh, God, I never believed in demons or Satan or hell, but this little thing was straight out of Dante or some Hieronymus Bosch nightmare, and she kept asking me questions through him, and I couldn't answer any of them, and I knew this nurse, this creature dressed like a nurse who was behind me, was going to do something. But then Melanie, actually the little boy demon, but it was really Melanie, mentioned Bart Ischel. And my mind just clicked, Saul. It just clicked. All those hours reading and memorizing those files Wiesenthal had put together. And I remembered the dancer, the one from Berlin, Berta Meyer, and then it was easy. But I was terrified that she was going to ask about their early years again. But she didn't, Saul. I think we have her. I think she's hooked. But I was so scared. Natalie stopped, gasping slightly. Pull over here, Saul said, pointing to an empty parking lot near a Kentucky Fried Chicken outlet. Natalie stopped the car and set it in park, fighting to regulate her breathing. Saul leaned over, took her face in his hands, and kissed her first on her left cheek and then on her right cheek. "You are the most courageous person I have ever known, my dear. If I had had a daughter, I would have been proud if she was like you." Natalie brushed away the last of her tears. "Saul, we have to hurry back to the motel, hook up the EEG thing like we planned. You have to ask me questions. She touched me. I felt it. It was worse than the time Herod...
It was cold, Saul, as cold and slimy as, I don't know, as something from the grave.
Saul nodded.
She thinks you are someone from the grave. We can only hope that she fears another contest with Nina enough that she won't try to take you away from her supposed nemesis. If she was going to use her power on you, it seems logical that she would have done it while you were in contact. Ability, said Natalie. She called it our ability, and I could hear the capital A.
She looked around with fright in her eyes.
We need to get back, Saul, and do the 24-hour quarantine just as we planned. You've got to ask me questions, make sure I remember things.
Saul laughed softly.
Natalie, we'll hook up the EEG telemetry pack while you sleep, and you will sleep. But we have no need for the questions and answers. Your little monologue here in the car convinces me that you are who you have always been. And that is a very brave and beautiful young lady. Scoot over here. I'm going to come around and drive.
Natalie put her head back against the headrest as Saul drove the last few miles to the motel. She was thinking of her father, remembering quiet times in the dark room or at dinner with him, remembering the time she had sliced her knee on a shard of rusted metal behind Tom Piper's house. She must have been 5 or 6, her mother was still alive, and running home, her father coming to her across the yard, leaving the lawnmower running where it was, and coming to her, staring in shock at her leg and white ankle socks stained red with blood. But she had not cried, and he had lifted her and carried her through the screen door, all the while calling her, "My brave little girl, my brave little girl." And she was. Natalie closed her eyes. She was. "It's the beginning," Saul was saying. "It's definitely the beginning. And it's the beginning of the end for them." Her eyes still closed, her heart rate slowing at last, Natalie nodded and thought of her father.
56. Melanie. In the daylight, it was harder to believe that Nina had contacted me. My first response was one of anxiety and a sense of vulnerability at being discovered. But this soon faded, to be replaced by a sense of resolve and renewed energy. Whoever this girl represented, she had stimulated me to think about my future once again. That Wednesday, I believe it was the 5th of May, the negress did not return, so I took some action of my own. Dr. Hartman went from hospital to hospital, ostensibly considering a new residency, but actually checking to see if there were any long-term patients there who might fit Nina's medical description. Remembering my own stay at the Philadelphia hospital, Dr. Hartman did not inquire of medical personnel or hospital administrators, but gained access to the hospital computers and reviewed medication lists, surgical histories, and material requirements under the guise of inspecting the hospital's facilities. The hunt continued until Friday, and still there was no sign of the Negro girl or word from Nina. By the weekend, Dr. Hartman had inspected all hospitals, nursing homes, and medical centers with provisions for such long-term care. He also had checked with the county morgue, which insisted that Ms. Drayton's body had been claimed and cremated by executors of her estate. But that only confirmed the possibility that she might be alive, or her body secreted away, because when I slipped quickly into each of the morgue attendants' minds, I found one, a dull-witted middle-aged man named Toby, who had the unmistakable mental imprints of someone who had been used and ordered to forget that use. Cully began visiting the Charleston cemeteries that week, searching for any grave less than a year old that might hold Nina's corpse. Nina's family had come from Boston, so when the search of Charleston-area cemeteries yielded nothing, I sent Nancy north. I did not want Cully to be gone during this time, and she found the Hawkins family crypt in a small private cemetery in Old North Boston. She entered the crypt that Friday night, after midnight, and with a crowbar and pickaxe, purchased at a Kmart in Cambridge, she carried out a thorough search. There were Hawkinses galore. 11 in all, 9 adults, but none of them looked to have been lying there for less than half a century. I stared through Miss Sewell's eyes at the crushed skull of what had to be Nina's father. I could see the gold tooth we had made jokes about, and I wondered, not for the first time, if she had forced him under the wheels of that trolley in 1921 because of her pique at not being allowed to purchase the blue coupe she had set her heart on that summer. The Hawkinses on display that night were all bones and dust and long-rotted remnants of burial finery, but to be absolutely sure, I had Miss Sewell crack open each skull and peer inside. We found nothing but gray dust and insects. Nina was not hiding there. As disappointing as these searches were, I was pleased that I was thinking so clearly. My months of convalescence had confused me somewhat, slowed my usually acute perceptions of things, but now I could feel the old intellectual rigor returning. I should have guessed that Nina would not choose to be buried with her family. She hated her parents and loathed her only sister, who had died young. No, if Nina were indeed a corpse, I imagined that I would find her lying in state in some newly purchased mansion, perhaps right there in Charleston, prettily dressed and daily cosmeticized, reclining in cushioned luxury in a bowered bier amid a veritable necropolis of servants of the dead. I confess that I had Nurse Oldsmith dress in her finest silk and walk to Mansard House for lunch in their plantation room. But there was no hint of Nina's presence there, and although her sense of irony had been almost as keen as mine, she would not have been so foolish as to return there. I do not want to give the impression that my week was occupied with fruitless searches for a possibly non-existent Nina. I took practical precautions. Howard flew to France on Wednesday and began preparations for my future sojourn there. The farmhouse was as I had left it 18 years earlier. The safe deposit box in Toulon held my French passport, updated and delivered by Mr. Thorne only 3 years ago. It was a sign of my immeasurably enhanced ability that I was able to perceive impressions received by Howard even when he was more than 2,000 miles away. In the past, only such superbly conditioned cat's paws as Mr. Thorne could travel so far, and then acting only in a pre-programmed sort of way that denied me any direct control. Through Howard's eyes I stared at the wooded hills of southern France, the orchards and orange rectangles of rooftops in the village and the valley near my farm, and wondered that escape from America seemed so difficult. Howard had returned by Saturday evening. Everything had been expedited for Howard, Nancy, Justin, and Nancy's invalid mother to leave the country on an hour's notice. Cully and the others would follow later, unless a rearguard action was called for. I had no intention of losing my personal medical staff, but if it came to that, there were excellent doctors and nurses in France. Now that an avenue of retreat had been ensured, I was not sure that I wanted to retreat. The thought of a final reunion with Nina and Willie was not unpleasant. These months of wandering, pain, and solitude had been additionally disturbing because of the sense of unfinished business hanging over it all. Nina's phone call at the Atlanta airport 6 months earlier had sent me fleeing in headlong panic, but the actual arrival of Nina's representative, if that is what she was not nearly so disturbing. One way or the other, I thought, I will find the truth of things. On Thursday, Nurse Oldsmith went to the public library and searched out all references to the names the negress had mentioned. There were several magazine articles and a recent book on the elusive billionaire, C. Arnold Barrett, mentionings of a Charles Colbin in several books on Washington politics, several books about an astronomer named Kepler, but an unlikely choice, since he had been dead for centuries, but no mention anywhere of the other names she had given. The books and articles convinced me of nothing. If the girl had not been sent by Nina, she was almost certainly lying. If she had been sent by Nina, I felt it was equally possible that she was lying. It would not have taken the provocation of a cabal of others with the ability to incite Nina to turn on me. Was it possible, I wondered, that death has driven Nina insane? On Saturday I took care of a final detail. Dr. Hartman had dealt with Mrs. Hodges and her son-in-law about the purchase of the house across the courtyard. I knew where she lived. I also knew that she drove alone to the old city marketplace every Saturday morning to shop for the fresh vegetables that were such a fetish with her. Cully parked next to Mrs. Hodges's daughter's car and waited for the old lady to come out of the city market. When she did, with both arms full of groceries, he approached her and said, "Here, let me help you." "Oh," said Mrs. Hodges. "No, I can—" Cully took one bag of groceries, squeezed her left arm tightly, and led her to Dr. Hartman's Cadillac, thrusting her in the front seat the way an exasperated adult would seat a balky 2-year-old. She was fumbling at the locked door, trying to get out, when Cully slid behind the steering wheel, reached out a hand as large as a silly old woman's head, and squeezed once. She slumped heavily against the door. Cully checked to make sure that she was breathing and then drove home, playing Mozart on the car's stereo tape deck and foolishly trying to hum along with the music. On Sunday, May 10th, Nina's negress messenger knocked at the gate shortly after noon. I sent Howard and Cully out to let her in. This time I was ready for her.
57. Dolman Island, Saturday, May 9th, 1981. Natalie and Saul left Charleston by plane shortly after 7:30 a.m. It was the first time in 4 days that Natalie had not worn the EEG telemetry pack, and she felt strangely naked and free, as if truly released from a quarantine. The little Cessna 180 took off from the airport across the harbor from Charleston, turned toward the morning sun, and then banked right again as they crossed over the green and blue waters where the bay became ocean. Folly Island appeared below their right wing. Natalie could see the intracoastal waterway slicing south through a mad web of inlets, bays, estuaries, and coastal marshes.
How long do you think?"
Saul called to the pilot. Saul sat in the right front seat, Natalie behind him. The large plastic-wrapped bag lay at her feet. Darrell Meeks glanced at Saul, then looked back over his shoulder at Natalie.
"About an hour and a half," he called. "A little more if the winds kick up out of the southeast."
The charter pilot looked much as he had 7 months earlier when Natalie had met him on Rob Gentry's front porch. He wore cheap plastic sunglasses, boat shoes, cut-off jeans, and a sweatshirt with faded letters which read, Wabash College. Natalie still thought that Meeks looked like a somewhat younger, long-haired version of Morris Udall. Natalie had remembered Meeks's name and the fact that Rob Gentry's old friend was a charter pilot, and it had taken only a check through the yellow pages to find his office at a small airport north of Mount Pleasant, across the river from Charleston. Meeks had remembered her, and after a few minutes of chatting, mostly anecdotes of mutual remembrance of Rob, he had agreed to take Saul and her on a flyby of Dolman Island. Apparently Meeks had accepted their explanation that Natalie and Saul were doing a story on the reclusive billionaire C. Arnold Barrent, and Natalie was sure that the pilot was charging them less than his going rate. The day was warm and cloudless. Natalie could see where the lighter coastal waters bled into the blue-purple depths of the true Atlantic along 100 miles of serrated coast, the green and brown of South Carolina receding toward the heat-hazed horizon to the southwest. They spoke very little as they flew, Saul and Natalie lost in their own thoughts, and Meeks busy with occasional radio calls to controllers, and evidently content just to be airborne on such a beautiful day. He did point out 2 distant smudges to the west as their flight path took them farther out to sea.
"The Big Island's Hilton Head," he said laconically. "Favorite hangout for the upper classes. I've never been there. The other bump is Paris Island, Marine Camp. They gave me an all-expense-paid vacation there a few police actions ago. They knew then how to turn boys into men and men into robots there in less than 10 weeks. Still do, from what I hear."
South of Savannah, they angled in toward the coast again, gaining sight of long stretches of sand and greenery that Meeks identified as St. Catherine's, Blackbeard, and then Sapelo Islands. He banked left, steadied on a heading of 112 degrees, and pointed out another smudge a dozen miles farther out to sea.
"Thar be Dolman Isle," said Meeks in a mock pirate growl.
Natalie readied her camera, a new Nikon with a 300mm lens, and braced it against the side window, using a monopod to steady it. She was using very fast film. Saul set his sketchbook and clipboard on his lap and thumbed through maps and diagrams he had taken from Jack Cohen's dossier.
"We'll come in north of it," shouted Meeks. "Come down the seaward side like I said, and circle around to get a look at the old manse."
Saul nodded.
"How close in can you get us?"
Meeks grinned.
"They're real picky out here. Technically, the north part of the island's a big wildlife refuge, major coastal flyway and all that, so airspace is restricted. The fact of it is that big Heritage West Foundation owns the whole thing and guards it like it was a Russian missile base. One flyover, and when you land anywhere near the coast, you get your ass chewed and your license pulled by the CAB as soon as they verify your registration numbers." "Did you do what we discussed?" called Saul. "Yeah," said Meeks. "Don't know if you noticed, but a lot of them numerals is made of red tape. Tape comes off, we have us a different registration. Okay, look there."
He pointed to a tall-masted gray boat moving slowly northward a mile east of the island.
"That's one of their picket boats. Radar. They got fast patrol boats scooting up and down, and if any poor fool thinks he's going to put into Dolman for a picnic and some bird-watching, he's got a big shock waiting for him." "What about in June when the camp thing is going on?" asked Saul.
Meeks laughed.
"Coast Guard and Navy gets into the action then," he said. "Nothing gets close to Dolman by sea unless it's got an invite. Rumor has it that the company's got armed jet turbine helicopters flying off the airstrip I'll show you on the southwest side. Friends tell me they'd force down any light aircraft trying to get within 3 miles. Okay, there's the North Beach. That's the only stretch of sand except for the swimming beach around by the manse and the summer camp."
Meeks swiveled to look at Natalie.
"Hope you're ready, ma'am. This is going to be a one-time excursion along this side."
"Ready,"
called Natalie. She began snapping pictures as they flew in at 400 feet, a quarter of a mile off the beach. She was grateful for the auto-wind and oversized film pack, although normally she would have had little use for them. Both she and Saul had studied Cohen's maps of the island, but the reality was more interesting, even if it did flash by in a blur of palmettos, shoals, and half-glimpsed details. Dolman Island was typical of the barrier and sea islands more commonly found closer to the coast. A crudely penned L extending almost perfectly north and south, the island ran 6.8 miles lengthwise and was 2.7 miles wide at its base, narrowing to less than a half mile just above where the land curved northward from the base of the L. Beyond the long white beach on the north tip of the island, its eastern coast showed glimpses of the sea marshes, swamps, and wild subtropical forests that filled the northern third of it. A frenzied flash of white wings rising from palmetto and cypress confirmed that egrets were bountiful in the ostensible wildlife refuge. Natalie shot film as fast as the auto-wind would advance it, catching a glimpse of burned stone ruins in the underbrush just south of a rocky point.
"That's what's left of the old slave hospital,"
shouted Saul, making a mark on his map.
"Forest swallowed the Dubose plantation behind it. There's a slave cemetery somewhere. Look, there's the security zone."
Natalie raised her eye from the viewfinder. The land had risen as they approached the base of the L, the forest still so thick as to look impenetrable, but given over now to live oak, cypress, and sea pine as much as palmetto and tropical growth. Ahead, there was a glimpse of low, half-buried concrete buildings, looking like pillboxes along the Normandy coast, an asphalt road running black and smooth between palm trees, and then an area 100 yards wide between tall fences, a slash totally devoid of any sort of vegetation, cutting full across the island. It looked as if the ground was paved with sharp-edged shells. Natalie swung the long lens and took photographs. Meeks pulled off his earphones.
Geez, you should hear the things that radar picket boat guy's shouting. Too bad my radio's busted.
He grinned at Saul. They were approaching the east-west segment of the island, and Meeks banked hard to avoid flying directly over it.
"Higher,"
called Saul. As they gained altitude, Natalie had a better view. She switched cameras, lifting the Rico fitted with a wide-angle lens, and shooting manually, advancing film as quickly as she could, lunging to the left window to get a few shots of the long coast extending back the way they had come. The north side of the base of the L looked like a different island. Oak and pine forests south of the security zone, the land rising gently to wooded hills 200 feet above sea level on the distant south side, and signs of careful construction. The asphalt road continued along the coast, just back from the beach, a perfectly smooth ribbon of asphalt shaded by palm trees and ancient live oaks. There were glimpses of green rooftops among the trees, and a circle of benches in a grassy clearing near the center of the island became visible as they leveled off at 500 feet.
"Summer camp dorms and the amphitheater,"
called Saul.
"Hang on,"
said Meeks, and they banked hard left again, out over what looked like a purple scythe of reef, in order to avoid flying directly over the artificial harbor and long concrete dock at the southeast corner of the island.
"I don't think they'd shoot at us,"
said Meeks with a grin.
"But what the hell?"
Beyond the harbor, they banked steeply to the right, following the high, rocky eastern coast. Meeks nodded toward a rooftop farther south, just visible above a canopy of ancient oak and colorful magnolias at the highest point of the island.
"That's the manse,"
he said.
"Used to be the Vanderhoof plantation. Old minister married into money. Built around 1770 out of Cypress weatherboarding. There's 21 dormers up there above the third floor. Supposed to be more'n 120 rooms. Things survived 4 hurricanes, an earthquake, and the Civil War. Heliport this side of the trees. There, in the clearing."
The Cessna banked right again and lost enough altitude to be roaring along parallel to the tops of white cliffs that fell 200 feet to a rough surf. Natalie shot 5 pictures with the long lens and got 2 with the wide angle. The manse was visible down a long green corridor of oaks, a huge weathered building with a quarter-mile of manicured lawn leading to the vertical drop of the cliffs. Saul checked his map and squinted at the rooftops of the manse as they disappeared behind the tall oaks.
"There's supposed to be a road or avenue coming to the manse from the north?" "Live Oak Lane," said Meeks. "Over a mile, straight from the harbor to the base of the hill on the other side of the manse, where the gardens are. But no road. It's a grassy lane 30 yards wide between live oaks and 100 feet tall and 200 years old. They got soft lights like Japanese lanterns up in the trees. Seen 'em at night from 10 miles out. They drive the VIPs up Live Oak Lane to the manse at night when they arrive. There's the airstrip."
They had flown 2 miles west along the base of the L, and the cliffs had dropped to a low, rocky shoreline, and then to a broad white beach when the airstrip came into sight, a long, dark slash heading northeast into the forest.
"They come in by plane, still get the Live Oak Lane tour," said Meeks. "Just not as much of it. Think can handle private stuff up to the executive jet level. Probably land a 727 in a pinch. Hang on."
They pitched steeply to the right as they came around the southwest corner of the island, the swimming beach disappearing behind them. Ahead, the straight line of the L was ruined by a jagged inlet with the fenced security zone extending inland across the isthmus. The 100 yards of nothingness looked shocking amid the tropical lushness, the Berlin Wall transposed to paradise. North of the security zone, along the west side of the island, there was no sign of any man-made objects, not even ruins, and the profusion of palmetto, sea pine, and magnolia ran all the way to the water's edge.
"How do they explain the security zone?" asked Saul.
Meeks shrugged.
"Supposed to separate the wildlife refuge from the private land," he said. "Truth of it is, it's all private. During their summer camp, stupid name, isn't it? They got prime ministers and ex-presidents up here by the bushel. They keep the important folks south of the line to make their security jobs easier. Not that the whole island isn't secure. That's the Western picket boat out there."
He nodded to his left.
3 more weeks and there'll be a dozen more ships, Coast Guard cutters, the whole mess. Even if you got onto the island, you wouldn't get far. There'd be Secret Service and private security forces about everywhere. If you're doing a piece on C. Arnold Barrett, you must know already that this man likes his privacy."
They were approaching the northern end of the island. Saul pointed to it and said,
"I'd like to land there."
Meeks turned his sunglasses toward him.
"Look, friend," he said, "we can get around filing a false flight plan. We might not even get caught cutting the corners on Barron's airspace. But if I set a wheel down on that airstrip, I'll never see my plane again." "I'm not talking about the airstrip," said Saul. "The beach on the north end is straight and hard-packed and looks long enough to land on." "You're crazy,"
said Meeks. He frowned and adjusted something on the controls. Ocean was visible beyond the north end of the island. Saul removed 4 $500 bills from his shirt pocket and set them on the instrument console. Meeks shook his head.
"That won't come close to buying a new plane or paying hospital expenses if we hit a rock or some soft sand."
Natalie leaned forward and grasped the pilot by his shoulder.
"Please, Mr. Meeks," she said over the engine noise, "it's very important to us."
Meeks shifted so he could look at Natalie.
"This isn't just a magazine article, is it?"
Natalie glanced at Saul and then looked back to Meeks as she shook her head.
No, it's not." "Does it have something to do with Rob's death?"
asked Meeks.
"Yes,"
said Natalie.
"I thought so."
Meeks nodded.
"I was never satisfied with any of the goddamned explanations about what Rob was doing in Philadelphia and what the hell the FBI had to do with it all. Is this billionaire Barrett involved somehow?" "We think so," said Natalie. "We need to get more information."
Meeks pointed toward the beach passing under them.
"And landing there for a few minutes will help you figure something out?" "Maybe," said Saul. "Well, shit," muttered Meeks. "I suppose you're both terrorists or something, but terrorists have never done me any harm, and bastards like Barrett have been screwing me over for years. Hang on."
The Cessna banked hard right until they came around again to pass over the North Beach at 200 feet of altitude. The strip of sand was only 10 yards across at its widest, and heavy vegetation came right to its edge. Several streams and inlets cut deep swaths through the northwest end of the beach.
"Can't be more than 120 yards, called Meeks. "Have to set it down right at the edge of the surf and pray that we don't find a hole or rock or something."
He checked the instruments and looked down at the white lines of surf and the swaying tops of trees.
"Wind's out of the west," he said. "Hang on."
The Cessna banked hard right once more, and they came around over the sea, losing altitude. Saul tightened his seatbelt and braced himself against the console. In the back seat, Natalie secured her camera gear, tucked the Colt automatic under her loose blouse, checked her own seatbelt, and braced herself. Meeks throttled back so that the Cessna dropped in so slowly that it seemed to hang over the waves east of the island for a full minute. Saul saw that their trajectory would take them into the surf rather than onto the sand. But at the last second, Meeks gave the Cessna a burst of throttle, side-slipped over a cluster of rocks that grew alarmingly to the size of boulders as they dropped toward them, and set the light aircraft down firmly on wet sand 10 feet beyond. The nose came down fast. Salt water whipped across the windscreen. Saul felt the left wheel slew to one side, and then Meeks was very busy as he seemed to work throttle, rudder, brakes, and ailerons all at the same time. The tail came down, and the plane was slowing, but not quickly enough, as the tidal inlets that had seemed so far away on the northwest corner of the beach rushed at them through the blurred disk of the slowing propeller. 5 seconds before they tumbled over the banks of the ravine, Meeks brought the right wheel down low enough to throw spray onto Saul's window, burped the throttle and brakes to bring the tail up and around as they skidded in a broad, sweeping turn that lifted the left wheel off the ground and brought the right wheel within inches of inlet and dunes before the aircraft stopped, prop turning idly, windscreen looking due east back along a strip of wet beach sand, marked with 3 parallel lines that were not straight at all.
3 minutes,
said Meeks, already pulling back the throttle.
I'll be at the east end of the beach, and if the wind dies, or I see their boat coming around Slave Point, adios. Lady stays in the plane to help me lift the tail at the turnaround.
Saul nodded, clicked off his belt, and was out the flimsy door, his long hair blowing in the wind and propeller blast. Natalie shoved out the long, heavy bag, wrapped in plastic tarp with leather handles protruding.
"Hey!"
yelled Meeks.
"You didn't say anything about—" "Go!"
yelled Saul, and ran for the edge of the forest near where the tidal inlet disappeared under thick palm fronds and tropical blossoms. It was a swamp. Saul was up to his knees within 10 yards of the beach, the fringe of magnolias and palmettos giving way to ancient cypress and gnarled oak draped with Spanish moss. An osprey exploded from a large nest 6 feet from Saul's head, and something swam away 10 feet to his right, leaving a large V in its wake and making Saul remember what Gentry had said about catching snakes in the dark. Saul's 3 minutes were almost up when he took his compass reading and decided that he was far enough in. He was carrying the heavy bag on his right shoulder, and now he looked around and saw an ancient cypress scarred by fire or lightning, its 2 lower branches extending over the brackish water like the charred arms of a screaming man. He waded toward it and was up to his waist before he reached the massive trunk. The lightning strike had ripped open a jagged cleft on this side, exposing the rotted interior. Mud and currents tugged at Saul's left pant leg under the water as he jammed the long bag into the cleft, pushing it up and out of sight, wedging it securely with pressure and a cross brace made from short dead limbs snapped from the gray trunk. He waded back 10 paces, satisfied himself that the heavy bag was invisible, and began memorizing the shape and location of the old tree in relation to the inlet, other trees, and a patch of sky visible above between hanging moss and contorted limbs. Then Saul turned and tried to hurry toward the beach. The mud held him, tried to pull him down, and threatened to pull his boots off or snap his ankles. A layer of brackish scum coated his shirt, the dead water smelling of sea and corruption. Fronds and ferns batted at his head, while a swarm of stinging insects hovered in a thick cloud around his sweaty face and shoulders. The vegetation seemed immeasurably thicker going out, the struggle endless. Then he was through the last barrier of branches and stumbling across the sandy, shallow inlet, struggling up the deep ravine onto the beach, and realizing that even with the compass, he had come out 30 yards farther west than he had entered. The Cessna was gone. Saul stopped in a second of throat-filling disbelief, and then ran forward 50 feet, seeing the glint of sunlight on metal and glass where it sat a seemingly impossible distance away around a curve of low dunes. He could hear the engine pitch rising even as he sprinted toward it down the wet sand, noticing with an almost detached sense of detail that the tide seemed to be coming in. It already covered the seaward wheel track and was quickly narrowing the usable expanse of sun-baked beach. 2/3 of the way there he was panting so loudly that he did not hear the higher drone of a speedboat before he saw it, white spray flashing, arcing around the northeast point of the island. At least 5 dark figures with rifles were visible. Saul ran faster, his boots kicking up water as he sprinted to the edge of the surf directly in front of the Cessna. If the aircraft started its takeoff run now, Saul would have the choice of diving into the water or being cut in half by the propeller. He was 10 yards from the plane when 3 small plumes of sand leaped up under the left wing, a strange sight, as if some burrowing creature or giant sand flea was stitching its way toward him. He heard the sharp crack, crack, crack of shots a second later. The speedboat was 200 yards out, well within rifle range. Saul assumed that only the rough chop of the surf and the boat's speed had ruined the marksman's aim. The left door opened as Saul sprinted the last 20 feet, jumped from the strut to the passenger seat, and collapsed, soaked with sweat. The aircraft leaped forward even as he came through the opening, pitching and slewing its way down the narrowing strip of wet beach, while Natalie struggled to secure the banging door. There was a heavy thunk of a bullet striking metal behind them, and Meek cursed, did something with an overhead control, pulled the throttle full back, and wrestled with the vibrating control yoke. Saul sat up and looked through the windscreen just as the Cessna reached the end of the beach, still not airborne, and roared off the sandy ramp over the saltwater inlet and narrow streams. Sharp rocks and low foliage faced them on the western side. The 3 feet of air under them made the difference. The right wheel splashed spray once, and they were airborne, clearing the rocks by less than a foot, banking right over the waves as they climbed to 20 feet, then 30. Saul looked right and saw the speedboat still coming, bouncing wildly. Muzzle flashes flared directly at Saul's eyes. Meeks kicked hard at the pedals and pulled the yoke back and then forward, sending the Cessna into a strange, skidding arc and left bank that left them 5 feet above the waves and accelerating, lunging to put the wall of the western point and its screen of trees between them and the patrol boat. Still not strapped in, Saul struck his head against the roof, ricocheted off the unlatched door, and grabbed the seat and console to keep himself from falling against the pilot and control yoke. Meeks looked at him sourly. Saul strapped in and looked around. Trees flashed by to their left. A half-mile ahead, 3 speedboats were headed directly toward them, their bows lifted completely out of the water. Meeks sighed and banked right so steeply that Saul could make out the dark shape of a manta 10 feet under the water directly below him. He could have spanned the distance between wingtip and wave with his forearm. They leveled off and flew west, leaving the island and boats behind, but staying low enough that their sense of speed was tangible as they accelerated through 150 miles per hour. Saul wished the Cessna had retractable landing gear and found himself resisting the urge to lift his feet off the floor. Meeks braced the yoke with his knees while he removed a red kerchief from his pocket and loudly blew his nose. "We're going to have to fly all the way up to my friend Terrence's private field at Monk's Corner and call Albert and have him file that alternate flight plan," said Meeks, "in case they're checking the coastal airports that far north. What a damned mess." He shook his head, but ruined the effect by grinning. "I know we said $300, said Saul, "but I don't think that's the price for this junket anymore." "No?" said Meeks. "No," said Saul. He nodded at Natalie, and she fumbled in her camera bag for the $4,000 bundled in 50s and 20s. Saul set it on the edge of the pilot's seat. Meeks set the bundle on his lap and thumbed through it. "Look," he said, "if any of this has helped you get any information on who killed Rob Gentry, then that's worth it to me without this bonus." Natalie leaned forward. "It's helped," she said, "but keep the bonus." "Are you two going to tell me anything about how that bastard Barrett had anything to do with Rob?" "When we know more," said Natalie, "and we may need your help again." Meek scratched at the sweatshirt and grinned. "You bet, ma'am. Just don't let the revolution start without me, all right?" Meeks turned on a transistor radio hanging by a strap from a knob on the dash. They flew toward the mainland to the beat of steel bands and Spanish song lyrics.
58. Melanie. Nina's cat's paw took Justin for a drive on Sunday. She knocked at the gate shortly before 11 a.m., when decent people would be in church. She declined Cully's invitation to enter and asked that Justin, she said, the boy, come out for a ride. I considered for a moment. The thought of having Justin leave the compound was disturbing. Of all of my family, he was my favorite. But not allowing the colored girl into the house had its advantages. Also, there was the chance that the excursion might shed some light on the mystery of Nina's whereabouts. In the end, the girl waited by the fountain until Nurse Oldsmith had dressed Justin in his cutest outfit, blue shorts and a sailor's shirt, and he joined the young negress for the ride. Her car told me nothing. It was an almost new Datsun, with the look and smell of a rental vehicle. The colored girl was dressed in a tan skirt, high boots, and beige blouse. No purse or sign of a billfold that might carry identification. Of course, if she were Nina's conditioned instrument, she would no longer have an identity. We drove slowly up East Bay Drive and then north along the highway to Charleston Heights. There, at a small park that looks down on the Navy Yards, the girl parked, took a pair of binoculars from the otherwise empty rear seat, and led Justin to a black iron fence. She studied the thicket of dark gantries and gray ships across the water, and turned to me. "Melanie, are you willing to help save Willie's life as well as protect your own?" she asked. "Of course," I said in my childish contralto. I was not concentrating on what she said, but on the station wagon that had pulled into the parking lot and stopped at the far end. There was one man in it, his face concealed by shadows, dark glasses, and distance. I was sure that I had seen that vehicle behind us on East Bay Drive shortly after we had turned left from Calhoun Street. It had been easy to conceal Justin's covert glances behind the facade of childish wiggles. "Good," said the Negro girl, and repeated the far-fetched story of others with the ability staging a bizarre version of our game on an island somewhere. "How can I help?" I asked, contorting Justin's face in what I was sure was an expression of interested concern. It is hard to distrust a child. While the Negro girl told me how I could help, I thought about my options. Previously, it would have benefited me little to use the girl. My experimental probe had shown that either A, Nina was using her but showed absolutely no willingness to fight to keep her, should I attempt to usurp control. B, the girl was a superbly conditioned cat's paw, demanding no supervision from Nina, or whoever had conditioned her. Or C, she was not being used at all. Now things had changed. If the man in the station wagon was connected with the colored girl in some way, using her might be an excellent way to gain information. "Here, look through the binoculars," she said, and held them out to Justin. "It's the third ship from the right." I took the glasses and slid into her mind. I sensed her shock and the image of a strange pattern on a machine called an oscilloscope, familiar to me only from the equipment Dr. Hartman had arrayed in my bedroom. And then I had her. The transition was as effortless as I had come to expect with my enhanced ability. The Negro girl was young and strong. I could feel the vitality in her. I thought that such strength might be useful in the minutes to come. I left Justin there, still holding the absurd binoculars, and walked quickly back toward the station wagon, wishing that the colored girl had brought something that might be used as a weapon. The vehicle was at the far end of the parking lot, and because of the sun glare on the windshield, I was halfway to it before I realized that it was empty, the driver's door open. I had the girl pause a moment and look around. There were several people in the park. A colored couple strolled near the fence. A young woman in jogging attire reclined shamelessly under a tree, her nipples clearly visible through thin fabric. Two businessmen were talking earnestly near a drinking fountain. An older man with a short beard stood watching me from his place near another car, and an entire family sat at a nearby picnic table. For a second I felt something like the old panic well in me as I searched the area for Nina's face. It was noon on a bright spring Sunday, and I felt that at any second I would see a rotting corpse sitting on a park bench or staring at me from the front seat of a car, blue eyes rising into place on a tide of maggots. Justin picked up a fallen branch in the carefree manner of a playful child, and swinging it in front of him, came near the colored girl, staying close behind her as I had her approach the station wagon. Peering in the window on the driver's side, I could see the profusion of electronic instruments and cables snaking over the seat into the back of the vehicle. Justin turned to keep watch on the people in the park. I had the colored girl move to look in the back seat. There was a sudden slight impression of pain which I quickly damped, and I felt myself losing control of her. For a second I was sure that Nina was attempting to seize her, but then I realized that the girl was collapsing onto the pavement. I shifted full awareness to Justin in time to see the girl fall heavily, her head sliding against the metal of the car door. She had been shot. I backed away on Justin's short legs, still holding the branch that originally had seemed so formidable from Justin's point of view, but which I now realized was an absurd little twig. The binoculars still hung around my neck. I backed toward an empty picnic table, swiveling my head, not knowing who my enemy was or from which direction he might come. No one seemed to have noticed the colored girl's fall, or to see her body where it lay between the station wagon and a blue sports car. I had no idea who had killed her, or what method they had used. Justin had caught a glimpse of a spot of red on the back of her beige shirt, but it had not seemed large enough for a bullet hole. I thought of silencers and other exotic devices in the movies I had watched on late shows before I had Mr. Thorne get rid of the television set forever. It had not been a good idea to use the colored girl. Now she was dead, or so I assumed. I had no interest in having Justin approach her body, and Justin was trapped in this park miles from home. I backed farther away from the parking lot, moving toward the fence. One of the men dressed in a business suit turned and began walking in my direction, and I swiveled toward him, raising the branch and snarling like a feral creature. The man merely glanced at me and continued on his way toward the picnic pavilion where the restrooms were. I had Justin turn and run toward the fence, stopping at the far corner of the park, his back against cold iron. The colored girl's body was not visible from this angle. Two men stepped off large motorcycles at my end of the parking lot and walked toward me. Cully and Howard ran to the garage to get the Cadillac. Howard had to get back out of the vehicle to open the garage door. It was dark in there. Nurse Oldsmith gave me a shot to slow the mad beating of my heart. The light was strange, falling across Mother's quilt at the foot of my bed, reflecting off the water on Cooper River into Justin's eyes, through the grimed window of the garage as Howard fumbled for the latch. Miss Sewell stumbled down the stairs. The colored boy in the kitchen moaned and held his head for no reason. Justin's vision blurred. Cleared again. There were more men on the grass. It was hard to control so many at once. My head hurt. I sat up in bed, watching myself from Nurse Oldsmith's eyes. Where was Dr. Hartman? Damn, Nina! I closed my eyes. All of my eyes except Justin's. There was no reason to panic. Justin was too short to drive the car, even if he found the keys. But through him I could use anyone he could see to have them drive him home. But I was so tired. My head hurt. Cully backed the Cadillac through the closed garage doors, almost striking Howard, driving off down the alley without him, fragments of rotted wood on the trunk and rear window. I am coming, Justin. There is nothing to worry about, and even if they take you, there are others to stay here with me. What if it is all a diversion? Cully gone, Howard crawling in the garage trying to get to his feet. What if Nina's agents were approaching through the front gate at that moment, crawling over the fence? I concentrated on sending the colored boy named Marvin out front with an axe from the back porch. He struggled to resist. It lasted only a second, less than a second, but he struggled. My conditioning had been too lax. Too much of him remained. I forced the colored boy into the courtyard past the fountain. No one was there. Miss Sewell joined them, and they kept watch. I awoke Dr. Hartman from his nap in the Hodges' parlor and brought him to me on the run. Nurse Oldsmith fetched a shotgun from the closet and pulled the chair close to the bed. Cully was on Meeting Street, approaching the Spruill Avenue exit near the Navy Yards. Howard stood guard in the backyard. I felt better. Control returned. It had been only that old panic that only Nina could cause. It was over now. If anyone threatened Justin, I would have that person impale him or herself on the iron fence. I would happily help him rip his own eyes out, and Justin was gone. While my attention had been diverted, I had left him to his own conditioning, left him standing with his back to the fence and river, a 6-year-old boy holding the world at bay with his stick. He was gone. There was no sensory input at all. I had felt no impact, sensed neither bullet nor knife. Perhaps it had been clouded by Howard's pain, or the struggle with the flicker of consciousness in the colored boy, or Miss Sewell's awkwardness. I did not know. Justin was gone. Who would comb my hair at night? Perhaps Nina had not killed him, only taken him. For what purpose? As a trade, because I had caused the death of a silly little pickaninny messenger? Could Nina be so petty? Yes, she could. Cully arrived at the park and lumbered around until people stared at him, stared at me. The rental car was still there and empty. The station wagon was gone. The colored girl's body was gone. Justin was gone. I leaned Cully's massive forearms against the metal railing and stared down at the river 40 feet below. Gray currents rippled and swirled. Cully wept. I wept. We all wept. Damn you, Nina. It was late that night as I hung in the half-sleep the drugs provided that there came an angry banging at the front gate. Groggily I had Cully, Howard, and the colored boy go outside. I saw who was there, and froze. It was Nina's colored girl, face ashen, clothing soiled and rent, eyes staring. She held Justin's limp body in her arms. Nurse Oldsmith parted the drapes and peered through the shutters to give me another angle of view. The colored girl raised a long finger and pointed directly at my room, directly at me. "You, Melanie!" she shouted so loudly that I was sure it would awake everyone in the old section. "Melanie, open this gate immediately! I want to talk to you!" Her finger remained raised and pointing. It seemed that a very long time elapsed. The green spikes of the monitor near the bed pulsed wildly. All of us closed our eyes and then looked again. The colored girl was still there, still pointing, still staring imperiously with an arrogance I had not seen since the last time I had foiled one of Nina Drayton's plans. Slowly, hesitantly, I sent Cully forward to unlock the gate and stepped back quickly before the thing Nina had sent could touch him. She entered briskly, striding toward and through the open front door. The rest of us made way and drew back as she entered the parlor. She laid Justin's body on the divan. I was unsure of what to do. We waited.
59. Charleston, Sunday, May 10th, 1981. Saul was watching Natalie and Justin in the park and listening to their conversation via the microphone she had clipped to the collar of her blouse when the computer gave its shrill alarm. His eyes flashed to the screen of the portable computer on the passenger seat of the station wagon, thinking for a second that it must be a failure of the telemetry pack, sensors, or the battery pack in the back seat, rather than the event both of them dreaded. One glance told him that it was not equipment failure. The theta rhythm pattern was unmistakable, the alpha pattern already showing the peaks and valleys of rapid eye movement. At that second, he found the answer to a problem he had been wrestling with for months, and at the same instant he realized that his life was in imminent danger. Saul looked out and saw Natalie turning in his direction, even as he grabbed the dart gun and rolled out his door, scuttling away from the station wagon, trying to keep it and the other vehicles between Natalie, the boy, and himself.
No, it's not Natalie, he thought, and slid to a stop behind the last car in the lot, 25 feet from the station wagon. Why had the old lady decided to use Natalie now? Saul wondered if he had done a poor job of following them. He had been forced to stay close. The microphone and transmitter they had added to Natalie's belt of devices had a range of less than half a mile, and the traffic had been light. They had grown overconfident as a result of last week's successes and their expedition to the island the previous day. Saul cursed softly and crouched to peer through the window of a white Ford Fairmont as Natalie strode toward the station wagon. The boy advanced 15 paces behind Natalie, carrying a branch he had picked off the grass. In that second, Saul felt an overwhelming urge to kill the child, to empty the entire magazine of the Colt automatic in his jacket pocket into that small body, to drive the demons out by death. Saul took a deep breath. He had lectured at Columbia and other universities on the peculiar and perverse strain of modern violence in such books and movies as The Exorcist, The Omen, and innumerable imitations going back to Rosemary's Baby. Saul had seen the rash of demonic children entertainments as a symptom of deeper underlying fears and hatreds. The me generation's inability to shift into the role of responsible parenthood at the cost of losing their own interminable childhood, the transference of guilt from divorce. The child is not really a child, but an older evil thing, capable of deserving any abuse resulting from the adult's selfish actions, and the anger of an entire society revolting after 2 decades of a culture dominated by and devoted to youthful looks, youth-oriented music, juvenile movies, and the television and movie myth of the adult child inevitably wiser, calmer, and more with it than the childish adults in the household. So Saul had lectured that the child fear and child hatred, becoming visible in popular shows and books, had its irrational roots in common guilts, shared anxieties, and the universal angst of the age. He had warned that the national wave of abuse, neglect, and callousness toward children had its historical antecedents, and that it would run its course, but that everything possible must be done to avoid and eliminate that brand of violence before it poisoned America. Saul crouched, peered through the rear window at the loathsome sight of the small thing that had been little Justin Warden, and decided not to shoot him. Not yet. Besides, gunning down a 6-year-old in a park on a Sunday afternoon was not the best way to assure their continued anonymity in Charleston. Natalie walked around the station wagon and peered in, bending slightly to look in the rear seat, her back to Saul. At that second, the boy turned to watch people at a nearby table. Saul rose, braced the dart gun on the roof, fired, and dropped out of sight. For several seconds, he was sure that he had missed, that the distance had been too great for the tiny gas-propelled dart. But then he caught a glimpse of the red tail feathers on the back of Natalie's blouse an instant before she fell. He wanted to run to her then to check that she had not been injured by the drug or the drop to the pavement. But Justin looked back his way, and Saul dropped to all fours behind the Ford, fumbling out the small box of anesthetic darts, and breaking the pistol open to load a second one. 2 short, bare legs came to a running stop 6 feet from Saul's face. He jerked his head up in time to see a boy of about 8 or 9 retrieving a blue kickball. The boy stared at Saul and the air pistol. "Hey, mister," he said, "you gonna shoot somebody?" "Go away," hissed Saul. "You a cop or something?" asked the boy, his face interested. Saul shook his head. "That a Uzi pistol or something?" asked the boy, tucking the ball under his arm. "It sort of looks like an Uzi with a silencer on it." "Piss off," whispered Saul, using the favorite phrase of the British soldiers in occupied Palestine when they were confronted with street urchins. The boy shrugged and ran back to his game. Saul lifted his head in time to see Justin also running, his back to the parking lot, stick waving in his right hand.
Saul made a quick decision and walked quickly toward the picnic area, away from the cars. He could see the tan fabric of Natalie's skirt where she lay on the pavement. He walked quickly, keeping the trees between himself and Justin. No one in the park seemed to have noticed Natalie yet. 2 motorcycles pulled into the parking lot with an explosion of noise. Saul walked briskly, getting 40 feet closer to where Justin stood with his back against the fence above the river. The boy had a fixed, unfocused stare. His mouth hung open, and there was a trickle of saliva running to his chin. Saul leaned his back against a tree, took a breath, and checked the CO2 cartridge in the handle of the weapon. "Hey," called a nearby man in a gray Brooks Brothers summer suit. "That's pretty neat. You have to have a license to carry one of those?"
No,"
said Saul, glancing around the tree to confirm that Justin was still staring sightlessly. The boy was 50 or 60 feet away, too far.
"Neat,"
said the young man in the gray suit.
"It fires .22s or pellets or what?"
Gray Suit's partner in conversation, a young blond man with a mustache, blow-dried hair, and a blue summer suit, said,
"Where can you buy one of those, fella? Kmart have 'em?"
"Excuse me," said Saul, and stepped around the tree and walked in plain sight to the fence. Justin's head did not turn toward him. The boy's blank gaze was fixed on some spot above the roof of the cars in the lot. Saul kept the pistol behind him as he walked along the fence toward the frozen figure of the 6-year-old. 20 paces away, he paused. Justin did not stir. Feeling like a cat stalking a toy mouse, Saul covered the last 15 paces, brought the pistol around, and shot the boy on his bare right leg with a blue-tipped dart. When Justin fell forward, still rigid, Saul was there to catch him. No one appeared to have noticed. He restrained himself from running back to the parking lot, but still moved at something better than a brisk walk. The 2 long-haired men who had come in on motorcycles were on the sidewalk, staring down at Natalie's limp form. Neither had made a move to help her.
"Excuse me, please,"
said Saul, squeezing past, stepping over Natalie, tugging the left rear door of the station wagon open, and gently settling Justin next to the battery packs and radio receiver.
"Hey, man,"
said the fatter of the 2 bikers.
She dead or what?"
"Oh, no," said Saul with a forced chuckle, grunting with the effort of lifting her onto the front seat and shoving her as far to the right as he could. Her left shoe slid off and fell to the pavement with a soft sound. He picked it up, smiling at the staring bikers.
"I'm a doctor. She just has a little problem with petit-mal seizures induced by neurologically deficient cardiopulmonary edema."
He got into the station wagon, dropped the dart gun on the seat, and continued smiling at the bikers.
"So does the boy," he said. "It runs in the family."
Saul shifted into gear and backed out, half expecting a car filled with Melanie Fuller's zombies to intercept him before he made it to the street. No car appeared. Saul drove around until he was sure that they were not being followed, and then returned to the motel. Their cabin unit was almost out of sight of the road, but he made sure there was no traffic before he carried them in, first Natalie and then the boy. Natalie's EEG sensors were still in place, hidden in her hair but functional. The microphone and telemetry pack were still working. Saul paused a minute before disconnecting the computer and carrying it in. The theta rhythm was gone, the REM peaks absent. The EEG readout was consistent with a deep, dreamless, drug-induced sleep. After carrying in the equipment, Saul made Natalie and Justin comfortable and checked their vital signs. He activated the second telemetry pack, attached electrodes to the boy's skull, and keyed in a code to initiate a program that would display both sets of EEG data on the computer screen at once. Natalie's continued to show a normal deep sleep pattern. The child's showed the traditional flat lines of clinical brain death. Saul checked the boy's pulse, heartbeat, and retinal response, took his blood pressure, and tried sound, scent, and pain stimuli. The computer continued to indicate no higher neurological functions whatsoever. Saul switched telemetry packs and sensors, checked the transmitter's power cells, reverted to a single display mode, and used more electrolytic paste and 2 additional electrodes. The readings were identical with the first. 6-year-old Justin Warden was legally brain dead, literally nothing more than a primitive brainstem that kept the heart pumping, the kidneys filtering, and the lungs moving air through a husk of mindless meat. Saul lowered his head to his hands and stayed in that position for a very long time.
"What do we do?"
asked Natalie. She was on her second cup of coffee. The tranquilizer had kept her out for just under an hour, but it took her another 15 minutes before she could think clearly.
"We keep him sedated, I guess," he said. "If we let him come out of deep sleep, Melanie Fuller may regain control. The little boy who was Justin Warden, memories, loves, fears, everything that is human, is gone forever." "Can you be sure about that?"
asked Natalie, her voice thick. Saul sighed, set down his own cup of coffee, and added a small measure of whiskey.
"No," he admitted. "Not without better equipment, more complicated tests, and observation of the boy under a much wider range of conditions. But with indications that flat, I would say that the odds are overwhelmingly against him recovering anything close to human consciousness, much less memory or personality."
He took a long drink.
"All those dreams of releasing them," began Natalie. "Yes."
Saul slapped down the empty cup.
"It makes sense when you think about it. The more conditioning the old lady has carried out, the less chance of a personality surviving. I suspect that the adults function with a residue of their identities, personalities. Certainly it would do no good for her to have kidnapped medical personnel the way she did if they had no access to their former skills. But even there, extended mental control, this mind vampirism, must kill the original personality after a while. It is like a disease, a brain cancer, that grows over time, bad cells killing good ones."
Natalie rubbed her aching head.
"Is it possible that some of her people have been controlled less than others? Are less infected?"
Saul opened the fingers of one hand in a quizzical gesture.
"Possible, yes, I suppose. But if they are conditioned, tampered with enough for her to trust them as servants, I fear that their personalities and higher-order functions have been seriously damaged." "But the Oberst used you," said Natalie, without any emotional overtones. "And I've been leeched onto twice by Herod, and at least as many times by this old witch." "Yes," said Saul, removing his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Well, have they harmed us? Is the cancer growing inside us right now? Are we different, Saul? Are we?" "I don't know," said Saul.
He sat motionless until Natalie looked away.
"I'm sorry," she said. "It's just so awful, having that scaly old witch in my mind. It's the most helpless feeling I've ever had. It must be worse than being raped. At least when someone violates your body, your mind is still your own. And the worst part is after it's happened once or twice, you—"
Natalie could not go on.
"I know," said Saul, holding her hand. "A part of you wants to experience it again, like a terrible drug with painful side effects, but as equally addictive. I know. You never talked about— It is not something one wishes to discuss." "No." Natalie shuddered. "But that is not the cancer we were discussing," said Saul. "I feel certain that addiction comes with the intense conditioning these things carry out with their chosen few, which leads us to another moral dilemma." "What?" "If we follow our plan, it will require weeks of conditioning for at least one person, perhaps more, an innocent. It wouldn't be the same. It would be temporary for a specific function. For our purposes, it would be temporary, said Saul. As we now know, the effects can be permanent. God damn it, snapped Natalie. It doesn't matter. That's our plan. Can you think of another? No. Then we go ahead, Natalie said firmly. We go ahead even if it costs us our minds and our souls. We go ahead even if other innocents have to suffer. We go ahead because we have to, because we owe it to our dead. Our families and the people we love have paid the price, and now we go ahead. Make their killers pay. There can't be any justice if we stop now, no matter what the price we have to go on. Saul nodded. You are right, of course, he said sadly. But that is precisely the same imperative that compels the angry young Palestinian to set the bomb aboard the bus, the Basque separatists to fire into a crowd. They have no other choice. Is that so different from the Eichmanns following orders, responding to the imperatives of no personal responsibility? Yes, said Natalie. It is different, and right now, I'm too goddamn frustrated to give a damn about your ethical niceties. I just want to see what to do and go do it. Saul stood up. Eric Hoffer says that to the frustrated, freedom from responsibility is more attractive than freedom from restraint. Natalie shook her head vehemently. Saul could see the fine black filaments from the EEG sensors running into the collar of her blouse. I'm not hunting for freedom from responsibility, she said. I'm taking the responsibility. Right now, I'm trying to decide whether to return that boy to Melanie Fuller. Saul's surprise showed on his face. Return him? How can we do that? He's brain dead, interrupted Natalie. She's already murdered him as surely as she did his sisters. I have a use for him when I go back tonight. You can't go there again today, said Saul, staring at her as if he did not know her. It's too soon. She's too unstable. That's why I need to go now, Natalie said firmly. While she's reeling, unsure. The old lady has half her bolts loose, but she's not stupid, Saul. We need to know that she's convinced, and we can't equivocate any longer. I have to quit farting around about who I am, a messenger, an ambiguous somebody, and become Nina Drayton for this old monster. Saul shook his head. We're working on shaky premises based on inadequate information. And that's all we have, said Natalie. We're going with it. We're committed. There's no sense failing with half measures. We need to talk, you and I, until I find something that only Nina Drayton would have known, something that even Melanie Fuller will be surprised at. Wiesenthal's dossiers, said Saul, absently rubbing his brow. No, said Natalie. Something more powerful, something that came out of your 2 sessions with Nina Drayton when she came to you in New York. She was playing with you, but you were still functioning as a therapist. People open up more than they know. Saul steepled his fingers and looked at nothing for a moment. Yes, he said, there is something. His sad eyes focused on Natalie. It is a terrible risk for you. Natalie nodded. So that we can get to the next phase where you take a risk that makes me sick just to think about, she said. Let's get on with it. They talked for 5 hours, going over details that they had discussed innumerable times before, but which now had to be sharpened like a sword for battle. They were finished by 8 p.m., but Saul suggested that they wait a few hours more. You think she sleeps? Asked Natalie. Perhaps not, but even a fiend must be subject to fatigue toxins. At least her pawns will be. Besides, we're dealing with a truly paranoid personality here, and the invasion of her personal space, her territory, and there's every evidence that these mind vampires are as territorial as their primitive use of the hypothalamus suggests. If so, then the invasion at night will be more effective. The Gestapo made it standard practice to come at night.
Natalie looked at the sheaf of notes she had taken.
So it's the paranoia we work at, assuming that she follows the classic symptomology of paranoid schizophrenic? Not just that, said Saul. We have to remember that we're dealing with a Kohlberg level 0 here. Melanie Fuller has not gone beyond the infantile stage of development in a number of areas. Perhaps none of them have. Their parapsychic ability is a curse, not allowing them to move beyond the level of demanding and expecting immediate gratification. Anything that thwarts their will is unacceptable, thus the inevitable paranoia and addiction to violence. Tony Herod may be more advanced than most. Perhaps his psychic ability developed later and less successfully, but his use of that limited power merely serves to gratify the masturbatory fantasies of early adolescence at best. Combined with Melanie Fuller's infantile ego and advanced paranoia, we have the cauldron of schoolgirl jealousies and unrecognized homosexual attractions inherent in her long competition with Nina.
Great, said Natalie.
In evolutionary terms, they're supermen. In psychological development, they're retarded. In moral terms, they're subhuman.
Not subhuman, said Saul. Merely non-existent. They sat in silence for a long interval. Neither had eaten since breakfast 12 hours earlier. The oscilloscope pattern on the computer screen showed the active peaks and valleys of Natalie's scurrying thoughts. Saul shook himself.
I've solved the post-hypnotic trigger stimulus problem, he said.
Natalie sat up.
How, Saul? My mistake was in trying to condition a response to the theta rhythm or the artificial alpha peak. I cannot create the former, and the latter is too unreliable. It is the waking REM state that has to be the trigger.
Can you duplicate that while you're awake? Asked Natalie.
Perhaps, said Saul, but not reliably so. Instead, I will develop an interim stimulus, perhaps a soft bell, and use the natural REM state to trigger it.
Dreams, mused Natalie. Will there be time?
Almost a month, said Saul. If we can cause Melanie to condition the people we need, I can prevail upon my own mind to condition itself.
But all those dreams you'll have, said Natalie, the people dying, the hopelessness of the death camps?
Saul smiled wanly. I have those dreams anyway, he said.
It was after midnight when Saul drove her to the old section and parked half a block from the Fuller house. There was no equipment in the station wagon. Natalie wore neither microphone nor sensors. The street and sidewalk were empty. Natalie lifted Justin out of the back seat, tenderly brushed back a strand of hair that had fallen over his forehead, and said to Saul through his open window, "If I don't come out, go ahead with the plan." Saul nodded toward the back seat where 20 pounds of remaining C4 plastic explosives had been parceled into packets and clipped onto a web belt. "If you don't come out," he said, "I'm coming in to get you. If she's hurt you, I'll kill all of them and carry on with the plan as best I can." Natalie hesitated and then said, "Good." She turned and carried Justin toward the house that was illuminated only by a green glow from the second floor. Natalie set the unconscious boy on the ancient couch. The house smelled of mildew and dust. Melanie Fuller's family had gathered around like so many ambulatory corpses. The huge, retarded-looking one, the old woman named Cully, a shorter, darker man whom Natalie imagined to be Justin's father, even though he had not so much as glanced at the boy, the two women in dirty nurses' outfits, one of whom wore thick makeup so poorly applied that she looked like a blind clown, another woman in a torn striped blouse and mismatched print skirt. The only light was the glow from a single sputtering candle that Marvin had carried in. The ex-gang leader held a long knife in his right hand. Natalie Preston did not care. Her body was so full of adrenaline, her heart pounding so fiercely, her mind so filled with the persona she had poured into it during the preceding weeks and months, that she just wanted something to start. Anything was better than waiting, fearing, fleeing. "Melanie," she snapped in her best Southern Belle honky drawl, "here's your little toy. Don't ever do that again." The mass of white flesh called Cully ambled forward and peered at Justin. "Is he dead?" "Is he dead?" mimicked Natalie. "No, my dear, he is not dead, but he could be, and possibly should be, and so might you. What on earth were you thinking of?" Cully mumbled something about not knowing if the colored girl was really from Nina. Natalie laughed. "Are you bothered that I use this black? Or are you jealous, dear? You never cared for Barrett Kramer either, as I remember. How many of my assistants have you liked over the years, my dear?" The nurse with the clown's makeup spoke. "Prove yourself." Natalie wheeled on her. "Damn you, Melanie!" she shouted. The nurse took a step backward. "Choose which mouth you're going to speak out of and stay with it. I'm tired of this. You've lost all sense of hospitality. If you try to seize my messenger again, I will kill whomever you send out and then come for you. My power has grown immensely since you shot me, my dear. You were never my equal in the ability, and now you have no chance at all of competing with me. Do you understand?" Natalie screamed this last at the nurse with the lipstick carefully smeared across her cheek. The nurse took another step backward. Natalie turned, looked at each wax-like face, and sat down on the chair closest to the tea table. "Melanie, Melanie, why does it have to be like this? My darling, I've forgiven you for killing me. Do you have any idea how painful it is to die? Do you have any concept of how hard it is to concentrate with that lump of lead from your stupid ancient pistol lodged in my brain? If I can forgive you for that, how can you be so stupid as to endanger Willie and yourself, all of us, because of old grudges? Let bygones be bygones, my dear, or by God, I'll burn this rat trap of a house to the ground and carry on without you." There were 5 of Melanie's people in the room, not counting Justin. Natalie suspected that there were more upstairs with the old lady, perhaps even more in the Hodges' house. When Natalie paused in her shouting, all 5 flinched backward perceptibly. Marvin bumped into a tall wood and crystal cupboard. Plates and delicate fussy figurines vibrated on the shelves. Natalie took 3 steps forward and peered into the clown nurse's face. "Melanie," she said, "look at me." It was a flat command. "Do you recognize me?" The nurse's smeared mouth moved. I am not. It is hard to—" Natalie nodded slowly. "After all these years, is it still difficult for you to know me? Are you so far gone into yourself, Melanie, that you do not realize that no one else could know about you, about us? Or if they did know, would simply eliminate you as a danger to themselves?
Willie, managed the clown nurse. Ah, Willie, said Natalie. Our dear friend Wilhelm. Do you think Willie is clever enough for this, Melanie, or this subtle? Or would Willie have settled things with you the way he did with that artist in the Imperial Hotel in Vienna?
The nurse shook her head. Her eyes dripped mascara. Eyeshadow was laid on so heavily that her face gave the appearance of a skull in the candlelight. Natalie leaned closer, whispering next to the woman's rouged cheek.
Melanie, if I murdered my own father, do you think I will hesitate to kill you if you get in my way again?
Time seemed to stop in the dark house. Natalie might have been in a room with carelessly dressed damaged mannequins. The clown nurse blinked, false eyelashes askew, eyelids moving in slow motion.
Nina, you never told me that—
Natalie stepped backward, amazed to feel real tears wetting her cheeks.
I've never told anyone, my dear,
she whispered, knowing that her life was forfeit if Nina Drayton had told her friend Melanie what she had confided to Dr. Saul Lasky.
I was angry with him. He was waiting for the trolley. I pushed.
She looked up quickly, locking her gaze with the blind stare of the nurse.
Melanie, I want to see you.
The painted face moved back and forth.
Impossible, Nina. I do not feel well. Not impossible, snapped Natalie. If we are to continue this effort together, to re-establish trust, I have to know that you are here alive.
Everyone in the room except Natalie and the unconscious boy was shaking his or her head in unison.
No, not possible. I'm not well,
came from 5 mouths.
Goodbye, Melanie,
said Natalie, and turned to stalk out. The nurse rushed to take her arm before she reached the courtyard.
Nina, darling, please don't go. I'm so lonely here. There's no one to play with.
Natalie stood still, her flesh crawling.
All right,
said the nurse with the skull face.
This way. But first, no weapons, nothing.
Cully stepped closer and searched Natalie, his huge hands compressing her breasts, sliding up her legs, touching everywhere, searching, probing. Natalie did not look at him. She closed her teeth on her tongue as the hysterical scream tried to break free from her.
Come,
said the nurse, and with Cully carrying the candle they made a solemn procession of candles, from the parlor to the entrance foyer, from the foyer up the wide staircase, from the staircase to the landing where shadows leaped on a 12-foot-high wall, and where the hallway was as black as any tunnel. The door to Melanie Fuller's bedroom was closed. Natalie remembered entering that room 6 months earlier, her father's pistol in her coat pocket, hearing the faint stirrings in the tall wardrobe and finding Saul Lasky. There were no monsters then. Dr. Hartman opened the door. The sudden draft blew the candle out, leaving only the soft green glow from medical monitors on either side of the high canopied bed. Fine lace curtains hung from the canopy like rotted cheesecloth, like the thick webbing of a black widow spider's lair. Natalie took 3 steps forward and was stopped just inside the room by a quick motion of the doctor's grimy hand. It was close enough. The thing in the bed had once been a woman. Her hair had fallen out in large clumps, but what remained had been carefully combed out so it lay on the huge pillow like a corona of sick blue flame. The face was ancient, wizened, mottled by sores and etched with cruel lines, the left side sagging like a wax death mask brought too close to the flames. The toothless mouth opened and closed like the maw of a centuries-old snapping turtle. The thing's right eye moved restlessly and aimlessly, shifting now toward the ceiling, and a second later sliding upward until nothing but the white showed, an egg embedded in a skull, covered by a loose flap of browning parchment. Behind the gray lace, the face turned Natalie's way, the snapping turtle mouth making wet smacking noises. The clown nurse behind Natalie whispered, "I am growing younger, am I not, Nina?" "Yes," said Natalie. "Soon I will be as young as when we all went out to Simple's before the war. Do you remember that, Nina?" "Simple's," said Natalie. "Yes, Vienna." The doctor moved them all back, closed the door. The 5 of them stood on the landing. Cully suddenly reached out and gently held Natalie's small hand in his huge fist. "Nina, darling," he said in a girlish, almost coquettish falsetto, "whatever you wish me to do shall be done. Tell me what to do next." Natalie shook herself, looked at her hand in Cully's. She squeezed his palm, patting his arm with her free hand. "Tomorrow, Melanie, I will pick you up for another ride. Justin will be awake and alert in the morning if you wish to use him." "Where are we going, Nina, dear?" "To begin preparing," said Natalie. She squeezed the giant's calloused hand a final time, and forced herself to walk rather than run down the infinitely long staircase. Marvin stood by the door, no recognition in his dulled eyes, a long knife in his hand. When Natalie reached the foyer, he opened the door for her. She stopped, used the last of her willpower to look up the staircase at the insane tableau arrayed there in the dark, smiled, and said, "Adieu until tomorrow, Melanie. Do not disappoint me again." "No," said the 5 in unison. "Good night, Nina." Natalie turned and left, allowing Marvin to unlock the outer gate for her, not turning or looking back even when she passed Saul in the parked station wagon, taking deeper and deeper breaths as she walked, keeping them from becoming sobs by sheer force of will. 60. Dolman Island, Saturday, June 13th, 1981. By the end of the week, Tony Herod was sick and tired of mingling with the rich and powerful. It was his measured decision that the rich and powerful had a pronounced tendency toward assholism. He and Maria Chen had arrived by private plane in Meridian, Georgia, the sweatiest 7th circle of desolation Herod had ever encountered, early on the previous Sunday evening, only to be told that a different private aircraft could take them to the island, unless they wanted to take a boat. It had been no decision for Herod. The 55-minute boat ride had been rough, but even hanging over the railing, waiting to lose his vodka and tonic and airline snacks, Herod had preferred bouncing from Whitecap to Whitecap to suffering the 8-minute flight. Barrett's boathouse, marina, whatever it was, had to be the most impressive shed Herod had ever seen. 3 stories tall, the walls of gray-weathered cypress, the interior as open and majestic as a cathedral with stained-glass windows reaffirming that image and casting shafts of colored light on water, and rows of gleaming brass and wood speedboats with crisp pennants furled at the bow. The place was perhaps the most ostentatious, obscure structure he had ever passed through. Women were not allowed on Dolman Island during summer camp week. Herod had known that, but it was still a pain in the ass for him to go 15 minutes out of their way to drop Maria Chen off at Barrett's yacht, a gleaming white thing the length of a football field, all streamlined superstructure and white-domed bulges, and arrays housing radar and Barrett's ubiquitous communications equipment. Herod realized for the 1000th time that C. Arnold Barrett was not a man who likes to be out of touch with things. A streamlined helicopter, looking as if it had been designed for the mid-21st century, sat on the fantail, rotor idled, but not tied down, obviously ready to rush islandward at a whistle from its master. The water was full of boats, sleek speedboats carrying security men with M16s, the bulky radar picket boats with antennae turning, various private yachts flanked by security vessels from half a dozen countries, and becoming visible as they came around the corner of the island toward the harbor, a U.S. naval destroyer a mile out. The thing was impressive, slate gray and shark sleek, slicing through the water toward them at high speed, radar dishes turning and flags whipping, giving the impression of a hungry greyhound closing on a hapless rabbit.
"What the fuck's that?"
Herod shouted to the man driving their speedboat. The man in the striped shirt grinned, showing white teeth against tan skin, and said,
"That's the USS Richard S. Edwards, sir. Forrest Sherman-class destroyer. It's on picket duty here every year during Heritage West Summer Camp as a service to our foreign guests and domestic dignitaries." "The same boat is?" said Herod. "The same ship, yes, sir," said the driver. "Technically, it's conducting blockade and interdiction maneuvers here each summer."
The destroyer had come around so that Herod could see the white numerals 950 on its bow.
"What's that box thing back there?" asked Herod. "Near the rear gun, or whatever that is." "ASROC, sir," said the driver, swinging their speedboat to port and toward the harbor. "Modified for ASW by taking out their 5-inch MK-42 and a couple of 3-inch MK-33s.
"Oh," said Herod, clinging tightly to the railing, spray mixing with sweat on his pale face.
"Are we almost there?"
A souped-up golf cart with a driver in a blue blazer and gray slacks drove Herod from the dock to the manse. Live Oak Lane was a broad avenue of grass clipped as close as a putting green between two lines of massive oaks, stretching off to where they seemed to meet in the distance, huge limbs crisscrossing 100 feet overhead to create a shifting canopy of leaves and light, through which glimpses of evening sky and clouds offered a pastel counterpoint to green foliage. As they glided silently down the long tunnel created by trees older than the United States, photoelectric cells sensed the twilight and switched on an array of subtle floodlights and softly glowing Japanese lanterns hidden among the high limbs, hanging ivy and massive roots, creating an illusion of a magical forest, a fantasy of a wirewood alive with light and music as hidden speakers lifted the clear sound of classical flute sonatas into the evening air. Elsewhere in the oak forest, hundreds of tiny wind chimes added elfin notes to the music as a breeze from the ocean rustled the foliage.
"Big fucking trees," said Herod,
as they glided through the last quarter mile of Oak Lane toward the extensive terraced garden at the northern base of the south-facing manse.
"Yes, sir,"
said the driver, and drove on. C. Arnold Barrent was not there to meet Herod, but the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter was, a tall glass of bourbon in his hand, his face flushed. The evangelist crossed an expanse of black and white tile in an empty main hall that reminded Herod of Chartres Cathedral, even though he had never been there.
"Anthony, my boy," boomed Sutter, "welcome to summer camp."
His voice echoed for seconds. Herod leaned back and gawked like a tourist, looking up at an immensity of space bounded by mezzanines and balconies, lofts and half-glimpsed corridors, the open space rising to an arched roof 5.5 stories above that was braced by exquisitely carved rafters and a maze of gleaming buttresses. The roof itself was a parquetry of cypress and mahogany, set off by a stained-glass skylight, darkening now so the reds struck dark wood with the deepening hues of drying blood, by dormers, and by a massive chain supporting a central chandelier so solid that a regiment of Phantoms of the Opera could have swung on it to no effect.
"Fan-fucking-tastic," said Herod. "If this is the servants' entrance, show me to the front door."
Sutter frowned at Herod's language, while the servant in a blue blazer and gray slacks clicked across an acre of tile to lift Herod's battered carry-on bag and to stand at attention.
"Would you prefer to stay here or in one of the bungalows?" asked Sutter.
Bungalows, said Herod. You mean like cabins? Yes, said Sutter. If you consider a cottage with five-star accommodations catered by Maxime's a cabin, a majority of the guests opt for the bungalows. It is, after all, summer camp week. Yeah, said Herod. Forget that. I'll take the cushiest room they have here. I've served my time as a Boy Scout. Sutter nodded at the servant and said, The Buchanan suite, Maxwell. Anthony, I'll show you the way in a minute. Come over to the bar. They walked to a small mahogany-paneled room off the main hall, while the butler took an elevator to the upper levels. Herod poured himself a tall vodka. Don't tell me this place was built in the 1700s, he said. Too damn big. Pastor Vanderhoof's original structure was impressive for its time, said Sutter. Subsequent owners have enlarged the manse a bit. So where is everybody? Asked Herod. The less important guests are arriving now, said Sutter. The princes, potentates, ex-prime ministers, and oil sheiks will be arriving for the customary opening brunch tomorrow at 11 in the morning. We get our first glimpse of an ex-president on Wednesday. Whoopee, said Herod. Where's Barrett and Kepler? Joseph will be joining us later this evening, said the evangelist. Our host will arrive tomorrow. Herod thought of his last sight of Maria Chen at the railing of the yacht. Kepler had told him earlier that all female aides, adjutants, executive secretaries, mistresses, and a few wives who could not be jettisoned earlier were welcome aboard the Antoinette, while their masters let their hair down on Dolman Island. Is Barrett aboard his boat? He asked Sutter. The airwaves minister spread his hands. Only the Lord and Christian's pilots know where he is on a day-to-day basis. The next 12 days are the only ones on our host's yearly calendar where a friend or adversary would know where to find him. Herod made a rude sound and took a drink. Not that it'd help an adversary, he said. You see the goddamn destroyer on the way in? Anthony, warned Sutter, I've told you before about taking the Lord's name in vain. What are they guarding against? Said Herod. A landing by Russian Marines? Sutter replenished his bourbon. Not too far from the mark, Anthony. A few years ago there was a Russian trawler prowling around a mile off the beach. It had come up from its usual station off Cape Canaveral. I don't have to tell you that, like most Russian trawlers near American shores, this was an intelligence craft loaded down with more sneaky listening devices than you could shake a communist stick at. So what the hell could they hear from a mile out at sea? Said Herod. Sutter chuckled. I imagine that shall remain between the Russians and their Antichrist, he said. But it discomforted our guests and concerned Brother Christian, thus the big, mean dog you saw patrolling nearby. Some dog, said Herod. Does all of this security hang around for the second week? Oh, no, said Sutter. What transpires during the hunt segment of the summer's entertainment is strictly for our eyes only. Herod stared hard at the red-cheeked minister. Jimmy, you think Willie's going to show next weekend? The Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter looked up quickly with a flash of his tiny, lively eyes. Oh, yes, Anthony, I have no doubt that Mr. Borden will be here at the prearranged time. How do you know that? Sutter smiled beatifically, raised his bourbon, and said softly, It is written in Revelation, Anthony. It has all been prophesied millennia ago,
There is nothing we do that has not been carved long ago in the corridors of time by a sculptor who sees the grain in the stone much more clearly than we ever could." "Yes, that's so," said Herod. "Yes, Anthony, that is so," said Sutter. "You can bet your heathen ass on it." Herod's thin lips twitched in a smile. "I think I'm already doing that, Jimmy," he said. "I'm not sure I'm ready for this week." "This week is nothing," said Sutter, closing his eyes and holding the cold glass of bourbon to his cheek. "It is mere prelude, Anthony, mere prelude." The week of prelude seemed endless to Herod. He mingled with men whose pictures he had seen in Time and Newsweek all of his life, and found that, except for the aura of power that rose from them like the omnipresent scent of sweat from a world-class jock, they were visibly human, frequently fallible, and all too often asinine in their frenzied attempt to escape the boardrooms and situation rooms and conference halls and briefing sessions that served as the iron bars and cages of their rich and powerful lives. On Wednesday night, June 10th, Herod found himself lounging in the fifth tier of the Campfire Amphitheater, watching a vice president of the World Bank, a crown prince of the third richest oil-exporting country on the planet, a former U.S. president, and his ex-secretary of state, do a hula dance with mops for hair, halved coconut shells for breasts, and grass skirts made from hastily gathered palm fronds, while 85 of the most powerful men in the Western Hemisphere whistled, shouted, and generally acted like college freshmen on their first public drunk. Herod stared at the bonfire and thought of the rough cut of The White Slaver, still on the editing reels at his workshop, now 3 weeks overdue for the laying down of a soundtrack. The composer-conductor was getting his $3,000 a day for doing nothing but cooling his heels at the Beverly Hilton, and waiting to lead a full orchestra in a score that was guaranteed to sound just like the score he had done for his past 6 movies, all romantic woodwinds and heroic brasses made even more indistinguishable by Dolby. On Tuesday and Thursday, Herod had taken a launch out to the Antoinette to see Maria Chen, making love to her in the silk and paneled silences of her stateroom, then talking with her before heading back to the evening's summer camp festivities. "What do you do out here?" he asked. "Read," she said. "Work on the Orion treatment, catch up on the correspondence, lie in the sun." "Ever see Barrent?" "Never," said Maria Chen. "Isn't he ashore with you?" "Yeah, I see him around. He's got the whole west wing of the manse, him and whoever the top guy is that day. I just wondered if he ever comes out here." "Worried?" asked Maria Chen. She rolled on her back and brushed dark hair away from her cheek. "Or jealous?" "Fuck that," said Herod, and got out of bed, walking naked to the liquor cabinet. "It'd be better if he was screwing you. Then we might be able to get an angle on what the hell's going on." Maria Chen slipped from the bed, walked to where Herod stood with his back to her, and slipped her arms around him. Her small, perfect breasts flattened against his back. "Tony," she said, "you are a liar." Herod turned angrily. She slipped more tightly against him, her left hand cupping him gently. "You want no one with me," she whispered. "Ever." "That's bullshit," said Herod. "Pure bullshit." "No," whispered Maria Chen, moving her lips along his neck between whispers. "It is love. You love me as I love you." "Nobody loves me," said Herod. He had meant to say it with a laugh, but it came out as a choked whisper. "I love you," said Maria Chen. "And you love me, Tony." He pushed her to arm's length and glowered at her. How can you say that?" "Because it is true," Why? Why is it true? No, managed Herod. Why do we love each other? Because we have to, said Maria Chen, and led him to the wide, soft bed. Later, listening to the lap of water and host of subtle boat sounds that he couldn't put a name to, Herod lay with his arm around her, his hand idle on her right breast, his eyes closed, and was afraid, perhaps for the first time since he was old enough to think, of absolutely nothing at all. The ex-president left on Saturday after the midday luau, and by 7 p.m. the only guests left were middle and low-level hangers-on, lean and hungry Cassiuses and Iagos in sharkskin suits and Ralph Lauren denim. Herod thought it was a good time to go back to the mainland. "The hunt starts tomorrow," said Sutter. "You don't want to miss the festivities." "I don't want to miss Willie's arrival," said Herod. "Is Barrent sure that he's still coming?" "Before sunset," said Sutter. "That was the final word. Joseph is being coy about his lines of communication to Mr. Borden, perhaps too coy. I believe Brother Christian is growing annoyed." "That's Kepler's problem," said Herod. He stepped from the dock onto the deck of the long cabin cruiser. "Are you sure you need to pick up these extra surrogates?" asked the Reverend Sutter. "We have plenty in the common pool, all young, strong, healthy. Most came from my rehabilitation center for runaways. There are even enough women for you to choose from, Anthony." "I want a couple of my own," said Herod. "I'll be back late tonight, early morning at the latest." "Good," said Sutter, and there was a strange glint in his eye. "I wouldn't want you to miss anything. This may prove to be an exceptional year." Herod nodded goodbye, and the launch roared to life and left the harbor slowly, building to speed once beyond the breakwater. Barrent's yacht was the last large ship left, except for the picket ships and departing destroyer. As always, a speedboat with armed guards approached, visually confirmed Herod's identity, and followed them as they covered the last few hundred yards to the yacht. Maria Chen was waiting by the stern staircase, overnight bag in hand. The night crossing to the coast was much smoother than the trip out. Herod had requested a car, and a small Mercedes was waiting behind Barrent's boathouse, courtesy of the Heritage West Foundation. Herod drove, taking Highway 17 to South Newport, and taking I-95 the last 30 miles into Savannah. "Why Savannah?" asked Maria Chen. "They didn't say. The guy on the phone just told me where to park, near a canal on the outskirts of town." "And you think it was the same man who kidnapped you?" "Yeah," said Herod. "I'm sure of it. Same accent." "Do you still think it's Willie's doing?" asked Maria Chen. Herod drove a minute in silence. "Yeah," he said at last. "That's the only thing that makes sense. Barrent and the others already have the means to get preconditioned people into the surrogate pool, if that's what they want. Willie needs an edge." "And you're willing to go along with it? You still feel loyalty toward Willie Borden?" "Fuck loyalty," said Herod. "Barrent sent Haines into my house, beating you up, just to pull my chain tighter. Nobody treats me that way. If this is Willie's long shot, then what the fuck? Let him go for it." "Couldn't it be dangerous?" "The surrogate, you mean?" said Herod. "I don't see how. We'll make sure they're not armed, and once they get on the island, there's not a chance in hell they could create a problem. Even the winner of that fucking 5-day splatter Olympics ends up 6 feet under mangrove roots in an old slave cemetery up the island somewhere." "So what is Willie trying to do?" she asked. "Beats the shit out of me," said Herod, exiting at the I-16 interchange. "All we have to do is watch and stay alive. Which reminds me, you bring the Browning?"
Maria Chen removed the automatic from her purse and handed it to him. Driving with one hand, Herod slid the ammunition clip from the handle, checked it, and pressed it back in against his thigh. He tucked it into his waistband, pulling his loose Hawaiian shirt over it. "I hate guns," Maria Chen stated flatly. "I do too," said Herod. "But there are people I hate more, and one of them's that bastard with the ski mask and the Polak accent. If he's the surrogate Willie's going to send with me to the island, it'll be everything I can do to keep from blowing his brains out before we start."
"Willie would not be pleased,"
said Maria Chen. Herod nodded, turning off the side road that had led from the highway to an abandoned boat launch area along an overgrown section of the Savannah and Ogeechee Canal. A car was waiting, a station wagon. Herod parked 60 feet away as prearranged and blinked his headlights. A man and a woman got out of the car and walked slowly toward them.
"I'm tired of worrying about what'll please Willie or please Barrett or please fucking anybody,"
Herod said through gritted teeth. He stepped out of the car and pulled the automatic loose. Maria Chen opened her overnight bag and removed the chains and padlocks. When the man and woman were 20 feet away, hands still empty, Herod leaned toward Maria Chen and grinned.
"It's time they all began worrying about how to please Tony Herod,"
he said, and raised the pistol, aiming it steadily and precisely at the head of the man with the short beard and long graying hair over the ears. The man stopped, staring at the muzzle of Herod's pistol, and adjusted his glasses with his index finger. 61. Dolman Island, Sunday, June 14th, 1981. Saul Lasky felt as if he had been through it all before. It was after midnight when the boat bumped against the concrete dock, and Tony Herod herded both Saul and Miss Sewell off. They stood on the dock, Herod no longer showing the weapon since these were two cat's paws he was supposed to be controlling. 2 electric golf carts glided up, and Herod said to a man in a blazer and slacks, "Take these 2 to the surrogate pens." Saul and Miss Sewell sat passively in the middle seat of the cart as a man with an automatic rifle stood behind them. Saul glanced at the woman next to him. Her face showed no emotion or interest. She wore no makeup, her hair was clipped back, and her inexpensive print dress hung loosely on her. As they stopped at a checkpoint on the south end of the security zone and then rolled forward through a no-man's land paved with crushed shells, Saul wondered what, if anything, was being relayed to Natalie via Melanie Fuller's 6-year-old familiar. The concrete installation beyond the north fence of the security zone was awash with bright lights. 10 other surrogates had just arrived, and Saul and Miss Sewell joined them in a concrete courtyard the size of a basketball court, surrounded by high barbed wire fences. There were no blue blazers and gray slacks on this side of the security zone. Men in green coveralls and black nylon baseball caps stood cradling automatic weapons. From Cohen's notes, Saul was sure that these were members of Barrett's private security force, and from interrogating Herod 2 months earlier, he was equally sure that every one of them had been conditioned to some extent by their master. A tall man with a holstered sidearm stepped forward and said, "All right, people, strip." The dozen prisoners, mostly young men, although Saul could see 2 women, little more than girls, near the forefront, looked at each other dully. All of them seemed drugged or in shock. Saul knew the look. He had seen it approaching the pit at Chelmno and leaving the trains at Sobibor. He and Miss Sewell began discarding their clothing, while most of the others stood where they were and did nothing. "I said strip!" shouted the man with the sidearm, and another guard with a rifle stepped forward and clubbed the nearest prisoner, a boy of 18 or 19 with thick glasses and an overbite. The boy pitched forward without a word, his face striking the concrete. Saul could clearly hear his teeth breaking. The 9 other people began taking off their clothes. Miss Sewell finished first. Saul noticed that her body looked younger and smoother than her face, except for a livid appendectomy scar. They put the prisoners into lines without segregating men from women, and marched them down a long concrete ramp into the earth. Out of the corner of his eye, Saul caught glimpses of doors leading to tiled corridors running off from this central subterranean avenue. Security men in coveralls came to doorways to watch as the surrogates were marched by, and once the two lines had to press against the walls as a convoy of 4 jeeps came by, filling the tunnel with noise and carbon monoxide fumes. Saul wondered if the entire island was honeycombed with security tunnels. They were marched into a bare, brightly lighted room where men in white coats and surgical gloves looked in mouths, anuses, and the women's vaginas. One of the young women began sobbing until she was slapped into silence by a guard. Saul felt strangely calm, even as he wondered where these other surrogates had come from, if they had been used yet, and how his own behavior might visibly differ from theirs. From the examination room they were led down a long, narrow hall, seemingly cut from the stone of the island itself. The dripping walls were painted white, and small hemispherical niches in the rock held naked, silent forms. As the line stopped for Miss Sewell to enter her hole in the rock, Saul realized that full-size cells were not required because no one would be kept on the island longer than a week. Then it was Saul's turn. The niches were staggered at different heights, tiers of crescent-shaped cracks with steel bars set in white stone, and Saul's niche was 4 feet above the ground. He rolled into it. The stone was cool against his flesh, the ledge just long enough to lie full length. A gutter and foul-smelling hole carved into the rear of the shelf showed him where he would relieve himself. The bars slid hydraulically from the roof of the niche into deep holes in the shelf, with the exception of a slit that left a 2-inch gap where food trays must be inserted. Saul lay on his back and stared at the stone 15 inches from his face. Somewhere down the corridor, a man began to cry out in a ragged voice. There were footsteps and the sounds of blows on metal and flesh, and silence returned. Saul felt calm. He was committed. In a strangely intimate way, he felt closer to his family, his parents, Joseph, Stepha, than he had for decades. Saul felt his eyes closing, and he forced them open, rubbed them, and set his glasses back in place. Strange they let him keep his glasses. Saul tried to remember if they had let the naked prisoners wear their glasses to the pit at Chelmno. No. He remembered being part of a detail that shoveled hundreds of glasses, thousands of glasses, great heaps of glasses, from a room onto a crude conveyor belt, where other prisoners separated the glass from the metal, the precious metals from steel. Nothing was wasted in the Reich, only people. He forced his eyes open, pinched his cheeks. The stone was hard, but he knew he could slide into sleep with little trouble, slide into dreams. He had not truly slept for 3 weeks, as each night the onset of dream state, rapid eye movement, triggered the post-hypnotic suggestions which now formed his dreams. He had not needed the stimulus of the bell for 8 nights now. REM alone triggered the dreams. Were they dreams or memories? Saul no longer knew. The dream memories had become reality. His days with Natalie, preparing, planning, and plotting, were dreams. That is why he felt so calm. The dark, the cold corridor, the naked prisoners, the cell, all this was much closer to his dream reality, the unrelenting, self-induced memories of the camps, than were the hot summer days in Charleston watching Natalie and the child, Justin, Natalie and the dead thing that looked like a child. Saul tried to think of Natalie. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly until they filled with tears, opened them wide, and thought of Natalie. It was 2 days earlier, 3 now, a Thursday, when Natalie had come up with the solution. "Saul," she cried, setting down the maps and turning toward him as they sat at the small table in the motel kitchenette.
We don't have to do this alone. We can have somebody at the extraction while someone else watches in Charleston."
Behind her, blown-up photographs of Dolman Island covered one wall of the kitchen in a grainy mosaic. Saul had shaken his head, too stupid with fatigue to respond to her enthusiasm.
"Oh, they're all gone, Natalie, all dead. Rob, Aaron, Cohen, Meeks will be flying the plane." "No, someone," she said, and slapped her forehead with the heel of her hand. "All these weeks I've been thinking there's someone with a vested interest, and I can get them tomorrow. I won't be seeing Melanie until our Saturday morning session at the park."
She told him then, and 18 hours later he watched as she disembarked from the flight from Philadelphia, a black man on either side of her. Jackson looked older than he had just 6 months earlier, his balding head gleaming under the bright terminal lights, his face set in lines that declared a final, tacit state of neutrality with the world. The youth to Natalie's right might have been an antimatter opposite of Jackson's, tall, skinny, loose-limbed, with a face so fluid that expressions and reactions flowed across it like light on a mercurial surface. The young man's high, loud laughter echoed in the terminal corridor and caused heads to turn. Saul remembered that the man's nickname was Catfish. Later, during the drive into Charleston, Jackson said,
"Lasky, you sure this is Marvin we're talking about?"
"It's Marvin," said Saul, "but he's different."
"Voodoo lady got him good?"
asked Catfish. He was fiddling with the car radio, trying to find a good station.
"Yes,"
said Saul, still not believing that he was talking to anyone besides Natalie about this.
"But there may be a chance we can recover him, rescue him." "Yeah, man, we're gonna do that," said Catfish. "One word to our main men, and Soul Brickyard'll be all over this cracker city like a rubber on a trick's dick, you know?"
No," said Saul.
"That won't work. Natalie must have told you why." "She told us," said Jackson. "But what do you say, Lasky? How long do we wait?"
2 weeks, said Saul.
"One way or the other, it'll be all over in 2 weeks." 2 weeks you got, said Jackson. "Then we'll do whatever we have to do to get Marvin back, whether your part is finished or not."
"It will be finished," said Saul. He looked at the big man sitting in the back seat.
"Jackson, I don't know whether that's your first or last name."
"Last," said Jackson. "I gave up my first name when I came back from Nam. Didn't have any use for it anymore."
"My name ain't really Catfish neither, Lasky," said Catfish. "It's Clarence Arthur Theodore Varsh."
He shook Saul's proffered hand.
"But hey, man," he said with a grin, "bein' 'cause you be a friend of Natalie and all, you can call me Mr. Varsh."
The last day before leaving had been the worst. Saul had been sure that nothing would work. The old lady would not come through with her part of the bargain, or had not been capable of the conditioning she said she had been carrying out for 3 weeks in May, as Justin and Natalie had stared across the river through binoculars. Or Cohen had been mistaken in his information, or had been correct, but the plans had been changed in the intervening months. Or Tony Harrod would not respond to the phone call in early June, or would tell the others once on the island, or would not tell them, but would kill Saul and whomever Melanie Fuller sent as soon as they were out of sight of land. Or he would deliver Saul to the island, and then Melanie Fuller would choose that time to turn on Natalie, slaughtering her while Saul was locked away, awaiting his own death. Then Saturday afternoon arrived, and they were driving south to Savannah, getting set in the parking area near the canal, even before twilight had faded. Natalie and Jackson hid themselves in underbrush 60 yards to the north, Natalie with the rifle they had pulled from the deputy's vehicle in California, and kept separate when they packed away the M16 and most of the C4 explosive. Catfish, Saul, and the thing Justin had referred to as Miss Sewell waited. the two men occasionally drinking coffee from a metal thermos. Once the woman's head had swiveled like the head of a ventriloquist dummy, she stared straight at Saul and said, "I don't know you." Saul said nothing, staring back impassively, trying to imagine the mind behind so many years of mindless violence. Miss Sewell had closed her eyes with the mechanical abruptness of a clockwork owl. No one had spoken again until Tony Harrod arrived shortly before midnight. Saul had thought for a second that the diminutive producer was going to shoot during the long seconds he stood aiming the pistol at Saul's face. Tendons had stood out on Harrod's throat, and Saul could see the trigger finger growing white from tension. Saul had been frightened then, but it was a clean, controllable fear, nothing like the anxiety of the past week or the raging, debilitating fear of the pit and the hopelessness of his nightly dreams. Whatever happened next, Saul had chosen to be there. In the end, Harrod had contented himself with cursing Saul and striking him twice across the face, the second backhanded blow laying open a shallow cut on Saul's right cheek. Saul had not spoken or resisted, and Miss Sewell remained equally impassive. Natalie had orders to fire from ambush only if Harrod actually shot Saul or used another to assault him with intent to kill. Saul and Miss Sewell were put in the back seat of the Mercedes, thin chains wrapped repeatedly around their legs and wrists. Harrod's Eurasian secretary, Saul knew from Harrington's and Cohen's reports that her name was Maria Chen, was efficient, but careful not to shut off circulation as she pulled the chains tight and set the small locks in place. Saul looked at her quizzically, wondering what had brought her here, what motivated her. He suspected that this had always been the downfall of his people, the eternal Jewish quest for understanding, motivation, and the reasons for things, endless Talmudic debates over nuance, even as their shallow and efficient enemies chained them securely and carried them off to the ovens. Their murderers never worried about the questions of means versus ends, or morality, as long as the trains ran on time and the paperwork was properly done. Saul Lasky jerked awake just before his slide into the REM state triggered his dreams. He had entered 100 of the biographies Simon Wiesenthal had provided into the catalog of hypnotically induced personas, but only a dozen kept recurring in the dreams he had conditioned himself to have. He did not dream their faces, despite his hours staring at photographs at Yad Vashem and Lohame HaGetaot, because he was looking through their eyes. But the landscapes of their lives, dormitories and workhouses, barbed wire and staring faces, had again become the true landscape of Saul Lasky's existence. He realized, as he lay in the stone niche under the rock of Dolman Island, that he had never really left the landscape of the death camp. In truth, it was the only country of which he was a true citizen. He knew then, as he teetered on the brink of sleep, whose dreams would claim him that night. Shalom Krajek, a man whose face and life he had memorized, but which were lost to him now that the details had become induced reality, data lost in the haze of true memories. Saul had never been to the Warsaw Ghetto, but he remembered it nightly now, the line of refugees fleeing the fires through the sewers, excrement tumbling onto them as they crawled through black and narrowing pipes one at a time, cursing and praying that no one ahead of them would die and block their way, as scores of panicked men and women scraped and crawled and forced their way into the Aryan sewers, beyond the wall and the wire and lines of panzers. Krajek leading his 9-year-old grandson Leon through the Aryan sewers where Aryan excrement rained down on them and floated around them as the water rose, choking them, drowning them. Then, light ahead, and Krajek was leading no one, crawling alone into the Aryan sunlight, but turning, forcing his body back into that narrow, stinking hole after 14 days in the dark sewers, going back to find Leon. Knowing that this would be the first of his dreams that were not dreams, Saul accepted it, and slept. 62, Dolman Island, Sunday, June 14th, 1981. Tony Harrod watched Willie arrive an hour before sunset on Sunday, the twin-engined executive jet setting down on a smooth runway painted with the shadows of tall oaks. Barrett, Sutter, and Kepler joined Harrod in the small air-conditioned terminal at the end of the taxi apron. Harrod was so sure that Willie would not be on the plane that when the familiar faces of Tom Reynolds, Jensen Luhar, and then Willie Borden himself appeared, Harrod almost gasped in surprise. No one else seemed shocked. Joseph Kepler made the introductions as if he were an old friend of Willie's. Jimmy Wayne Sutter bowed and smiled enigmatically as he shook Willie's hand. Harrod could only stare as they shook hands, and Willie said, "You see, my friend Tony, paradise is an island." Barrett was more than gracious as he pumped Willie's hand in welcome, grasping the producer's elbow in a politician's grip. Willie was dressed in evening clothes, black tie and tails. "This is a long overdue pleasure," Barrett grinned, not releasing Willie's hand. "Yeah," said Willie, smiling. "It is." The entourage moved to the manse in a convoy of golf carts, picking up aides and bodyguards as they went. Maria Chen greeted Willie in the great hall, kissing him on each cheek and beaming at him. "Bill, we're so glad that you're back. We missed you terribly." Willie nodded. "I have missed your beauty and your wit, my dear," he said, and kissed her hand. "Should you ever get tired of Tony's poor manners, please consider my employ." His pale eyes sparkled. Maria Chen laughed and squeezed his hand. "I hope we all will be working together soon," she said. "Yeah, perhaps very soon," said Willie, and took her arm as they followed Barrett and the others into the dining room. Dinner was a banquet that lasted until well after 9. There were more than 20 people at the dinner table. Only Tony Harrod had brought a single aide, but afterward, when Barrett led the way to the game room in the empty west wing, there were just the 5 of them. "We don't start right away, do we?" asked Harrod with some alarm. He had no idea whether he could use the woman he'd brought from Savannah, and he had not even seen the other surrogates. "No, not yet," said Barrett. "It is customary to conduct Island Club business in the game room before choosing the surrogates for tonight's game." Harrod looked around. The room was impressive, part library, part Victorian English club, and part executive boardroom. 2 walls of books with balconies and ladders, leather chairs with softly glowing lamps, separate snooker and pool tables, and, near the far wall, a massive circular green-baized table illuminated by a single hanging lamp. 5 leather wing-back chairs sat in the shadows around the circumference of the table. Barrett touched a button on a recessed panel, and heavy curtains silently drew back to reveal 30 feet of window, looking down on flood-lit gardens and the long tunnel of Live Oak Lane. Harrod was sure that the faintly polarized glass was opaque from the outside and quite bulletproof. Barrett held his hand out palm up, as if presenting the room and the view to Willie Borden. Willie nodded and sat in the nearest leather chair. The overhead lighting transformed his face into a lined mask and set his eyes in pools of darkness. "Yeah, very nice," he said. "Whose chair is this?" "It was, Mr. Trask's," said Barrett. "It seems fitting that it is now yours." The others sat, Sutter pointing Harrod to the proper chair. Harrod sank into the aged, luxurious leather, folded his hands on the baize tabletop, and thought of Charles Colbin's body feeding fish for the 3 days, until they had found it in the dark waters of the Schuylkill River. "Not a bad clubhouse," he said. "What do we do now, learn the secret oath and sing songs?" Barrett chuckled indulgently and looked around the circle. "The 27th annual session of the Island Club is now convened,"
he said. "Is there any old business?" Silence. "New business that needs to be dealt with tonight?" "Will there be other plenary sessions when new business can be discussed?" asked Willie. "Of course," said Kepler. "Anyone can call a session at any time this week, except when the games are actually in progress." Willie nodded. "In that case, I will save my new business until a future session." He smiled at Barrent, his teeth glowing yellowly in the harsh light from above. "I must remember my place as a new member and act accordingly, nicht wahr?" "Not at all," said Barrent. "We are all equal around this table, peers and friends." Barrent looked directly at Herod for the first time. "There being no new business tonight, is everyone ready to tour the surrogate pens and make their choices for tonight?" Herod nodded, but Willie spoke up. "I would like to use one of my own people." Kepler frowned slightly. "Bill, I don't know if... you can if you wish, but we try to avoid using our, permanent people. The chance of winning all 5 nights is, quite low, really, and we want to avoid offending anyone or having him depart with bad feelings because of, losing a valuable resource." "Yeah, I understand," said Willie. "But I still would prefer to use one of my own. It is allowed, yes?" "Yep," said Jimmy Wayne Sutter. "But you have to have him inspected and kept in the surrogate pens just like the others if he survives tonight." "Agreed," said Willie. He smiled again, increasing Herod's impression that he was listening to an eyeless skull speak. "It is nice of you to humor an old man. Shall we see the pens and choose the pieces for tonight's game?" It was the first time Herod had been north of the security zone. The underground complex surprised him, even though he had known there must be a security headquarters somewhere on the island. Although 25 or 30 men in coveralls were visible at guard posts and monitoring rooms, the security seemed almost non-existent compared to the crush of bodyguards during summer camp week. Herod realized that the bulk of Barrent's security force must be at sea, billeted on the yacht or the picket ships, concentrating on keeping people away from the island. He wondered what these guards thought of the surrogate pens and the games. Herod had worked in Hollywood for 2 decades. He knew that there was nothing people would not do to other people if the price was right. Sometimes they would line up to do it for free. Herod doubted that Barrent would have had trouble finding people for this kind of work, even without his unique ability. The pens were strange, carved into native rock in a corridor much older and narrower than the rest of the complex. He followed the others past the shelves holding curled, naked forms, and thought for the 20th time that this was real B-movie stuff. If a writer had presented Herod with a treatment like this, he would have strangled the dumb bastard, and then had him posthumously kicked out of the guild. "These holding pens predate the original Vanderhoof plantation, and even the older Dubose place," Barrent was saying. "An archaeologist historian I employed theorized that these particular cells were used by the Spanish to house rebellious elements of the island Indian population, although the Spanish rarely established bases this far north. The cells, at any rate, were carved out prior to 1600 A.D. It is interesting to contemplate the fact that Christopher Columbus was the first slave master of this hemisphere. He shipped several thousand Indians to Europe and enslaved or killed many thousands more on the islands themselves. He might have wiped out the entire indigenous population if the Pope had not intervened with threats of excommunication." "The Pope probably stopped it because he wasn't getting a big enough share of the action," said Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter.
Can we pick from any of these?
Any except the two Mr. Herod brought in last night, said Barrent. I presume they are for your personal use, Tony?
Yeah, said Herod. Kepler came closer and jostled Herod's elbow.
Jimmy tells me one of them is a man, Tony. Are you changing your preferences, or is this a special friend of yours?
Herod looked at Joseph Kepler's perfectly trimmed hair, perfect teeth, and perfectly tanned skin, and seriously considered reducing the arrangement to something less than perfection. He said nothing. Willie raised an eyebrow.
A male surrogate, Tony. I leave for only a few weeks, and you surprise me. Where is this man you will use?
Herod stared at the old producer, but could detect no message in Willie's countenance.
Down there somewhere,
he said, gesturing vaguely down the full length of the corridor. The group spread out, inspecting bodies like judges at a dog show. Either someone had warned the prisoners to stay quiet, or the mere presence of the five quelled any noise immediately, for the only sounds were the echoes of footsteps and a slight trickle of water from the darkest unused section of the ancient tunnel. Herod was nervous, going from niche to niche in search of the two he had brought from Savannah. Was Willie playing with him again, Herod wondered, or had he been off on his assessment about what was going on? No, goddammit, it made no sense for any of the others to have him smuggle specially conditioned surrogates onto the island, unless Kepler or Sutter were up to something, or Barrent was playing an especially cute game, or unless it was simply a trap to discredit him. Herod felt sick. He hurried down the corridor, peering through bars at white, frightened faces, wondering if his own looked as terrified.
"Tony,"
said Willie from 20 paces down the tunnel. There was the snap of command in his voice.
"Is this your male surrogate?"
Herod hurried over and stared at the man lying on the chest-high ledge. The shadows were deep. Gray stubble outlined the man's gaunt cheeks, but Herod was sure it was the man he had brought from Savannah. What the hell was Willie up to? Willie leaned closer to the bars. The man stared back, eyes red from being awakened. Something beyond recognition seemed to pass between the two.
"Willkommen in der Hölle, mein Bauer,"
Willie said to the man.
"Geh zum Teufel, Oberst,"
said the prisoner through gritted teeth. Willie laughed, the noise echoing in the narrow corridor, and Herod knew that he had royally fucked up. Unless Willie was jerking him around. Barrent came up to them, his blow-dried gray hair glowing softly in the light from a bare 60-watt bulb.
"Is there something funny, gentlemen?"
Willie clapped Tony on the shoulder and smiled at Barrent.
"A little joke that my protégé was telling me, see, Arnold? Nothing more."
Barrent looked at both of them, nodded, and moved away down the narrow corridor. Still holding Herod's shoulder, Willie squeezed until Herod grimaced with pain.
"I hope you know what you are doing, Tony,"
Willie hissed, his face red.
"We will talk later."
Willie turned and followed Barrent and the others toward the security complex. Shaken, Herod looked at the man he had been sure was Willie's pawn. Naked, his pale face almost swallowed by shadows, curled on cold stone behind steel bars, the man seemed old, frail, and all but worn away by age and hard times. A livid scar ran the length of his left forearm, and his ribs were clearly visible. To Herod, the old man seemed harmless enough, the only possible sense of threat coming from the visible glare of defiance smoldering in the large, sad eyes.
"Tony,"
called the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter,
"hurry and choose your surrogates. We want to return to the manse and begin our play."
Herod nodded, took a last look at the man behind bars, and moved away, peering intently at faces, trying to find a woman young enough and strong enough, yet easy to dominate for the night's activities.
63. Melanie. Willie was alive. Staring through Miss Sewell's eyes, I looked up through the bars of the cage and recognized him at once, even with the light bulb behind his head throwing a halo of harsh light around his remaining white wisps of weasel fur hair. Willie alive. Nina had not been lying to me about that, at least. I understood almost none of this. Nina and I bringing our sacrificial victims to this vicious feast, while Willie, whose life Nina claimed was in imminent danger, laughed and moved freely among his nominal captors. Willie looked almost the same, perhaps a bit more marked by his self-indulgences than he had been 6 months earlier. When his face first became clear in the stark light and deep shadow of the corridor, I had Miss Sewell turn away, pulling back into the shadows of her cell before I realized how silly that was. Willie spoke in German to the man Nina's negress had called Saul, welcoming him to hell. The man had told Willie to go to the devil. Willie had laughed and said something to a younger man with reptilian eyes, and then a very handsome gentleman came up. Willie addressed him as C. Arnold, and I knew that this must be the legendary Mr. Barrent that Miss Sewell had done research on. Even in the harsh light and the squalid surroundings of this tunnel, I could tell at once that here was a man of noble bearing and refinement. His voice held the educated Cambridge accent of my beloved Charles. His dark blazer was exquisitely tailored, and if Miss Sewell's research was correct, he was one of the 8 richest men in the world. I suspected that this was a man who could appreciate my own maturity and genteel upbringing, someone who would understand me. I had Miss Sewell move closer to the bars, look up, and half close her eyes with a provocative lowering of lashes. Mr. Barrent did not seem to notice. He walked away even before Willie and his young friend left. "What's going on?" asked Nina's negress, the one who had called herself Natalie. I had Justin turned toward her in anger. "See for yourself." "I can't right now," said the colored girl. "As I explained before, at this distance the contact is imperfect." The girl's eyes were luminous in the candlelight as we sat in the parlor. I could see no trace of Nina's corn silk blue in those muddy brown irises. "Then how can you keep control, my dear?" I asked, Justin's slight lisp making my voice even sweeter than I had intended. "Conditioning," said Nina's cat's paw. "What is going on?" I sighed. "We are still in the little cells. Willie was just here." "Willie?" cried the girl. "Why so surprised, Nina? You yourself told me that Willie had been ordered to be there. Were you lying when you said that you have been in touch with him?" "Of course not," snapped the girl, recovering her composure in that quick, sure way that did remind me of Nina. "But I've not seen him in some time. Does he look well?" "No," I snapped. I hesitated, decided to test her. "Mr. Barrent was there," I said. "Oh?" "He is very impressive." "Yes, he is, isn't he?" Was there a hint of coyness there? "I see why you allowed him to talk to you into betraying me, Nina, dear," I said. "Did you sleep with him?" I hated the absurd aphorism, but I could think of no less crude way to confront her with the question. The colored girl merely stared at me, and for the 100th time I silently cursed Nina for using this servant in place of a person I could treat as an equal. Even the loathsome Miss Barrett Kramer would have been preferable as an interlocutor. We sat in silence for some time, the negress lost in whatever reverie Nina placed in her head, and my own attention divided among my new family, Miss Sewell's limited sensory impressions of cold stone and the empty corridor, Justin's careful monitoring of Nina's cat's paw, and the final, most tenuous of touches in the mind of our new friend at sea. This final contact was by far the hardest to maintain, not merely because of distance, for distance had ceased to be much of an obstacle since my illness, but because the connection had to remain subtle to the point of invisibility until that moment when Nina decreed otherwise. Or so she thought. I had accepted the challenge because of my need to play along with Nina at the time, and because of her somewhat childish taunt that it would not be possible for me to establish and maintain such a contact with someone I had seen only through binoculars. But now that I had proven my point, I had little need to follow the rest of Nina's plan. This was especially true now that I better understood the severe limitations that death had placed on Nina's ability. I doubt if she could have used someone at a distance of almost 200 miles before our disagreement 6 months earlier in Charleston, but I was sure that she would not have revealed her weakness or placed herself in a situation where she was in any way dependent upon me, as she was dependent now. The negress sat in my parlor, wearing a loose and strangely lumpy sweater over her drab dress, and to all intents and purposes Nina was blind and deaf. Whatever happened on the island would be known to her now, I was increasingly convinced, only if I told her. I did not believe for a second when she said that she had intermittent control over the cat's paw called Saul. I had touched his mind for the merest fraction of a second during the boat trip out, and although I glimpsed the resonances of someone who had been used, massively used at some time in the past, and also sensed something else, something layered and latent and potentially dangerous, as if Nina had booby-trapped his mind in some inexplicable manner. I also sensed that this was a person not under her present control. I knew how limited the use of even the most adequately conditioned cat's paw was when conditions changed or unexpected contingencies arose. Of all of our merry trio through years past, I had held the honor of having the strongest ability when it came to conditioning my people. Nina had teased me that it was because I was afraid to move on to new conquests. Willie had been contemptuous of any sort of long-term relationship, moving from cat's paw to cat's paw with the same shallow alacrity he moved from one bed partner to the next. No. Nina was doomed to disappointment if she hoped to be effective on the island only through a conditioned instrument. And at this point, I felt the balance shift between us, after all these years, so that the next move would be mine to make at my own choosing of time and place and circumstance. But I did so want to know where Nina was. The negress in my parlor, in the parlor, Father would have died, sipped her tea in the mindless ignorance of the fact that as soon as I had an alternate route of tracing Nina's whereabouts, this particular colored instrument of my embarrassment would be eliminated in such a way that even Nina would be impressed with my originality. I could wait. Every hour improved the strength of my position and weakened Nina's. The grandfather clock in the hall had just struck 11. Justin was on the verge of dozing when the jailers in their drab overalls crashed open the ancient iron door at the end of the corridor and hydraulically raised the bars on 5 cages. Miss Sewell's cell was not one opened, nor was Nina's cat's paws on the niche above. I watched the 4 men and 1 woman walk by, obviously already being used, and I realized with a strong shock of recognition that the tall, heavily muscled Negro was the one Willie had shown difficulty handling at our last reunion. Jensen something. I was curious. Using every last shred of my enhanced ability, dimming my awareness of Justin, the family, the man asleep in his small, softly pitching wardroom, everyone, even myself, I was able to project myself to one of the guards with enough control to receive at least dim sensory impressions, somewhat like watching a dull reflection of a poorly tuned television, while the group walked the length of the corridor, past the iron doors and ancient portcullis, passed down the same subterranean avenue we had entered by, and climbed the long, dark ramp toward the smell of rotting vegetation and the tropical night.
64, Dolman Island, Monday, June 15, 1981. On the second night, Herod had no choice but to try to use the man he had brought from Savannah. The first night had been a nightmare for him. It had been very difficult to control the woman he had chosen, a tall, solid, strong-jawed Amazon with small breasts and hair chopped off in an unappealing manner, one of Sutter's born-again street people that he kept isolated and well-fed each year at the Bible Outreach Institute until the Island Club needed a surrogate. But she was a poor surrogate. Herod had to use every ounce of his ability just to get her to walk with the 4 male surrogates to the clearing 50 yards beyond the north fence of the security zone. A large pentagram had been burned into the soil there with a chalked circle at each point of the star. The other 4 took their places, Jensen Luhar walking to his circle with strong, sure strides, and waited while Herod's female staggered drunkenly to her place. Herod knew there were many excuses. He was used to controlling women at closer, more intimate distances. This one was far too masculine for his tastes, and, not the least of factors, he was terrified. The other men at the great round table in the game room sat comfortably in their chairs as Herod fidgeted and squirmed, fighting to keep contact with the woman and move her to the right place. When he did have her standing still in the approximate center of her circle, he returned his attention to the room and nodded, wiping sweat from his cheek and brow. "Very well," said C. Arnold Barrent with more than a hint of condescension in his voice. "We appear to be ready. You all know the rules. If anyone survives until sunrise but fails to make a kill, 15 points will be awarded, but the surrogate will be terminated. If your surrogate amasses 100 points by eliminating the others before sunrise, he, or she, may be used in tomorrow night's game if you so choose. Is this clear to our new players?" Willie smiled. Herod nodded tersely. "Just a reminder," said Kepler, resting his forearm on the deep vase and turning toward Herod. "If your surrogate is removed early, you may watch the rest of the game from the monitor room next door. There are more than 70 cameras on the northern part of the island. The coverage is quite good." "Not as good as remaining in the game, though," said Sutter. A film of perspiration beaded the minister's forehead and upper lip. "Gentlemen," said Barrent, "if we are quite ready, the star shell will be fired in 30 seconds. At its signal, we will commence." The first night was a nightmare for Herod. The others had closed their eyes and taken immediate control, while he had struggled just to re-establish full contact during most of the 30-second preparatory period. Then he was in her mind, feeling the jungle breeze on her bare skin, sensing as her small nipples rose in the cool night air, and becoming vaguely aware that Jensen Luhar was leaning from his circle 10 feet away, pointing at her, at Herod, and saying with that peculiar leering smile of Willie's, "You will be last, Tony. I will save you for last." Then the red flare exploded 300 feet above the canopy of palmetto fronds. The 4 men moved, and Herod turned his surrogate and had her flee headfirst into the jungle to the north. Hours passed in a fever dream of branches and insects and the adrenaline rush of fear, his and his surrogates', and an endless headlong stumbling rush through jungle and swamp. Several times he had been sure that he was almost to the north end of the island, only to emerge from trees to find the line of the security zone fence ahead of him. He tried to develop a strategy, create some enthusiasm for a course of action, but all he could do as the hours eroded toward morning was block his reception of pain from his surrogate's bleeding feet and skin lacerated from 1,000 branches, and have her flee, a heavy stick held uselessly in her hands. The game was not 30 minutes old when Herod heard the first scream in the night, not 50 feet from where he had hidden her in a small canebrake. When he had his surrogate emerge 10 minutes later, crawling on all fours, he saw the corpse of the heavy-set blond man Sutter had been using, the handsome face staring into the dirt on a neck twisted 180 degrees from the front of the body. Hours later, shortly after he emerged from a swamp infested with snakes, Herod's surrogate screamed as Kepler's tall, thin Puerto Rican leaped from cover and struck her repeatedly with a heavy branch. Herod felt her go down and rolled her to one side, but not in time as a second blow landed across her back. Herod blocked the pain, but felt the stunning numbness spread through her as the Puerto Rican, laughing insanely, raised the blunt limb for a final blow. The javelin, a peeled and sharpened sapling, flew out of the darkness to pierce the Puerto Rican's throat, 14 inches of bloodied spear point protruding where the man's Adam's apple had been a second before. Kepler's surrogate clutched at his neck, went to his knees, fell sideways into a thick nest of ferns, kicked twice, and died. Herod forced his woman to all fours, then to one knee, as Jensen Luhar walked into the clearing, pulled the crude spear from the corpse's neck, and lifted the dripping point to within inches of her eyes. "One more, Tony," said the huge black man with a smile that gleamed in the starlight. "Then it is your turn. Enjoy the hunt, mein Freund." Luhar tapped Herod's surrogate once on the shoulder and was gone, blending into the night. Herod had her run along the narrow beach, heedless of the threat of being seen, stumbling over rocks and roots in the narrow strip of dirt, falling into the surf where there was no beach, always moving farther away from where he thought Luhar might be, where Willie might be. He had not seen Barrett's man with the crew cut and wrestler's physique since the beginning of the game, but knew instinctively that the surrogate would have no chance against Luhar. Herod found a perfect place to hide, deep in the vine-filled ruins of the old slave plantation. He made his surrogate wedge her bruised and torn body deep in the web of leaves, trailers, ferns, and old beams along a burned-out wall in the deepest corner of the ruins. He would not receive any points for a kill, but the 15 points for surviving until sunrise would put him on the board, and he would not have to be with his surrogate when Barrett's security patrol terminated her. It was almost dawn, and Herod and his surrogate were on the verge of dozing, staring dazedly up through a hole in the foliage at a small patch of sky in which clouds and dimming stars exchanged places, when Jensen Luhar's face appeared there, the grin grown wide and cannibalistic. Herod screamed as the huge hand descended, dragging her up by her hair, throwing her into the sharp-edged pile of rubble at the far end of the slave house. "Game is over, Tony," said Luhar Willie, his black body, oiled in sweat and blood, blocking out the stars as he leaned over Herod. Herod's surrogate was beaten and raped before Luhar grabbed her face and the back of her head and snapped her neck with a single sharp twist. Only the kill added points to Willie's score. The rape was permitted, but irrelevant. The game clock showed that Herod's surrogate died 2 minutes and 10 seconds before sunrise, thus denying him his 15 points. The players slept late on Monday. Herod awoke last, showering and shaving in a daze, and going down to an elaborate buffet brunch shortly before noon. There was laughter and storytelling among the other 4 players, everyone congratulating Willie, Kepler laughingly vowing revenge in that night's play, Sutter talking about beginner's luck, and Barrett being his sincere, smiling self while telling Willie how good it was to have him aboard. Herod took 2 Bloody Marys from the man at the bar and sat in a remote corner to brood. Jimmy Wayne Sutter talked to him first, approaching across an expanse of black and white tile while Herod was working on his 3rd Bloody Mary. "Anthony, my boy," said Sutter as they stood alone by the broad doors to the terrace that looked down a long swale to the sea cliffs, "you'll have to do better tonight. Brother Christian and the others are looking for style and enthusiasm, not necessarily points. Use the man tonight, Anthony, and show them that they made the right decision letting you into the club." Herod had stared and said nothing. Kepler approached him while they were all touring the summer camp facilities for Willie's edification. Kepler bounded up the last 10 steps of the amphitheater and gave Herod his Charlton Heston grin. "Not bad, Herod," he said. "Almost made it to sunup. But let me give you a little advice, okay, kid? Mr. Barrett and the others want to see a little initiative. You brought your own male surrogate along. Use him tonight, if you can." Barrett had Herod ride with him in his electric cart as they returned to the manse. "Tony," said the billionaire, smiling softly at Herod's sullen silence, "we're very pleased you've joined us this year. I think it might sit well with the other players if you worked with a male surrogate as soon as possible, but only if you want to, of course. There's no hurry." They rode in silence to the estate. Willie came last, confronting Herod as he left the manse to join Maria Chen on the beach in the hour before the evening meal. Herod had slipped out a side door and was finding his way through winding garden paths recessed below ground level, the maze further complicated by high banks of ferns and flowers, when he crossed a small ornamental bridge, turned left through a miniature Zen garden, and came across Willie sitting on a long white bench, looking like a pale spider in an iron web. Tom Reynolds stood behind the bench, his dull eyes, lank blonde hair, and long fingers making Herod think, not for the first time, that Willie's second-favorite catspaw looked like a rock star turned executioner. "Tony," murmured Willie in his husky, accented tones, "it is time we talked." "Not now," said Herod, and started to pass. Reynolds slid sideways to block his path. "Do you know what you are doing, Tony?" Willie asked softly. "Do you?" snapped Herod, knowing instantly how feeble it sounded, wanting only to be away from there. "Yeah," murmured Willie, "I do. And if you tamper with things now, you will be destroying years of effort and planning." Herod looked around, realizing that they were out of sight of the manse and of the security cameras in this flowered cul-de-sac. He would not retrace his steps to the estate, and Reynolds still blocked the way out. "Look," Herod said, hearing his voice rise with tension, "I don't give a fuck about any of this, and I don't have the least fucking idea what you're talking about, and I just don't fucking want to be involved, okay?" Willie smiled. His eyes did not seem human. "Yeah, that is very well, Tony. But we are in the final moves here, and I will not be interfered with. Is that clear?" Something in his former partner's voice made Herod more afraid than he had ever been in his life. He could not speak for a moment. Willie's tone changed, becoming almost conversational. "I presume you found my Jew when I was finished with him in Philadelphia," he said. "Either you or Barrett. It does not matter, even if they ordered you to play this gambit for them." Herod started to speak, but Willie held up his hand and silenced him. "Play the Jew tonight, Tony. I have no further use for him, and I do have a place for you in my plans after this week, if you offer no complications beyond this point. Klar? Is this clear, Tony?" The slate-colored executioner's eyes bored into Herod's brain. "It's clear," managed Herod. In a second's vivid hallucinatory vision, Herod realized that Willie Borden, Wilhelm von Borchert, was dead, that Herod was staring at a corpse, and that it was not just a skull smiling at him like something sculpted from sharp-edged bone, but a skull that was a repository of millions of other skulls, with a shark-toothed maw that breathed out the stink of the charnel house and the mass grave. "Sehr gut," said Willie. "I will see you later, Tony, in the game room." Reynolds moved aside with the same simulacrum of Willie's smile that Herod had seen on Jensen Luhar's face the night before, Seconds before the black snapped the neck of Herod's surrogate. Herod went down to the beach and joined Maria Chen. He could not stop shivering, even on the hot sand in the glare of the hot sun. Maria Chen touched his arm. "Tony?" "Fuck it," he said, his teeth chattering violently. "Fuck it! They can have the Jew. Whoever's behind it, whatever they're doing, they can have him tonight. Fuck it. Fuck them. Fuck them all." The banquet on the second night was subdued, as if each of them was contemplating the hours ahead. All but Herod and Willie had visited the surrogate pens earlier in the day, choosing their favorites with the care usually given to inspecting thoroughbred racehorses. Barrett let it be known at dinner that he would be using a Jamaican deaf mute that he had brought and submitted for inspection, a man who had fled his home islands after murdering 4 men in a family feud. Kepler took some time in choosing his second surrogate, giving special attention to the younger men, twice passing Saul's cage without looking carefully. In the end, he chose one of Sutter's born-again street orphans, a tall, lean boy with strong legs and shoulder-length hair. "A greyhound," Kepler said at dinner. "A greyhound with teeth." Sutter also relied on a conditioned cat's paw this second night, announcing that he would be using a man named Amos who had served him as a personal bodyguard at the Bible Outreach Center for 2 years. Amos was a short, powerful-looking man with a bandit's mustache and a linebacker's neck and shoulders. Willie appeared to be content to use Jensen Luhar a second night. Herod said only that he would be using a man, the Jew, and took part in none of the rest of the conversation that evening. Barrett and Kepler had made bets of more than $10,000 on the outcome of the previous night's game, and they doubled it this night. All agreed that the stakes had grown unusually high, the competition unusually fierce, for only the second night of the tournament. The sunset Monday night was obscured by clouds, and Barrett announced that the barometer was dropping rapidly as a storm approached from the southeast. At 10:30 p.m., they adjourned from the dinner table, left bodyguards and aides behind, and took the teak-lined private elevator to the game room. Behind locked doors, the single hanging light shone on the great green table and turned the 5 faces to shadowed masks. Through the long window, lightning was visible as it rippled along the horizon. Barrett had ordered the compound and garden floodlights switched off so as not to compete with the storm's splendor, and now all eyes were on the lightning in the lull before Barrett said, "The star shell will be fired in 30 seconds. At its signal, we will commence." 4 of them closed their eyes, faces tense with expectation. Herod turned to watch the white flashes to the southeast show silhouettes of trees along Live Oak Lane and illuminate the interiors of the blue-black storm clouds themselves. He had no idea what would happen when they removed the bars holding the Jew named Saul. Herod had no intention of touching the man's mind, and without a surrogate he would be out of touch with the night's events. It suited Herod perfectly. Whatever was going on, whoever was stacking the proverbial deck by bringing in the Jew, however they planned to use their advantage, it meant very little to Tony Herod. He knew that he would have nothing to do with the events of the next 6 hours, that this was one game he would sit out completely. Of that he was sure. Herod never had been so wrong. 65. Dolman Island, Monday, June 15, 1981. Saul had been imprisoned in the tiny cell for more than 24 hours when a mechanism in the stone walls whined and the steel bars slid up. For a second, he did not know what to do. He had been strangely at ease with his imprisonment, almost content, as if 40 superfluous years had slipped away, returning him to the essential moments of his life. For 20 hours he lay in the cold stone niche and thought about life, remembering in complete detail the evening walks with Natalie near the farm at Caesarea, the sunlight on the sand and bricks, and the lazy green swells from the Mediterranean. He remembered conversations and laughter, confidences and tears, and when he slept, the dreams took him immediately, carrying him to other affirmations of life in the face of brutal abnegations. Guards slipped food through the slot twice a day, and Saul ate it. The low plastic trays were filled with dehydrated, freeze-dried stews, meat, and noodles, astronaut food. Saul did not wonder at the irony of the space shuttle meals in a 17th-century slave pen. He ate everything, drank the water, and continued with his exercises to keep his muscles from cramping, his body from growing too chilled. His one great concern was for Natalie. Each had known for months what they would have to do, and how alone they would have to be to do it. But the actual parting had held the flavor of finality. Saul thought of the sunlight on his father's back, Joseph's arm over his father's shoulder. Saul lay in the darkness that smelled of 4 centuries of fear, and he thought about courage. He thought about the Africans and American natives that had lain in these very stone cages, smelling, as he was smelling, the scent of human hopelessness, not knowing that they would prevail, their descendants demanding the light and freedom and dignity denied those who awaited death or chains there. He closed his eyes and immediately saw the cattle cars rolling into Sobibor, the emaciated bodies intertwined, cold corpses huddling for a warmth that could not be found. But even through that image of frozen flesh and accusing eyes, he also saw the young Sabra of the kibbutzim going out for morning work in the orchards, or arming themselves for evening perimeter patrol, their eyes stern and confident, too confident perhaps, but alive, so very alive, their very existence an answer to the questioning eyes of the cattle car corpses being pried from one another on a frost-lined siding in 1944. Saul worried about Natalie, and was afraid for himself, terribly afraid, with the testes raising fear of blades approaching the eyes and cold steel in the mouth. But he recognized the fear and welcomed it back, knowing very well that it had never left, and let it flow through him and past him rather than over him. 1,000 times he rehearsed what he wanted to do and what might stop him. He reviewed his options. He considered courses of action should Natalie keep the old woman on track precisely as planned, and other actions in the more probable event that Melanie Fuller would act as unpredictably as her madness predicted. If Natalie died, he would go ahead. If nothing went as planned, he would go ahead. If there was no hope at all, he would go ahead. Saul lay in the dark crack in cold stone and thought about life and contemplated death, his own and others. He reviewed every possible contingency and then invented more. And even then, when the bars slid up and out of sight and the 4 others stirred and slid from their recesses and walked toward the distant opening, Saul Lasky, for an eternal minute, did not know what to do. Then he slid from his own niche and stood. The stone floor was cold under his bare feet. The thing that had been Constance Sewell stared up at him through steel bars and a veil of tangled hair. Saul hurried to follow the others toward the doorway into darkness. Tony Herod sat in the game room and stared from under lowered lids at the faces of the 4 men awaiting the beginning of the night's competition. Barrett's face was calm and composed, his fingers steepled beneath his lower lip, a slight smile moving the muscles at the corners of his mouth. Kepler's head tilted back as he frowned with the effort of concentration. Jimmy Wayne Sutter sat forward, arms on the green baize of the table, sweat on his furrowed forehead and long upper lip. Willie sat back so deeply in his chair that the light touched only brow, sharp cheeks, and the blade of his nose. Still, Herod had the strong impression that Willie's eyes were open, staring at him. Herod himself felt panic rise in him as he realized the absurdity of his position. There was no way he could know what was going on. He did not wish to even try to touch the Jew surrogate's consciousness, and knew that even if he did try, whoever was controlling the Jew would not allow him access. Herod scanned the faces a final time. Who could be handling 2 surrogates at once? Logic dictated that it had to be Willie. Both motive and the extent of the old man's ability suggested it. But then, why the ruse in the garden? Herod was confused and frightened. It was little consolation at that moment that Maria Chen was waiting downstairs, or that she had smuggled her gun onto the boat waiting at the island's dock, should there be need for a sudden departure.
"What the goddamned hell?"
shouted Joseph Kepler. All four men had opened their eyes and were staring at Herod. Willie leaned forward into the light, his face a reddened mask of fury.
"What are you doing, Tony?"
The cold glare swept over the other men.
"Or is it, Tony? Is this the way you play your games of honor?"
"Wait, wait!" cried Sutter, his eyes closed again. "Look, he's running. We can, all of us together." Barron's eyes had snapped open like a predator waking for the night's stalk.
"Of course," he said softly, fingers still steepled. "Lasky the psychiatrist. I should have noticed earlier. The lack of a beard fooled me. Whoever thought of this has a very poor sense of what constitutes a prank."
"Prank my ass," said Kepler, his eyes tightly shut again. "Get him." Barrent shook his head. "No, gentlemen, because of the irregularities here, tonight's competition is cancelled. The security forces will bring Lasky in."
"Nein,"
snapped Willie.
"He is mine."
Barrent was still smiling as he swiveled to face Willie.
"Yes, he may well be yours. We shall see. In the meantime, I have already pressed the button that notifies security. They monitor the opening of the game and will know whom to seek. You may aid in the capture if you wish, Herr Borden, but see to it that the psychiatrist does not die before interrogation."
Willie made a sound amazingly like a snarl and closed his eyes. Barrent turned his deadly placid gaze toward Herod. Saul had followed the other four surrogates up the ramp and outside into a tropical night thick with humidity and the oppressive threat of a storm. No stars were visible, but lightning flashes showed trees in a cleared area north of the security zone. He stumbled once, falling to his knees, but rising quickly and moving forward. There was a huge pentagram emblazoned there, and the other surrogates already had taken their places at the points of the star. Saul debated making a break for it then, but two guards with M16s and night scopes were visible across the security zone each time the lightning flashed. He would wait. Saul had to take the empty circle between Jensen Luhar and a tall, thin young man with long hair. Somehow it seemed appropriate that all of them were naked. Saul was the only one of the five who was not in superb physical condition. Jensen Luhar's head swiveled as if it was on a turntable.
"If you can hear me, my little pawn," it said in German, "I will say goodbye. I do not kill you in anger. It will be quick."
Luhar's head turned back to the sky, watching, as were the others, for some sort of signal. The flashes of lightning etched the black man's powerful profile in liquid silver. Saul pivoted, cocked his arm, and hurled the palm-sized stone he had picked up when he had deliberately fallen to his knees a minute before. The rock caught Luhar just behind his left ear, and the big man went down at once. Saul turned and ran. He was through the bushes and into the tropical forest before the other three surrogates had done anything but turn to watch him go. There were no shots. His first 5 minutes of running were sheer, mindless flight, with pine needles and fallen palmetto fronds pricking his bare feet, branches and undergrowth raking at his ribs, and his breath rasping in his throat. Then he controlled himself to the point of pausing, crouching at the fringes of a small canebrake, and listening. To his left he could hear the lap of waves and a more distant sound of powerful outboard motors. A strange rasping could have been the sound of electric bullhorns bleeding across the water, but the words were indistinct. Saul closed his eyes and tried to picture the maps and photo montage of the island, remembering the many hours in the motel kitchenette with Natalie. It was more than 4 miles, almost 5, to the northern tip of the island. He knew that the forest he was in would soon condense to real jungle, opening slightly to saltwater marshes a mile below the northern end, but closing in again to swamp and jungle before the beach could be reached. The only structures along the way would be the ruins of the slave hospital, the overgrown foundations of the Dubose plantation near the Rocky Point along the eastern coast, and the tumbled headstones of the old slave cemetery. Saul glanced at the canebrake during the white flash from the approaching storm, and felt an overwhelming urge to hide in there, simply to crawl in and crouch and curl in a fetal position and become invisible. He knew that he would only die sooner if he did so. The monsters in the manse, 3 of them at least, had spent years stalking each other through these few miles of jungle. Under interrogation at the safe house, Herod had told Saul about the Easter egg hunt on the last night, when the Island Club released all of the unused surrogates, a dozen or more naked and helpless men and women, and then used their own favorite surrogates to hunt them with knives and handguns. Barrett, Kepler, and Sutter would know every hiding place, and Saul could not get over the feeling that Willie could sense his whereabouts. He expected the old man's foul touch in his mind at any moment, knowing that such a seizure at these distances would mean total failure of all of his plans, months of wasted work, a lifetime of his own dreams sacrificed for nothing. Saul knew that his only chance was in flight to the north. He moved from the canebrake and ran as the approaching storm flashed and crashed behind him. "There," said Barrett, pointing to the pale, naked figure stumbling past the panning range of a screen in the 5th row of monitors. "There's no doubt it is the psychiatrist Lasky." Sutter sipped at a tall bourbon and crossed his legs in the cushioned comfort of one of the monitor room's deep couches. "There never was any doubt," he said. "The question is, who introduced him into the game and why?" The other 3 stared at Willie, but the old man was watching a monitor in the 1st row where security guards were carrying away the still unconscious form of Jensen Luhar. The 3 surrogates had been sent into the jungle after Lasky. Willie turned toward them with a thin smile. "It would have been stupid for me to have inserted the Jew," he said. "I do not do stupid things." C. Arnold Barrett stepped away from the monitors and folded his arms. "Why stupid, William?" Willie scratched at his cheek. "You all associate the Jew with me, even though it was you, Herr Barrett, who most recently conditioned him, and alone among us have nothing to fear from him." Barrett blinked, but said nothing. "If I were to bring how do you say it, a ringer into your games, why would I not have brought one unknown to you all, and one in much better physical condition?" Willie smiled and shook his head. "No, you need only to think a minute to realize how absurd it would be for me to do this. I do not do stupid things, and you would be stupid to think I would." Barrett looked at Herod. "Tony, do you still want to hold to your story of an abduction and blackmail?" Herod slumped in the low couch and chewed on his knuckle. He had told the truth because he suspected that they were ready to turn on him, and he wanted to divert their suspicions. Now they thought he was a liar, and he had succeeded only in relieving some of their natural fear of Willie's involvement. "I don't know who's fucking responsible," snapped Herod. "But somebody here's playing with this shit. What would I have to gain doing it?" "What indeed?" said Barrett in a conversational tone. "I think it's a diversion of some sort," gritted Kepler, glancing toward Willie with obvious tension. It was the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter who laughed. "A diversion from what?" he asked, chuckling. "The island is sealed from the outside world. No one is allowed on this end of the island except Brother C's personal security force, and they are all neutrals.
I have no doubt that at the first sign of irregularity in the game, all of our aides were, escorted to their rooms." Herod looked up in alarm, but Barrent only continued smiling. Herod realized how foolish it had been of him to hope that Maria Chen might be able to help in a crisis. "Diversion from what?" continued Sutter. "It would seem to this poor old backwoods minister to be a poor excuse for a diversion." "Well, somebody's controlling him," snapped Kepler. Perhaps not," Willie said softly. All heads turned toward him. "My little Jew has been amazingly persistent over the years," said Willie. "Imagine my surprise when I discovered him in Charleston 7 months ago." Barrent's smile had disappeared. "Wilhelm, you are contending that this man came here of his own free will?" "Ja," Willie smiled. "My pawn from the old days still follows me." Kepler was livid. "So you admit that you're the reason he's here, even if he came on his own to find you?" "Not at all," Willie said affably. "It was your genius that had the Juice family killed in Virginia." Barrent tapped his lower lip with a crooked finger. "Assuming he knew who was responsible, how did he find out the details of the Island Club?" Even before he had finished the question, Barrent had turned to look at Herod. "How could I have known he was acting alone?" Herod asked plaintively. "They shot me full of fucking drugs." Jimmy Wayne Sutter stood and approached a monitor where light enhancement lenses showed a pale, naked figure struggling through vines and tumbled tombstones. "Then who is working with him now?" Sutter asked so softly that he seemed to be speaking to himself. "The Negerin," said Willie. "The black girl. The one with the sheriff in Germantown." He laughed, throwing his head back so that the fillings were visible in molars worn down by age. "The Untermenschen are rising up just as a Fuhrer feared." Sutter turned away from the screen just as Barrent's Jamaican surrogate appeared on it, moving quickly and surely through the vine-covered cemetery where Lasky had stumbled out of sight a moment before. "Where's the girl, then?" asked Sutter. Willie shrugged. "It does not matter. Were there any black bitches in your surrogate pens?" "No," said Barrent. "Then she is elsewhere," said Willie. "Perhaps dreaming of her revenge on the cabals that killed her father." "We did not kill her father," said Barrent, obviously deep in thought. "Melanie Fuller or Nina Drayton did." "Exactly," Willie laughed. "Another small irony. But the Jew is here, and it seems almost certain that the Negerin helped him get here." They all looked at the monitors, but the only surrogate visible was Sutter's man, Amos, looking like a diminutive sumo wrestler as he thrashed his way through high grass just south of the old Dubose plantation. Sutter's eyes were closed with the concentration of controlling the man. "We need to question Lasky," said Kepler. "Find out where the girl is." "Nein," said Willie, staring intently at Barrent. "We need to kill the Jew as quickly as possible. Even if he is insane, he might have some way to strike at us." Barrent unfolded his arms and smiled again. "Worried, William?" Willie shrugged again. "It only makes sense. If we all cooperate in killing the Jew, it eliminates any possible chance that he was brought here by one of us to gain some advantage. The girl would be easy enough to find, yeah? My guess is that she is in Charleston again." "Guesses aren't good enough," snapped Kepler. "I say we interrogate him." "James," said Barrent. Sutter opened his eyes. "Kill him, "And get back to the game," he said, and closed his eyes. "Tony?" Herod looked up with a start. "You mean I get a fucking vote?" "We will deal with the other issues later," said Barrett. "Right now you are a member of the Island Club and have voting privileges." Herod showed his small, sharp teeth. "Then I abstain," he said. "Just leave me the hell alone and do whatever you want with that guy." Barrett tapped his lip and watched an empty monitor. A lightning flash overloaded the sensitive lens for a second and filled the screen with white light. "William," said Barrett, "I fail to see how this man could be a threat, but I agree with your logic that he would be less a threat if he were dead. We will find the girl and any other would-be avengers without much problem." Willie leaned forward. "Can you wait until Jensen, my surrogate, is recovered?" Barrett shook his head. "It would only delay the game," he said, and raised a microphone from the console. "Mr. Swanson," he said, and listened on a small headphone set for a response. "Are you tracking the surrogate who ran north? Good. Yes, I also show him in Sector 27 Bravo 6. Yes, it is time we terminated this particular intruder with extreme prejudice. Have the shore patrol units close in now and release helicopter number 3 from sentry duty. Yes, use the infrared if possible and relay the ground sensor data directly to the search teams. Yes, I'm sure you will, but quickly, please. Thank you. Barrett, out." Natalie Preston sat in Melanie Fuller's dark house in Old Charleston and thought about Rob Gentry. She had thought about him often in the past months, almost every evening as she drifted off to sleep. But in the 2 months since leaving Israel, she had tried to push her grief and regret farther back, to make room for the grim determination she felt must fill her mind. It had not worked. Since arriving in Charleston, she had contrived to drive by Rob's house daily, usually in the evening. She had spent her few hours away from Saul, taking walks in the quiet streets where she and Rob had walked, remembering not just the trivial details of their conversations, but the deeper feelings that had been growing between them, deepening and opening, in spite of their mutual understanding of how complicated and poorly timed a love affair between them would be. She had visited Rob's grave 3 times, each time being overcome with a sense of loss that she knew no amount of revenge could overcome or compensate for, and each time vowing that she would not return. As Natalie began the second endless night in Melanie Fuller's House of Horrors, she knew beyond any shade of doubt that if she was to survive the next few hours and days, it would be through the recall of love, rather than a determination to gain revenge. It had been a little more than 24 hours that Natalie had been alone with Melanie Fuller's brain-dead menagerie. It had been an eternity. Sunday night had been very bad. Natalie had stayed in the Fuller house until 4 o'clock Monday morning, leaving only when it seemed certain that Saul was safe until the next evening's slaughter. If he was still alive. Natalie knew only what the Melanie monster told her through the mouth of the brain-dead child who had once been Justin Warden. The cover story that Nina could not control Saul at such a distance, that Nina required Melanie's help if they were to save Willie and themselves from the Island Club's wrath, seemed less and less satisfactory as the hours crawled by. For long periods during the first night, Justin would sit silent and sightless, the other members of Melanie's family also as lifeless as mannequins. Natalie assumed that the old woman was busy controlling Miss Sewell, or the man they had watched through binoculars for weeks as she and Justin stood in the park overlooking the river. No, it was too early for that. Justin had said that Melanie had watched the first night's slaughter on the island through the eyes of one of the security guards. Natalie had summoned her strongest Nina persona to warn Melanie not to meddle too soon and give away her presence.
Justin had glared and said nothing for an hour, leaving Natalie helpless, waiting for information, waiting for the old woman to slip into her mind and kill her. Kill them both. Natalie sat in the house that smelled of garbage and rotting food and tried to think about Rob. What Rob would say in such a situation, what joke he might make. Sometime after midnight, Natalie used Nina's arrogant tones to demand that a light be turned on. The giant called Cully had shuffled over to switch on a single 40-watt bulb in a lamp whose shade had been torn half off. The flat, naked glare was worse than the darkness. The parlor was filled with dust, pieces of forgotten clothing, cobwebs, and a mad litter of rotting food. A browning, half-chewed ear of corn was visible under the sagging sofa. Orange rinds were scattered under the Georgian tea table. Someone, perhaps Justin, had heedlessly smeared raspberry or strawberry jam on the arms of the chair and sofa, leaving caked handprints that made Natalie think of drying blood. She heard rats scurrying in the walls, perhaps in the hallways themselves. Entrance would have been easy enough from the palmetto trees through the cracked window panes Natalie could see from the courtyard each time she approached the house. Sometimes there were stirrings from the second floor, but these were much too loud to be made by rats. Natalie thought of the dying thing she had glimpsed upstairs, the old woman as wrinkled and twisted as some ancient tortoise ripped from its shell, kept alive by intravenous saline solutions and merciless machines, and sometimes, when long periods passed with none of the obscene family moving or even appearing to breathe, Natalie wondered if perhaps Melanie Fuller had died, and these flesh-and-blood automatons simply continued to act out the last fetid fantasies in a decaying brain, marionettes dancing to the puppet master's death spasms.
"They have your Jew,"
lisped Justin late on the second night. It was after midnight. Natalie startled from her half-doze. Cully stood behind the child's chair, his bloated face lit from below by the single bulb. Marvin, Howard, and the nurse Oldsmith were somewhere in the shadows behind Natalie.
"Who took him?"
she gasped. The child's face looked phony in the cold light, a doll's visage, molded in flaking rubber. Natalie remembered her glimpse of the life-size doll in Grumblethorpe and realized with a cold internal twist that Melanie had somehow transformed this child into an imitation of that decaying thing.
"No one took him," snapped Justin. "They opened the bars an hour ago and let him out for the evening's fun. Have you no contact, Nina?"
Natalie chewed her lip and looked around her. Jackson was in the car a block away, Catfish watching the house from an alley across the street. They might as well have been on a different planet.
"Melanie, it's too soon," she snapped. "Tell me what's going on."
Justin showed his baby teeth.
"I think not, Nina, darling," he hissed. "It's time to tell me where you are."
Cully stepped around the chair. Marvin came in from the kitchen. He was carrying a long knife that caught the light from the 40-watt bulb. Nurse Oldsmith made a noise behind Natalie.
"Stop,"
whispered Natalie. Her throat had constricted at the last second, so that what should have been Nina's authoritative command emerged as a choked entreaty.
"No, no, no,"
hissed Justin and slid from his chair. He moved toward her in a half-crouch, fingers touching the grimed oriental carpet as if he were climbing a wall like a fly.
"Time to tell us all, Nina, or lose this colored one. Show me, Nina. Show me what ability you have left, if you are Nina."
The child's face was contorted into a feral mask, as if the rubber doll's head were melting in unseen flames.
"No,"
said Natalie, standing. Cully blocked her way to the door. Marvin moved around the edge of the sofa. He ran his cupped hand up the length of the knife, and the blade came away slickened with his blood.
"Time to tell all, Nina,"
whispered Justin. There was a thrashing, sliding sound from the second floor.
"Or time for this one to die."
The wind struck before the rain, whipping the palm trees back and forth in a frenzy, blowing fronds and branches through the air in a shower of sharp-edged debris. Saul stumbled to his knees and covered his head with his arms as the foliage thrashed at him with 1,000 small claws. Lightning froze the wind-tossed chaos in a series of stroboscopic images as thunderclaps overlapped to provide a solid wall of noise. Saul was lost. He curled under a massive fern as the storm front struck and tried to sort some sense of direction out of the night's confusion. He had reached the salt marshes, but then became disoriented, emerging into what should have been the final stretch of jungle, only to find himself back at the slave cemetery an hour later. A helicopter roared overhead, its searchlight probing with a shaft of white light no less intense than the lightning behind it. Saul crawled deeper under the fern, not knowing which side of the salt marsh he was on now. Just after he had reached the slave cemetery again, hours before, the tall, lanky surrogate with long hair had exploded from the shadows behind a fallen wall and had gone for Saul with teeth and fingernails. Exhausted, dazed with fatigue and fear, Saul had grasped at the nearest object, a rusted iron rod that might once have been a support for a grave marker, and tried to fend off the boy. The rod had struck the youth on the side of the head and opened a long gash. The boy fell unconscious. Saul kneeled at his side, found a pulse, and ran on into the jungle. The helicopter came over again just as Saul reached the cover of cypress trees beyond the salt marsh. The wind roar drowned any noise of the rotors, even though the machine was only 20 feet above the trees as it slid past, fighting the gusts. Saul felt little fear of the helicopter. It was too unstable to be used as a gun platform in the storm, and he doubted if they could see him unless they caught him in the open. Saul wondered why the sun had not risen. He was sure that more than enough hours had passed since his torment had begun for a dozen nights to have burned themselves out. He had been running forever, crouching near the base of the cypress. Saul gasped, drawing in deep breaths, and stared at his legs and feet. They looked as if someone had drawn racks of razor blades across them. For a second he entertained the illusion that he was wearing red and white striped socks and crimson slippers. The wind dropped, and in the momentary lull before the rain began, Saul lifted his face to the sky and cried in Hebrew, "Hey! What other jokes do you have in store?" A bright beam stabbed horizontally at him from beyond the cypress. For a second Saul thought it was lightning, and then wondered how the helicopter had managed to land. But in a second he realized it was neither. Beyond the screen of cypress was a narrow beach, and beyond that the ocean. The guard boats were probing the shore with their searchlights. Heedless of the light, Saul crawled toward the sand. The only beach this side of the security zone was at the northern tip of the island. He had made it. How many times, he wondered, had he come within yards of the beach, only to be disoriented and turned back by swamp and jungle? The beach was narrow here, no more than 10 or 12 feet across, and tall waves crashed against rocks just beyond. Until the lull in the storm, wind and thunder had masked the sound of the breakers. Saul stumbled to his knees in the sand and looked out to sea. There were at least 2 small boats out there beyond the line of surf, their powerful searchlights raking the beach with pitching shafts of white light. Lightning silhouetted both craft for a second, and Saul could see that they were less than 100 meters out. The dark forms of men with rifles were clearly visible. One of the searchlights slid along the beach and wall of foliage toward Saul, and he ran toward the jungle, throwing himself into the ferns and tall seagrass an instant before the light struck. Crouching on all fours behind a low dune, he thought about his position. The helicopter and patrol boats showed that Barrett and the others had abandoned their game with surrogates, and almost certainly knew who they were chasing. Saul could hope that his presence had spread confusion, if not actual dissension in their ranks, but he was not counting on it. Underestimating the intelligence or tenacity of one's enemies was never profitable. Saul had flown home during the most panicky hours of the Yom Kippur War, and knew quite well how complacency often could prove fatal. Saul plunged ahead, paralleling the beach, thrashing through thick undergrowth and tripping over mangrove roots, unsure even if he was headed in the right direction. Every minute or two he would throw himself flat as the searchlights flashed past or the helicopter roared along the beach. Somehow, he knew, they had narrowed his whereabouts to this tip of the island. He had seen no cameras or sensors during his hours of stumbling flight, but he had no doubt that Barrett and the others used every piece of technology available to record their sick games, or to reduce the chance that a clever surrogate might hide out for weeks or months on the island. Saul tripped over an invisible root and sprawled forward, his head striking a thick branch before his face landed in 6 inches of brackish swamp water. He was just conscious enough to roll to one side, grabbing at sharp-edged grass to pull himself toward the beach. Blood ran down his cheek and into his open mouth. It tasted much like the salty swamp water. The beach was wider here, although not as wide as the strip where the Cessna had landed. Saul realized that he would never find the tidal inlet and streams if he stayed in the trees. He might already have passed them without noticing it in the nightmare jungle of swamp and branches. If it was any real distance away, it would take hours to traverse at this rate. His only hope lay on the beach. More boats were closing in on the area. Saul could see 4 from where he lay under the low branches of a cypress, and one was moving closer, less than 30 meters out, tossed high by each storm-driven wave. It was beginning to rain now, and Saul prayed for a tropical downpour, a deluge that reduced visibility to 0 and drowned his enemies like the Pharaoh's soldiers. But the rain held steady in a light drizzle that might be only the prelude to the real storm, or might pass completely, eventually opening the skies to a tropical sunrise that would seal Saul's fate. He waited 5 minutes under the limbs, crouching behind seagrass and a fallen log, when the boats came close with their lights, or the helicopter passed over. He felt like laughing, like standing up and throwing stones and curses at them for the few blessed seconds before the bullets struck. Saul crouched and waited, peering out as yet another patrol boat roared by in the rain, its rooster tail adding to the curtain of salt spray already blowing into the beach. Explosions ripped through the jungle behind him. For a second, Saul thought that the lightning strikes had come closer, but then he heard the whap-whap of rotors and realized that the searchers must be dropping explosive charges from the helicopter. The discharges were too powerful to be grenades. Saul could feel the vibration of each explosion through the deep sand and the quivering branches of the cypress. The tremors grew stronger as the explosions grew louder. Saul guessed that they were walking the charges up the beach, perhaps 20 or 30 meters into the jungle, at 60 or 80-meter intervals. Despite the drizzle, the smell of smoke drifted to him from down the beach to his right. If the storm was still coming in from the southeast, Saul realized, the direction of the smoke confirmed that he was near the northern tip of the island, but still around the northeast point, not yet to the Cessna's takeoff point, and more than a quarter of a mile from the tidal inlet. It would take hours to hack his way through the beach-edge jungle to the inlet, and any shortcut through the swamps all but assured his becoming lost again. An explosion ripped the night not 200 meters south of him. There came an incredible screeching as a flight of herons broke cover and disappeared into the dark sky. And then a more prolonged and terrible scream as a human being cried out in pain. Saul wondered if a surrogate would do that. Either that, or there were ground patrols moving in behind him, and someone had been caught in the blast from the helicopter's bombing. Saul could hear rotor blades more clearly now, high and to the south, but coming closer. There was the rattle of automatic weapons as someone in a boat moving along the surf line fired randomly into the wall of jungle. Saul wished he were not naked. Cold rain dripped on him through the leaves. His legs and ankles were in agony, and every time he glanced down, the stormlight showed him his wrinkled, emaciated belly, bony white legs, and genitals contracted with fear and cold. The sight did not fill him with confidence, and made him want to rush out and do battle. Mostly it made him want to take a hot bath, dress himself in several layers of warm clothes, and find a quiet place to sleep. His body had been tugged by the tidal pull of adrenaline rushes for hours now, and was suffering from the ebb tide of after effects. He felt cold, lost, and terrified, a husk of humanity devoid of almost all emotion except for fear, and of all motivation except an obsolescent, atavistic urge to survive, for reasons he had forgotten. In short, Saul Lasky had become exactly the person he had been as he worked in the pit 40 years earlier, except now the stamina and hopefulness of youth were gone. But that was not the only difference, Saul realized as he raised his face to the increasingly violent storm.
"I choose to be here,"
he shouted in Polish toward the skies, not caring if his pursuers heard him. He raised a fist, but did not shake it, merely clenched it on high, whether as a sign of affirmation, triumph, defiance, or resignation, even he did not know. Saul ran through the screen of cypress, turned left past the last of the seagrass, and sprinted onto the open beach.
"Herod, come in here,"
said Jimmy Wayne Sutter.
"Just a minute,"
said Herod. He was the only one left in the monitor room. While the ground-based cameras no longer showed anything important, there was a black-and-white camera on one of the patrol boats off the North Point, and a color one aboard the chopper that had been dropping shaped charges and napalm canisters into the trees. Herod thought that the camera work was shitty. They needed a Steadicam for the aerial shots, and all the pitching and yawing on both monitors was making him nauseated. But he had to admit that the pyrotechnics out-budgeted anything he and Willie had ever done, and were getting close to Coppola's orgasm by fire at the end of Apocalypse Now. Herod had always thought Coppola was nuts to have cut the napalm scenes out of the next-to-final version, and he had not been mollified much to see them slipped under the credits in the final cut. Herod wished he had a couple of Steadicams and a dolly-mounted Panavision unit preset for this night's work. He'd use the footage for something, even if he had to write the fucking film around the fireworks.
Come on, Tony, we're waiting,"
said Sutter.
"In a minute,"
said Herod, tossing another handful of peanuts into his mouth and taking a sip of vodka.
"According to the radio chatter, they've got this poor schmuck cornered at the north end, and they're burning the fucking jungle down to—" "Now!"
snapped Sutter. Herod looked at the evangelist. The other four had been in the game room for the better part of an hour, talking, and from the look on Sutter's face, something was very wrong.
"Yeah,"
said Herod,
"I'm coming."
He looked over his shoulder as he left the room in time to see a naked man running along the beach in clear view of both cameras. The atmosphere in the game room conveyed as much tension as had the carnage on the television monitors. Willie was seated directly opposite Barrent, and Sutter moved to stand next to the old German. Barrent's arms were folded, and he looked very displeased. Joseph Kepler was pacing back and forth in front of the long window. The row of drapes was pulled back, rain streaked the glass, and Herod caught glimpses of Live Oak Lane when the lightning rippled. Thunder was audible, even through the multi-layered glass and thick walls. Herod glanced at his watch. It was 12:45 a.m. He wondered tiredly if Maria Chen was still in custody or if the aides had been released. He wished to hell that he had never left Beverly Hills.
"We have a problem, Tony," said C. Arnold Barrent. "Sit down."
Herod sat. He expected Barrent, or more likely Kepler, to announce that his membership had been terminated, and that he would be too. Herod knew that he had no chance at a test of ability with Barrent, or Kepler, or Sutter. He did not expect Willie to lift a finger to help him. Maybe, Herod thought with a sudden epiphany granted to the condemned man, maybe Willie had planted the Jew on him so he would be discredited and removed.
"Why?"
wondered Herod.
"How was I a threat to Willie? How does my removal benefit him?"
Except for Maria Chen, there was not a woman on the island he might use. The 30 or so security men Barrent allowed south of the security zone were all highly paid neutrals, securely in the billionaire's employ. Barrent would not have to use his ability to eliminate Tony Herod, merely push a button. "Yeah," said Herod tiredly. "What is it?" "Your old friend, Herr Borden, has come up with a surprise for the evening," Barrent said coolly. Herod blinked and looked at Willie. He thought that the surprise would be at his expense, but was not sure how Willie figured in it. "We have merely suggested an amendment to the Island Club agenda," said Willie. "C. Arnold and Mr. Kepler do not agree with our suggestion." "It's goddamned insane," snapped Kepler from his place by the window. "Silence," commanded Willie. Kepler silenced himself. "We?" Herod said stupidly. Who's we?" "The Reverend Sutter and myself," said Willie. "It turns out that my old friend James has been a friend of Herr Borden's for some years," said Barrent. "An interesting turn of events." Herod shook his head. "Do you guys know what's going on up at the north end of your fucking island?" "Yes," said Barrent. He removed from his ear a flesh-colored earphone, smaller than a hearing aid, and tapped the bead microphone attached to it by a fine filament of wire. "I do. It is of little import compared to this discussion. Absurd as it appears, in your first week on the steering committee, you seem to have the deciding vote in your hands." "I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about," said Herod. Willie said, "We are talking about an amendment to widen the Island Club's hunting activities to a more appropriate scale, Tony." "The world," said Sutter. The evangelist's face was flushed and filmed with sweat. "The world?" Barrent showed a sardonic smile. "They wish to use surrogate nations instead of surrogate players," he said. "Nations?" repeated Herod. A bolt of lightning struck somewhere beyond Live Oak Lane, darkening the polarized window. "God damn it, Herod!" yelled Kepler. "Can't you do anything but stand there and repeat things? These two idiots want to blow it all away. They're demanding we play with missiles and submarines rather than individuals. Whole countries burned up for points." Herod leaned on the table and stared at Willie and Sutter. He could not speak. "Tony," said Barrent, "is this the first you have heard of this proposal?" Herod nodded. "Mr. Borden never raised the issue with you?" Herod shook his head. "You see the importance of your vote," Barrent said quietly. "This would change the tenor of our annual entertainment to a significant measure." Kepler laughed a strange, broken laugh. "It'd blow up the entire goddamn son-of-a-bitching world," he said. "Yeah," said Willie, "perhaps, and perhaps not, but the experience would be fascinating." Herod sat down. "You shouldn't me," he managed to say in a cracked voice he had not used since puberty. "Not at all," Willie said smoothly. "I have already demonstrated the ease with which even the highest levels of military security can be circumvented. Mr. Barrent and the others have known for decades how simple it is to influence national leaders. We need only to remove the restraints of time and scale to make these competitions infinitely more fascinating. It would mean some travel and a safe place to convene once the competition gets heated, but we are sure that C. Arnold can provide these details, nicht wahr, Herr Barrent?" Barrent rubbed his cheek. "Undoubtedly. The objection is not resources, nor even the inordinate amount of time such an expanded competition would consume, but the waste of resources, human and otherwise, accumulated over such a lengthy period of time." Jimmy Wayne Sutter gave the rich, deep laugh that was familiar to millions who watched him on television. "Brother Christian, you don't think you can take all this with you now, do you?"
No, said Barrett softly, but I see no reason to destroy it all simply because I will not be here to enjoy it. Yeah, but I do, Willie said flatly. You entertained, no business. The motion is on the floor. Jimmy Wayne and I vote yes. You and that coward Kepler vote no. Tony, vote now. Herod jumped. Willie's voice was not to be resisted. I abstain, he said. Fuck you all. Willie slammed his fist into the table. Herod, goddamn you, you Jew-loving piece of shit! Vote! A great vice seemed to clamp on Herod's head, sinking steel clamps into his skull. He clutched his temples and opened his mouth in a silent scream. Stop! Snapped Barrett, and the vice was ripped away. Herod almost screamed again in relief. He has voted, said Barrett. He has the right to abstain in any vote. Without a majority, the motion is defeated. 9, said Willie, and a blue flame seemed to have ignited behind his cold gray eyes. Without a majority, we are in stalemate. He swiveled toward Sutter. What do you say, Jimmy Wayne? Can we leave this issue in stalemate? Sutter's face was slick with sweat. He stared at a spot above and to the right of Barrett's head as he said, Now the 7 angels who had the 7 trumpets made ready to blow them. The first angel blew his trumpet, and there followed hail and fire, mixed with blood which fell on the earth, and 1/3 of the earth was burned up. The second angel blew his trumpet, and something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, and 1/3 of the sea became blood. The third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven, blazing like a torch, and it fell on 1/3 of the rivers and on the fountains of water. The fourth angel blew his trumpet, and 1/3 of the sun was struck, and 1/3 of the moon, and 1/3 of the stars. Then I looked, and I heard an eagle crying with a loud voice as it flew in mid-heaven, Woe, woe, woe to those who dwell on the earth, at the blasts of the other trumpets which the 3 angels are about to blow. And the 5th angel blew his trumpet, and I saw a star falling from heaven to earth, and he was given the key of the shaft of the bottomless pit. Sutter stopped, drained the last of his bourbon, and sat in silence. Barrett asked, And what does that mean, James? Sutter seemed to snap out of his reverie. He mopped his face with a lavender silk handkerchief from the breast pocket of his white suit coat. It means that there can be no stalemates, he said in a hoarse whisper. The Antichrist is here. His hour has come round at last. All we can do is carry out what is written and witness as best we can as the tribulations descend upon us. We have no choice. Barrett crossed his arms and smiled. And which of us is your Antichrist, James? Sutter looked from Willie to Barrett with wild eyes. God help me, he said. I don't know. I have surrendered my soul to serve him, and I do not know. Tony Herod pushed back from the table. This is too fucking weird, he said. I'm out of here. Stay where you are, snapped Kepler. No one's leaving this room until we get this settled. Willie sat back and clasped his fingers across his stomach. I have a suggestion, he murmured. Go ahead, said Barrett. I suggest that we complete our chess game, Herr Barrett, said Willie. Kepler stopped pacing and stared first at Willie and then at Barrett. Chess game? He said. What chess game? Yeah, said Tony Herod. What chess game? He rubbed his hand across his closed eyes and saw the image of his own face carved in ivory. Barrett smiled. Mr. Borden and I have been playing a game of chess through the mails for some months now, he said.
A harmless diversion. Kepler sagged against the window. "Oh, Jesus Christ, God Almighty," he said. "Amen," said Sutter, his eyes unfocused once again. "Months," repeated Herod. "Months? You mean all of this shit's been going down, Trask, Haynes, Colburn, and you two have been playing fucking chess the whole time?" Jimmy Wayne Sutter made a sound somewhere between a belch and a laugh. "If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink the wine of the wrath of God," he muttered, "and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torments ascendeth up for ever and ever." Sutter made the sound again. "And he causes all, small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and his number is 666. "Shut up," Willie said amiably. "Herr Barents, do you agree? The game is nearly done. We need only to play it out. If I win, we enlarge the competition to a larger scale. If you win, I will content myself with the current arrangement." "We were adjourned in the 35th move," said Barent. "Your position was not, enviable." "Yeah," Willie grinned. "But I will play it. I do not demand a new game." "And if this game ends in stalemate?" asked Barent. Willie shrugged. "You win if it is a stalemate," he said. "I win only with a clear victory." Barent looked out at the lightning. "Don't pay attention to that bullshit," cried Kepler. "He's totally mad." "Shut up, Joseph," said Barent. He turned toward Willie. "All right, we will finish the game. Do we play with the pieces available?" "That is more than agreeable," said Willie with a broad smile that showed perfect dentures. "Shall we adjourn to the first floor?" "Yes," said Barent. "Just a second, please." He picked up his headset and listened for a moment. "Barent here," he said into the bead microphone. "Put one team ashore and terminate the Jew immediately. Is that understood?" "Good." He set the headset on the table. "All ready." Herod followed them to the elevator. Sutter, walking ahead of him, suddenly stumbled, turned, and grasped Herod's arm. "And in those days men will seek death and will not find it," he urgently whispered in Herod's face. "They will long to die, and death will fly from them." "Fuck off," said Herod, and pulled his arm free. Together, the five descended in silence.
66. Melanie. I remember the picnics we used to have in the hills outside Vienna, the pine-scented hills, meadows of wildflowers, and Willie's open Peugeot parked near some stream or scenic overlook. When Willie was not dressed in his ridiculous brown shirt and armband, he was the picture of sartorial splendor with his silk summer suits and a broad-brimmed, rakish white hat given to him by one of the cabaret performers. Before Bardishel, before Nina's betrayal, I took pleasure in simply being with two such beautiful people. Nina was never lovelier than during those final summers of our contentment, and although both of us were entering the years where we were no longer girls, not even young ladies by yesterday's standards, merely watching Nina in her blonde, blue-eyed enthusiasm kept me feeling and acting young. I now know that it was their betrayal at Bardishel, even more than Nina's initial betrayal with my Charles years earlier, that marked the point where I began to grow old, while Nina did not. In a sense, Nina and Willie had been feeding on me all these years. It was time for this to stop. On the second night of my strange vigil with Nina's negress, I decided to end the waiting. Some demonstration was due. I was sure that even with the colored girl removed from the scene, Willie would be able to tell me of Nina's true whereabouts. I confess that my attention was divided. For days, as I had felt the youth and vitality returning to my body, as the paralysis slowly yielded its twisted grip on my left arm and leg, I felt a commensurate slackening of control in dealing with my family and other contacts. Sometime after Miss Sewell watched Jensen Luhar, the one called Saul, and the other three depart the cell area, I said to the colored girl, "They have your Jew." I sensed Nina's own lack of control in the confusion of her cat's paw's response. I brought my people into tight focus and demanded that Nina tell me where she was. She refused, moving her pathetic little servant girl toward the door. I felt sure that Nina had lost all contact with her person on the island, and therefore was also out of touch with Willie. The girl was literally at my mercy. I moved Cully where he could reach the negress in 2 steps, and brought the Negro boy from Philadelphia into the room. He carried a knife. "Time to tell all," I teased Nina, "or time for this one to die." I guessed that Nina would sacrifice the girl. No cat's paw, no matter how well conditioned, would be worth Nina revealing her hiding place. I prepared Cully for the 2 steps and swift movement of arms and hands that would leave the girl lifeless on the carpet, with her head turned at an impossible angle, like the chickens Mammy Booth used to kill out back behind the house before dinner. Mother would choose. Mammy Booth would grab and twist and fling the feathered corpse onto the porch before the bird knew it had been killed. The girl did a surprising thing. I had expected Nina to have her flee or fight, or at the very least for there to be a mental struggle as Nina attempted to seize control of one of my people. But the colored girl stood where she was, opened her oversized sweater, and exposed an absurd belt, a sort of Mexican bandit's bandolero, filled with what looked like cellophane-wrapped modeling clay. Wires ran from a gadget that looked like a transistor radio to the packets of clay. "Melanie, stop!" she shouted. I did so. Cully's hands froze in the act of rising toward the negress's skinny throat. I felt no concern at this point, only a mild curiosity at this manifestation of Nina's madness. "These are explosive," panted the girl. Her hand went to a switch on the transistor radio. "If you touch me, I'll trigger them. If you touch my mind, the monitor here will trigger them automatically. The explosion will flatten this smelly mausoleum of a house." Nina, I had Justin say, "you're overwrought. Sit down a minute. I'll have Mr. Thorne bring us some tea." It was a perfectly natural mistake, but the Negro girl showed her teeth in something not even close to a smile. "Mr. Thorne's not here, Melanie. Your mind is turning to sludge. Mr. Thorne, whatever his real name was, killed my father, and then one of your stinking friends killed him. But it was always you, you ancient bag of pus. You've been the spider at the center of every— Don't try it!" Cully had barely moved. I had him lower his hand slowly and step back. I considered seizing the girl's voluntary nervous system. It would take only seconds, just long enough for one of my people to get to her before she could push that little red button. Not that I believed for a second that there was anything to her silly threats. "What kind of explosive did you say that was, dear?" I asked through Justin. "It's called C4, said the girl. Her voice was steady and calm, but I could hear the rapid rise and fall of her breathing. "It's a military thing, plastic explosive, and there are 12 pounds here, more than enough to blow you and this house to hell and destroy half of the Hodges place, too." It did not sound like Nina speaking. Upstairs, Dr. Hartman clumsily removed an IV from my arm and began to turn me onto my right side. I shoved him away with my good arm. "How could you detonate this explosive if I took your little pickaninny away from you?" I had Justin ask. Howard lifted the heavy .45 pistol from my night table, removed his shoes, and moved silently down the stairs. I still had the faintest of contacts, through Miss Sewell, of a security guard's perceptions as they carried the unconscious form of Jensen Luhar back to the security tunnel, while others continued to chase after the one the negress had called Saul. There were alarms audible, even to Miss Sewell in the surrogate holding area. The storm was approaching the island. A deck officer reported waves of 6 feet and rising. The colored girl took a step closer to Justin. "See these wires?" she asked, leaning forward. Thin filaments ran down from her scalp into the collar of her blouse. "These sensors carry the electrical signals of my brain waves to this monitor. Can you understand that?" "Yes," lisped Justin. I had no idea what she was talking about. "Brain waves have certain patterns," said the girl. "These patterns are as characteristic as fingerprints. As soon as you touch my mind with that filthy, rotten, diseased brain of yours, you'll create a thing called a theta rhythm. It's found in rats, lizards, and lower life forms like you. And the little computer in this monitor will sense it and ignite the C4 in less than a second, Melanie." "You're lying," I said. "Try me," said the girl. She took another step forward and shoved Justin very hard, propelling the poor child backward until he collided with Father's favorite chair and sat down with a rattle of small heels. "Try me," she repeated, voice rising with anger. "Just try me, you desiccated old bitch, and I'll see you in hell." "Who are you?" I asked. "No one," said the girl. "Just someone whose father you murdered. Nothing important enough for you to remember." "You're not Nina?" I asked. Howard had reached the bottom of the stairs. He raised the pistol in readiness to swing around the edge of the doorway and fire. The girl glanced around at Cully and the foyer. The green glow from the second-floor landing threw the vaguest of shadows where Howard stood. "If you kill me," the girl said, "the monitor will sense the cessation of brain waves and detonate instantly. It will kill everyone in this house." I sensed no fear in her voice, only something approaching elation. The girl was lying, of course. Rather, it was Nina who was lying. There was no way that some colored girl off the street could have learned those things about Nina's life, about the death of Nina's father, about the details of the Vienna game. But this girl had mentioned something about me murdering her father that first time we met in Grumblethorpe. Or had she? Things were becoming very confused. Perhaps death had indeed driven Nina insane, and now she had confused things to the point that she thought I had pushed her father in front of that Boston trolley. Perhaps in her last seconds of life, Nina's consciousness had sought refuge in the inferior brain of this girl. Could she have been a maid at Mansett House? And now Nina's memories were confused and intertwined with the mundane memories of a colored domestic. I almost had Justin laugh aloud at that thought. What an irony that would have been! Whatever the truth of it, I had no fear of her imaginary explosive. I had heard the term plastic explosive, but I was sure that such a device did not resemble these lumps of clay. They did not even look like plastic. Besides, I remember when Father had to dynamite a beaver dam on our Georgia property before the war. Just he and the foreman were allowed to ride out to the lake with the treacherous dynamite, and elaborate care was taken with the blasting caps. Explosives would be much too unreliable to carry around on a silly belt. The rest of the girl's story, brain waves and computers, simply made no sense at all. Such ideas belonged in the realm of the science fiction Willie used to read in those lurid, penny-dreadful German magazines. Even if such an idea were possible, which I was confident this was not, it would not lie in the realm of understanding of a Negro. I had difficulty comprehending the concept. Still, it made little sense to push Nina further. There was always the remote chance that something in her cat's paws apparatus might include real dynamite. I saw no reason not to humor Nina a few minutes longer. The fact that she was as mad as a proverbial hatter made her no less dangerous. "What do you want?" I asked. The girl licked her thick lips and glanced around her. "Get all of your people out of here, except Justin. He stays in the chair." "Of course," I purred. The black boy, Nurse Oldsmith, and Cully left by separate doors. Howard stepped back as Cully passed, but he did not lower the pistol. "Tell me what is happening," snapped the negress. She remained standing with her finger near the red button of the device on her belt. "What do you mean, dear?" "On the island," demanded the girl. "What's happened to Saul?" I had Justin shrug. "I've lost interest in that," I said. The girl took 3 steps forward, and I thought she was going to strike the helpless child. "God damn you," she said. "Tell me what I want to know or I'll trigger this right now. It'd be worth it just to know that you're dead, frying in your bed like some hairless old queen rat held over the flames. Make up your mind, you bitch." I have always despised profanity. My repugnance at such vulgarity was not lessened by the images she conjured. My mother was unduly afraid of floods and rising water. Fire has always been my bête noire. "Your Jewish person threw a rock at Willie's man and ran into the forest before the game was to begin," I said. Several of the others followed. 2 security guards carried the one called Jensen Luhar into the infirmary area of this absurd little tunnel complex of theirs. He has been unconscious for hours. "Where's Saul?" Justin made a face. His voice conveyed more of a whine than I had intended. "How should I know? I can't be everywhere." I saw no reason to tell her that at that moment the guard I had made contact with via Miss Sewell had glanced into the infirmary in time to see Willie's Negro rise from the table and strangle both the guards who had carried him there. The sight caused me a strange sense of déjà vu until I remembered going to the Kruger Kino in Vienna with Willie and Nina to see the motion picture Frankenstein in the summer of 1932. I remember screaming when the monster's hand had twitched on the table and then risen to choke the life out of the unsuspecting doctor bending over it. I had no urge to scream now. I had my security guard move on, passing the room where other guards watched banks of television sets, bringing him to a halt near the administrative offices. I saw no reason to tell Nina's negress about these developments. "Which way did Saul go?" asked the girl. Justin crossed his arms. "Why don't you tell me if you're so smart?" I said. "All right," said the negress. She lowered her eyelids until only a hint of white showed. Howard waited in the shadows of the foyer. "He's running north," said the girl, "through heavy jungle. There's some sort of ruined building, headstones. It's a cemetery." She opened her eyes. Upstairs, I moaned and thrashed in my bed. I had been so sure that Nina was unable to contact her cat's paw. But I had seen that very image on the security guard's television less than a minute before. I had lost track of Willie's Negro in the maze of tunnels. Was it possible that Willie was using this girl? He seemed to enjoy using colored and other less developed races. If it was Willie, then where was Nina? I could feel a headache coming on. "What do you want?" I said again. "You're going ahead with the plan," said the girl, still standing near Justin, "just the way we discussed it." She glanced at her wristwatch. Her hand was no longer next to the red button, but there was still the matter of brainwaves and computers. "It seems to make little sense to continue with all this," I suggested. "Your Jew's bad sportsmanship has ruined the evening's program, and I doubt if the rest of them will be—" "Shut up," snapped the girl. And although the language was vulgar, the tone was Nina's. "You're going to go ahead as planned. If you don't, we'll see if the C4 can level this entire house at once." "You never liked my house," I said. Justin extended his lower lip. "Do it, Melanie," ordered the girl. "If you don't, I'll know it. If not at once, very soon. And I'll give you no warning when I detonate this stuff. Move!" I came very close to having Howard shoot her at that instant. No one speaks to me that way in my own home, certainly not a colored wench who should not even be in my parlor. But I restrained myself, made Howard gently lower the pistol. There were other things to consider here. It would be just like Nina, or Willie for that matter, to provoke me in just such a manner. If I killed her now, there would be the mess in the parlor to clean up, and I would be no nearer to ferreting out Nina's hiding place. And there was always the possibility that some part of her previous story was true. Certainly the bizarre island club she had described to me was real enough, although Mr. Barrent was much more of a gentleman than she had let on. There did seem ample evidence that the group was a threat to me, although I failed to see where Willie was in danger. If I let this opportunity pass, I would not only lose Miss Sewell, but would have to live with the anxiety and uncertainty of what this group might decide to do about me in the months and years to come. So despite the melodrama of the previous half hour, I had come full circle to the position of uneasy alliance with Nina's negress, the same place I had been for the past several weeks. "Very well," I sighed. "Now," said the girl. Yes, I muttered. Justin slumped into immobility. My family froze into statues. My gums rubbed against one another as I clenched my jaws, eyes closed, my body straining with the effort. Miss Sewell looked up when the heavy door at the end of the corridor slammed open. The security guard sitting on a stool in the booth there jumped to his feet just as Willie's Negro entered. The guard raised his machine pistol. The Negro took it away from him and slammed his open palm into the man's face, flattening the guard's nose and sending slivers of bone into his brain. The Negro reached into the booth and threw a switch. The bar slid up into the wall, and while the other prisoners cowered in their niches, Miss Sewell stepped out, stretched to improve circulation, and turned to face the colored man. "Hello, Melanie," he said. "Good evening, Willie," I said. "I knew it was you," he said softly. "It is incredible how we recognize each other through all of our disguises, even after all of these years. Nicht wahr?" "Yes," I said. "Would you get this one something to wear? It is not right that she is naked here." Willie's Negro grinned but nodded, reached over and ripped the shirt off the dead guard. He draped it over Miss Sewell's shoulders. I concentrated on manipulating the 2 remaining buttons. "Are you going to take me up to the big house?" I asked. "Yes." "Is Nina there, Willie?" The Negro's brow furrowed and one eyebrow lifted. "Do you expect her to be there?" he asked. "No." "Others will be there," he said, and again showed the colored man's teeth. "Mr. Barrent," I said. "Sutter and the others in the Island Club." Willie's cat's paw laughed heartily. "Melanie, my love," he said, "you never fail to amaze me. You know nothing, but you always succeed in knowing everything." I showed my slight pout on Miss Sewell's features. "Do not be unkind, Willie," I said. "It does not become you." He laughed again. Yes, he boomed. "No unkindness tonight. It is our last reunion, Liebchen. Come, the others await." I followed him down corridors and up and out into the night. We saw no other security people, although I retained my slight contact with the guard still standing near the administrative office. We passed a tall fence where the body of a guard still sizzled and smoked, spread-eagled against the electrified wire. I saw pale forms moving through the darkness as the other naked prisoners fled into the night. Overhead the clouds raced. The storm was coming. "The people who hurt me are going to pay for that tonight, aren't they, Willie?" I said. "Oh, yes," he growled through white teeth. "Oh, yes, indeed, Melanie, my love." We walked toward the large house, bathed in white light. I had Justin point his finger at Nina's negress. "You wanted this," I screamed at her in a 6-year-old shrill voice. "You wanted this. Now just you watch."
67. Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 16, 1981. Saul had never been in a rain like this one. As he sprinted along the beach, the downpour filled the air with a weight of water that threatened to crush him to the sand like a massive curtain, smashing some hapless actor who had missed his mark. Searchlights stabbing in from the boats beyond the surf or downward from the helicopter served only to illuminate sheets of the torrent gleaming like lines of tracer shells in the night. Saul ran, bare feet sliding on sand turned to the consistency of mud in the downpour, and concentrated on not slipping and falling, sure in some strange way that if he went down, he would not rise again. As suddenly as the deluge worsened, it quickly let up. 1 second the rain battered at his head and bare shoulders as the thunder and pounding of water on thick foliage drowned out all other sound, and the next instant the pressure lightened. He could see more than 10 meters through blowing curtains of mist, and men were shouting at him. The sand leaped up in small spurts ahead of him, and for a mad second Saul wondered if it was some reaction of buried clams or crabs to the storm, before he realized that people were shooting at him. Overhead, the roar of rotors overcame storm sounds, and a huge shape flashed by, white light slashing across the beach at him. The helicopter banked hard and skidded through thick air ahead of him, slewing sideways only 20 feet above sand and surf. Outboard motors screamed as 2 boats cut in through the white line of the outer breakers. Saul stumbled, caught himself before he went to his knees, and ran on. He did not know where he was. He distinctly remembered the North Beach being shorter than this, the jungle set farther back. For a second, as the searchlight swept across him and the helicopter completed its turn, Saul was sure he had run past his inlet in the downpour. Things had been changed by the night and storm and tide, and he had run right past. He went on, his breath a ragged, hot wire in his throat and chest, hearing the shots now, and watching as the sand leaped ahead and to either side of him. The helicopter roared back up the beach with its skids flashing toward him at head height. Saul threw himself forward, scraping his chest and belly and genitals against sand as harsh as sandpaper. The blast from the rotor blades pressed his face deeper into the sand as the helicopter passed over. Whether automatic weapons fire meant for him found the machine or something mechanical found its own breaking point, Saul did not know, but there came a sudden sound like a wrench dropped into a rolling steel barrel, and the helicopter surged and shuddered even as it passed over Saul's prone form. 50 yards down the beach it tried to climb for altitude, but succeeded only in slewing left over the surf, and then banking too steeply to the right as the rotor assembly and tail boom tried to counter-rotate with a will of their own. The helicopter flew directly into the line of trees. For a few seconds it appeared that the rising craft would use its own rotors to hack a path through the top 30 feet of vegetation. Palm fronds and leafy debris were flying above the tree line like ditch diggers leaping out of the way of a runaway motorcycle in a Mack Sennett comedy. But seconds later, the helicopter itself appeared above the forest's edge, completing an impossible loop, the cabin's plexiglass gleaming in rain and reflected glare from its own spotlight, which now stabbed skyward from its inverted belly. Saul threw himself down again as bits and pieces of the helicopter began crashing down across a 50-meter segment of beach. The cabin hit the edge of the beach, bounced once, skipped across the first 3 white lines of surf like a hard-flung stone, and disappeared in 10 feet of water. A second later, something triggered the explosive charges still in the cabin. The sea glowed like an open flame seen through thick green glass, and a geyser of white spray rose 20 feet into the air and blew in toward Saul. Small bits of wreckage continued to patter onto the sand for half a minute. Saul stood, brushed sand from his skin, and stared stupidly. He had just realized that he was standing in a small stream set in a broad depression on the beach when the first bullet struck him. There was a stinging on his left thigh, and he spun around just in time for a second more solid blow near his right shoulder blade to send him sprawling in the muddy stream. 2 speedboats were coming in on the surf, while a third circled 100 feet out. Saul moaned and rolled to one side to look at his left thigh. The bullet had drawn a bloody groove just below his hip bone on the outside of his leg. He fumbled with his left hand to find the wound on his back, but whatever had hit him there had left his shoulder blade numb. His hand came away bloody, but that told him little. He raised his right arm and wiggled his fingers. At least his arm still functioned. To hell with it, Saul thought in English, and crawled toward the jungle. 20 yards down the beach, the bow of the first boat touched sand, and 4 men waded ashore, rifles held high. Still crawling, Saul looked straight up and saw the ragged edge of clouds pass over. Stars became visible even as lightning continued to illuminate the world to the north and west. Then the last of the clouds passed over like some vast curtain pulling back for a third and final act. Tony Harrod realized that he was scared shitless. The 5 of them had descended to the main hall where Barrett's people had already set out 2 huge chairs facing each other across an expanse of tiled floor. Barrett's neutrals stood guard at each door and window, automatic weapons looking incongruous with their blue blazers and gray slacks. A small cluster of them stood around Maria Chen, including a man named Tyler, who was Kepler's aide, and Willie's other catspaw, Tom Reynolds. Harrod could see out the broad French doors to where Barrett's executive helicopter sat idling 30 yards down the swale toward the sea cliffs, a squad of neutrals surrounding it and squinting into the glare of floodlights. Barrett and Willie seemed to be the only ones who really understood what was going on. Kepler continued pacing and wringing his hands like a condemned man, while Jimmy Wayne Sutter had the glazed, smiling, slightly stunned look of someone deep in a peyote dream. Harrod said, "So, where's the fucking chessboard?" Barrett smiled and walked to a long Louis XIV table covered with bottles, glasses, and a breakfast buffet. Another table held an array of electronic equipment, and the mustached FBI man named Swanson stood nearby with earphones and a microphone. "One does not need a chessboard to play, Tony," said Barrett. "It is, after all, primarily an exercise of the mind." "And you two've been playing through the mails for months, you say?" asked Joseph Kepler. His voice was strained. "Since just after we turned Nina Drayton loose in Charleston last December?" "No," said Barrett. He nodded, and a servant in a blue blazer poured him a glass of champagne. He sipped and nodded. "Actually, Mr. Borden contacted me with the opening move a few weeks before Charleston." Kepler laughed harshly. "So you let me think I'd been the only one to make contact with him, when you and Sutter have been in touch all along?" Barrett glanced toward Sutter. The minister was staring blankly out the French doors. "The Reverend Sutter's contact with Mr. Borden goes back much farther," said Barrett. Kepler walked to the table and poured a tall glass of whiskey. "You used me just like you did Colburn and Trask." He downed most of the drink in one gulp. "Just like Colburn and Trask." "Joseph," soothed Barrett, "Charles and Neiman were in the wrong place at the wrong time." Kepler laughed again and poured another drink. "Captured pieces," he said. "Taken off the board." "Yeah," Willie heartily agreed. "But I have lost some of my own pieces." He salted a hard-boiled egg and took a large bite of it. "Herr Barrett and I were much too careless with our queens early in the game." Harrod had moved close to Maria Chen and now took her hand in his. Her fingers were cool. Barrett's guards were several yards away. She leaned close to Harrod and whispered,
They searched me, Tony. They knew all about the gun in the boat. There's no way off the island now.
Herod nodded.
Tony,
she whispered, squeezing his hand.
I'm frightened.
Herod looked around the large room. Barrett's people had rigged small spotlights to illuminate only a portion of the black-and-white tiled grand hall. Each tile looked to be about 4 feet square. Herod counted 8 rows of illuminated squares, each row having 8 squares across. He realized that he was looking at a giant chessboard.
Don't worry,
he whispered to Maria Chen.
I'll get you out of here, I swear it. I love you, Tony,
whispered the beautiful Eurasian. Herod looked at her for a minute, squeezed her hand, and walked back to the buffet table.
Something I don't understand, Herr Borden, Barrett was saying, is how you deterred the Fuller woman from leaving the country. Richard Haynes's people never found out what happened at the Atlanta airport.
Willie laughed and picked small white flecks of egg from his lips.
A phone call, he said. A simple phone call. I had prudently tape-recorded certain telephone conversations between my dear friend Nina and Melanie years before, and had done some editing.
Willie's voice shifted to a falsetto.
Melanie, darling, is that you, Melanie? This is Nina, Melanie.
Willie laughed and helped himself to a second hard-boiled egg.
And had you already chosen Philadelphia as the playing area for our middle game? Asked Barrett. Nein, said Willie. I was prepared to play wherever Melanie Fuller went to ground. Philadelphia was quite acceptable, however, since it allowed my associate Jensen Luhar to move freely among the other blacks.
Barrett shook his head ruefully.
Some very costly exchanges there, some very careless moves on both our parts. Yeah, my queen for a knight and a few pawns, said Willie, and frowned. It was necessary to avoid an early draw, but not up to my usual tournament play.
The FBI man, Swanson, came up and whispered to Barrett.
Excuse me a second, please, said the billionaire,
and went over to the communications table. When he returned, he glowered at Willie.
What are you up to, Mr. Borden?
Willie licked his fingers and stared at Barrett in wide-eyed innocence.
What is it? Snapped Kepler. What's going on? Several of the surrogates are out of their pens, said Barrett. At least 2 of the security people are dead north of the security zone. My own security people have just detected Mr. Borden's black colleague and a woman, the female surrogate Mr. Herod brought onto the island, not a quarter of a mile from here on Live Oak Lane. What do you have in mind, sir?
Willie opened his palms.
Jensen is an old and valued associate. I was only bringing him back here for the endgame, Herr Barrett. And the woman? I confess that I planned to utilize her as well.
Willie shrugged. The old man looked around the grand hall at 24 of Barrett's neutrals armed with automatic rifles and Uzis. More security people were visible only as shadows on the balconies above.
Surely 2 naked surrogates do not pose a threat to anyone, he said, and chuckled.
The Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter turned away from the windows.
But if the Lord creates something new, he said, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord.
He looked back out into the night.
Numbers 16, he said. Hey, thanks a whole fucking shitload of a lot, said Herod.
He removed the cap on a quart of expensive vodka and drank straight from the bottle.
Quiet, Tony, snapped Willie. Well, Herr Barrett, will you bring my poor pawns in so we can resume the game?
Kepler's eyes were wide with rage or fear as he tugged at C. Arnold Barrent's sleeve.
"Kill them,"
he insisted. He thrust a finger at Willie.
"Kill him. He's insane. He wants to destroy the whole goddamned world just because he's going to die soon. Kill him before he can—"
"Shut up, Joseph," said Barrent. He nodded at Swanson. "Bring them in, and we will begin."
"Wait,"
said Willie. He closed his eyes for half a minute. "There is another." Willie opened his eyes. His smile grew very, very wide. "Another piece has arrived. This game will be more satisfying than even I had anticipated, Herr Barrent." Saul Lasky had been shot by the Wehrmacht SS sergeant with a piece of sticking plaster on his chin, and had been dumped into the pit to lie with the hundreds of other dead and naked Jews. But Saul was not dead. In the sudden darkness he crawled across the wet sand of the pit, and the smooth, cooling flesh of corpses that had been men, women, and children from Lodz and 100 other Polish towns and cities. The numbness in his right shoulder and left leg were turning into searing cords of pain. He had been shot twice and dumped into the pit at last, but he was still alive and angry. The fury flowing through him was stronger than the pain, stronger than fatigue or fear or shock. Saul crawled across naked bodies and the wet bottom of the pit and let the anger fuel his absolute determination to stay alive. He crawled forward in the darkness. Saul was vaguely aware that he was experiencing a walking hallucination, and the professional part of his mind was fascinated, wondering if the shock of being shot had triggered it, marveling at the verisimilitude of the sudden overlay of realities separated by 40 years of time. But another part of his consciousness accepted the experience as reality itself, a resolution of the most unresolved part of his life, a guilt and obsession that had left him without much of a life for 4 decades, a fixation that had denied him marriage, family, or thought of the future in 40 years of reliving his own inexplicable failure to die, failure to join the others in the pit. And now he had. The 4 men who had come ashore shouted to each other and fanned out behind him to cover 30 yards of beach. Small arms fire rattled into the jungle. Saul concentrated on crawling forward in the almost total darkness, feeling ahead with his hands as beach sand and loam gave way to more fallen logs and deeper swamp. He lowered his face into the water and raised it with a gasp, shaking droplets and twigs out of his hair. He had lost his glasses somewhere, but it did not seem to make a difference in the darkness. He might be 10 feet or 10 miles from the tree he was searching for, and it would never matter in such blackness. Starlight did not penetrate the heavy foliage overhead, and only a faint gleam of his own white fingers inches from his face convinced Saul that the impact of the bullet in his right shoulder had not blinded him somehow. As a doctor, Saul wondered how badly he was bleeding, where the bullet was lodged. He had not succeeded in finding an exit wound, and how soon he would need medical treatment to have a chance of survival. It seemed an academic question as a second round of rifle fire ripped through foliage 2 feet above Saul's head. Branches and twigs dropped into the swamp with soft, plopping sounds. 30 feet behind him, a man's voice shouted, "This way! He went in here! Kelty, Suggs, come with me! Overholt, move down the beach and make sure he don't come out that way!" Saul crawled forward, getting to his feet as the water deepened to waist height. Powerful flashlight beams illuminated the jungle behind him in sudden strobes of yellow light. Saul staggered ahead for 10 or 15 feet and suddenly stumbled over a submerged log, scraping his thighs across it as he fell forward, breathing in scummed water as his face went under. As he fought his way to his knees and brought his head up, a flashlight beam shone straight in his eyes. "There he is!" The beam slid away for a second, and Saul pressed his face against the rotting log as bullets struck all around him. One tore through the soft wood not 10 inches from his cheek, and went skittering across the surface of the swamp with a sound like a maddened insect. Saul instinctively turned his face away, and at that second, one of the 3 flashlight beams probing the area for him flashed across the trunk of a dead tree scarred and scoured by a deep slash of lightning. "Back to the left!" screamed a man. The roar of the automatic rifles was incredible, the rooftop of thick foliage making it seem as if the 3 men were firing in a large enclosed room. Before the flashlight beams returned, Saul stood up and stumbled toward the tree 20 feet away. One beam of light swung back his way, caught him, and lost him again as the security man raised his weapon. Saul noted that bullets made a sound rather like furious bees as they hummed past one's ears. Water splashed him as a line of slugs stitched its way across the swamp and drummed hollowly into the tree itself. The flashlights found him just as he reached the tree and stuck his arm up into the scar. The bag he had wedged there was gone. Saul threw himself under water as bullets tore into the tree at the level his head and shoulders had been a second before. More bullets striking the water made an eerie singing sound as he pulled his way across the bottom, filling his hands with roots, strands of aquatic plants, and whatever else he could grasp. He popped up behind the tree, gasping for air, praying for a stick, a rock, anything substantial to have in his hands as he rushed them in his last futile seconds of life. His anger was a transcendent thing now, banishing the pain of his wounds. Saul imagined it shining out of him like horns of light with which Moses reputedly returned from the mountain, or like the narrow shafts of light now shining through the hollow tree where the bullets had punched through. In the glare of those thin strands of light, Saul saw something gleaming in the shattered tree right at the water line. "Come on!" screamed the man who had shouted earlier, and the firing stopped as he and another man began splashing across the swamp, moving to their right to get a clear shot. The third man moved to his left, holding his flashlight steady. Saul made a fist and struck the thick wood where light made the bark translucent. Once, twice. His hand went through on the third blow, and his fingers closed on wet plastic where the bag had fallen. "See him?" screamed a man to his left. The flashlight beams were partly obscured by dangling webs of Spanish moss from low branches. "Shit! Get closer!" called the man to his right. He was almost visible around the curve of the trunk. Saul clutched at the slippery plastic and tried to pull it through the small cleft he had made. The bag was too large to fit through. He released it and tore at bark with both hands, clawing an opening with his nails. The charred and rotted wood came away in strips and chunks, but segments of the trunk were as hard as steel. "I see him!" screamed a second man to his left, and a burst of fire made Saul duck into the water, still clawing as splashes erupted all around. The noise stopped after 2 or 3 seconds, and Saul came up gasping and shaking water out of his eyes. "Barry, you motherfucking idiot!" one of the men was screaming not 25 feet to Saul's left. "I'm right in your fucking line of fire, you stupid son of a bitch!" Saul reached inside the trunk and found only water. The bag had slipped lower. He stepped sideways and thrust his left arm as far as he could through the ragged hole. His fingers closed around a handle on the top of a long bundle. "I see him!" screamed the man to his right. Saul moved backward, feeling the presence of the 2 men behind him as a tensing in his aching shoulder blade, and pulled with all of his might. The bag came up and wedged tightly, still far too large for the opening. The man on Saul's right steadied his flashlight and fired a single shot. A shaft of light angled up through the new hole in the trunk inches above Saul's head. Saul half-crouched, shifted hands, and tugged again. The bag did not move. The second bullet threw a shaft of light between his right arm and his ribs. Saul realized that the men behind him were not firing, only because their comrade was directly opposite them now, waiting closer for his third shot, never letting the flashlight waver. Saul grabbed the plastic strip with both hands, crouched, and threw himself backward with all of the force he could muster. He expected the handle to tear free, and it did, but not before the bulky bag ripped through the opening in a shower of bark and water. Saul clutched at the wet bag, almost dropped it, and hugged it to his chest as he turned and ran. The man to his right fired once, and then switched to full automatic as Saul ran out of his flashlight beam. Another shaft of light from Saul's left found him, but dropped away suddenly as the man screamed in pain and began shouting curses. A second weapon opened up 15 feet from where it had fired earlier. Saul ran and wished he had not lost his glasses. The water was only knee-deep when he tripped over a fallen log and rolled onto a low island of shrubbery and swamp debris. He could hear at least 2 men splashing toward him as he flipped the heavy bag over, found the zipper, opened it, and unsealed the waterproof inner bag. "He's got something!" one man shouted to another. "Hurry!" They splashed closer across the strip of shallow swamp. Saul tugged out the web belt of C4, tossed it aside, and pulled out the M16 he had taken from Haynes. It was not loaded. Taking care not to drop the bag in the water, Saul fumbled for one of the 6 ammunition clips, pulled one out, identified by feel that it was upside down, and slapped it into the magazine slit. During the scores of hours he had practiced breaking down, loading, and firing the weapon during those weeks in Charleston, he had never considered the reason behind Cohen's advice months earlier that anyone using a rifle should know how to assemble it while blindfolded. The flashlight beams raked across the log Saul crouched behind, and from the sounds of splashing, Saul knew that the lead man was no more than 10 feet away and closing quickly. Saul rolled over, clicked the selector from safe to semi with a movement born of habit, shouldered the plastic grip, and put a burst of copper-jacketed bullets into the man's chest and belly at a distance of less than 6 feet. The man jackknifed forward and seemed to rise backward into the air as his flashlight dropped into the swamp. The second man stopped 20 feet to Saul's right and shouted something unintelligible. Saul fired right down the beam of the flashlight. Glass and steel shattered. There was a single scream, and then darkness descended. Saul blinked, made out a ghostly green glow only feet from him, and realized that the flashlight belonging to the first man he had killed was still glowing under 20 inches of water. "Barry," called a low voice 40 feet from Saul's left, back where the 2 men had first tried to flank him. "Kip, what the fuck's going on? I'm hurt. Quit screwing around." Saul pulled another clip from the bag, dropped the C4 belt back in, and moved quickly to his left, trying to stay in the shallows. "Barry," came the voice again, 20 feet away now. "I'm getting out of here. I'm hurt. You shot me in the fucking leg, you asshole." Saul slipped forward, moving when the man made noise. "Hey, who's that?" cried the man in the darkness. From 15 feet away, Saul clearly heard the sound of a safety being clicked off. Saul put his back against a tree and whispered, "It's me, Overholt. Give us a light." The man said, "Shit," and turned on his flashlight. Saul peered around the tree and saw a man with a gray security uniform bloodied at the left leg. He was cradling an Uzi submachine gun and fumbling with the flashlight. Saul killed him with a single bullet to the head. The security uniform was a single-piece coverall with a zipper down the front. Saul switched off the flashlight, tugged the uniform off the corpse, and pulled it on in the dark. There were distant shouts from the beach. The coverall was too big, the boots too small, even without socks. But Saul Lasky had never appreciated clothing so much in his life. He felt around in 3 inches of water for the long-billed cap the man had been wearing, found it, and tugged it on. Cradling the M16, the Uzi in his right hand and 3 extra clips for it in the deep pocket of his coverall, the flashlight clipped on his belt loop, Saul waded back to where he had left his bag. The web belts of C4, extra magazines for the rifle, and the Colt automatic were dry and accounted for. He dropped the Uzi in, sealed and shouldered the bag, and walked out of the swamp. A second boat had landed 20 yards down the beach, and the 4th man had walked down to join the 5 new arrivals. He swiveled as Saul emerged west of the inlet and strolled across the beach. "Kip, that you?" shouted the man over wind and surf sounds. Saul shook his head. "Barry," he called, hand cupped half over his mouth. "What the hell's all this shooting? Did you get him?" "East," Saul shouted cryptically, and waved his hand down the beach beyond the men. 3 of the guards raised weapons and jogged that way. The man who had shouted raised a hand radio and talked quickly. 2 of the boats patrolling beyond the breakers swung east and began playing their searchlights along the tree line. Saul waded to the first beached boat, lifted the small anchor out of the sand, and dropped it in the back, and climbed in, dropping his bag onto the passenger seat. Blood from his back had soaked the long carrying strap. There were 2 huge outboard motors mounted, but the boat had an electronic ignition and required a key. The key was in the dash-mounted ignition switch. Saul started the motors, backed away from the beach in a snarl of foam and sand, swung it into the breakers, and pounded through to open sea. 200 yards out, he swung the boat east and opened the throttles to full speed. The bow raised, and he came around the northeast edge of the island and roared south at 45 knots. Saul felt the crashing of the bow and keel against the waves as a pounding through his very bones. The radio rasped, and he turned it off. A boat heading north blinked at him, but he ignored it. Saul slid the M16 lower so the salt spray could not get at it. The water beaded on his stubbled cheeks and refreshed him as a cold shower might. He knew he had lost blood, and was losing more. His leg continued to bleed, and he could feel the stickiness against his back. But even in the post-adrenaline letdown, determination burned in him like a blue flame. He felt strong and very, very angry. A mile ahead, a green light blinked at the end of the long dock that led to Live Oak Lane, and to the manse, and to Oberst Wilhelm von Borchardt. 68, Charleston, Tuesday, June 16, 1981. It was after midnight, and Natalie Preston felt trapped in a nightmare she had suffered as a child. An event that occurred the evening of her mother's funeral had brought her awake, screaming for her father at least once a week for months, that long ago summer and fall. The funeral had been an old-fashioned one, with hours of visitation in the old mortuary. Friends and relatives had arrived and filed by the open coffin for what seemed like days to Natalie, as she sat in sad silence next to her father. She had cried for the past 2 days and had been empty of tears as she sat holding her father's hand, but at some point she had felt the pressing need to go to the bathroom and whispered the fact to her father. He rose to lead her to the restroom, but another contingent of older relatives had come up to him just then, and an elderly aunt had offered to take her. The old lady had taken her hand and led her down hallways, through several doorways, and up a flight of stairs before pointing to a white door. When Natalie emerged, pressing down the skirt of her stiff dark blue dress, the elderly aunt was gone. Natalie confidently turned left instead of right, went through doors, down halls and stairways, and was lost within a minute. It did not frighten her. She knew the chapel and receiving rooms might take up most of the first floor, and if she opened enough doors, she would find her father. What she did not know was that the rear staircase descended directly to the basement. Natalie had looked through 2 doors opening into bare, empty rooms when she swung open a door and let the corridor light illuminate steel tables, racks of huge bottles holding dark fluid, and long, hollow steel needles attached to thin rubber hoses. She had covered her mouth with her hands and backed down the corridor, turning to run through broad double doors. She was halfway across a large box-filled room before her eyes adjusted to the weak light filtering through the small curtained windows. Natalie stopped in the middle of the room. No sounds disturbed the heavy air. The objects around her were not boxes, they were coffins. The heavy dark wood of their surfaces seemed to absorb the diffused light. Several of the caskets had their hinged lids open at the top, just as her mother's did. Not 5 feet away from Natalie was a small white box, just her size, with a crucifix on top. Years later, Natalie realized that she had stumbled into a casket storeroom or showroom, but at the time she was sure that she stood alone in the dim light in the middle of a dozen filled coffins. She expected white-faced corpses to sit up at any second, jackknifing rigidly into a sitting position, heads turning and eyes opening toward her just like they did on the Friday creature feature vampire movies she and her dad watched. There had been another door, but it seemed miles away, and to get to it, Natalie would have had to walk within clutching distance of 4 or 5 dark caskets. She did so, looking ahead only at the door, and walking slowly, waiting for the pale arms and hands to lunge at her, but refusing to run or scream. It was too important a day. It was her mother's funeral, and she loved her mother. Natalie had gone through the door, climbed a lighted stairway, and emerged in the hall near the front door.
"There you are, dear,"
exclaimed the elderly aunt, and had brought her back to her father in the next room with whispered admonitions not to go wandering off to play again. She had not thought of her old nightmare in a dozen years, but as she sat in Melanie Fuller's parlor with Justin sitting across from her, staring at her with his mad old woman eyes set in that pale, pudgy face, Natalie's reaction was the same as it had been in her dream when the coffin lids had been pushed back, when a dozen corpses had sat up stiffly in their boxes, and when 24 hands had clutched at her and dragged her, resisting but still not screaming, toward the small white coffin that lay empty and waiting for her.
"A penny for your thoughts, dear,"
came the old woman's voice from the mouth of the child across from her. Natalie jerked fully awake. It was the first time either of them had spoken since the senseless pointing and shouting the child had gone through 20 minutes earlier.
"What's happening?"
asked Natalie. Justin shrugged, but his smile was very wide. His baby teeth looked as if they had been sharpened to points.
"Where is Saul?"
demanded Natalie. Her fingers went to the monitor pack on her belt.
"Tell me,"
she snapped. Saul had designed the telemetry pack hookup to the explosives, but had balked at her actually using it when she was with Melanie. They had compromised with a monitor that transmitted a warning to the second receiver in the car with Jackson, rather than triggering the C4. It had been Natalie who reattached the wires to the C4 on her web belt after Saul left for the island. During the last 27 hours, she had found herself half hoping that the old monster would try to seize her mind, and that the thing would trigger the explosive. Natalie was exhausted and drained by fear, and at times it seemed preferable just to have it over with. She did not know if the C4 was certain to kill the old woman from this distance, but she was certain that Melanie's zombies would not let her get any closer to the creature upstairs.
"Where's Saul?"
repeated Natalie.
"Oh, they have him,"
the boy said casually. Natalie stood up. There were stirrings in the shadows of adjoining rooms.
"You're lying,"
she snapped.
"Am I?"
Justin smiled.
"Now why would I do that? What happened?"
Justin shrugged again and stifled a yawn.
"It's after my bedtime, Nina. Why don't we continue this conversation in the morning?" "Tell me!"
shouted Natalie. Her finger found the override button on the monitor.
"Oh, all right," pouted the boy. "Your Hebrew friend got away from the guards, but Willie's man caught him and took him back to the manse."
"The manse," breathed Natalie.
Yes,
snapped the boy. He kicked his heels against the leg of the chair.
"Willie and Mr. Barron want to talk to him. They're playing a game."
Natalie looked around her. Something moved in the foyer.
"Is Saul hurt?"
Justin shrugged.
"Is he still alive?"
demanded Natalie. The boy made a face.
"I said they wanted to talk to him, Nina. They can't talk to a dead person, now can they?"
Natalie lifted her free hand and chewed at a nail.
"It's time to do what we planned,"
she said.
"It's not," whined the 6-year-old. "It's not at all the situation you told me to wait for. They're just playing." "You're lying," said Natalie. "They can't be playing the game if Willie's man is out and Saul's at the manse." "Not that game," said the boy, shaking his head at her stupidity.
It was difficult for Natalie to remember that he was only a flesh-and-blood marionette being manipulated by the ancient crone upstairs.
"They're playing chess," said the boy.
"Chess," said Natalie.
"Yes. The winner gets to decide on the next game. Willie wants to play for bigger stakes."
Justin shook his head in an old woman's gesture.
Willie always had a Wagnerian preoccupation with Ragnarok and Armageddon. It comes with German blood, I'm sure. Saul is hurt and captured at the manse where they're playing chess,
said Natalie in a monotone. She remembered the afternoon 7 months earlier when she and Rob had listened to Saul Lasky retell his story of the camps and the run-down castle keep in the Polish forest where the young Oberst had challenged Der Alta in a final game.
Yes, Justin said happily. Miss Sewell will also get to play on Mr. Barron's team. He's very handsome.
Natalie stepped back. Saul and she had discussed what she should do if the plan fell apart. He recommended that Natalie throw the satchel charges with the 40-second timer and run, even though it meant letting Barrett and the others escape. The second possibility was to continue the bluff, force Melanie's hand, in the hopes of still getting Barrett and possibly other members of the Island Club. Now, Natalie saw a third possibility. At least 6 hours of darkness remained. She realized that while the demand for justice and revenge for her father's murder was still strong in her, that her love for Saul was stronger. She also knew that Saul's discussion with her of exit plans had been only talk, that he had made no escape plans. Natalie knew that justice demanded that she stay and follow the plan through, but justice was second in her heart at that moment to the rising urge to save Saul if there was any chance at all.
I'm leaving for a few minutes, she said firmly. If Barrett tries to leave, or the other conditions apply, do precisely what we planned. I mean it, Melanie. I will brook no failure here. Your own life depends on this. If you fail, the Island Club will surely plan to kill you, but they will be too late because I will kill you. Do you understand, Melanie?
Justin stared at her, a slight smile on his round face. Natalie whirled and walked toward the foyer. Someone moved quickly in the darkness ahead of her, going through the door to the dining room. Justin followed her. Someone moved on the landing at the head of the stairs, and there were sounds in the kitchen. Natalie stopped in the foyer, her finger still on the red button. Her scalp itched under the round tape of the electrodes.
I will be back before sunrise,
she said. Justin smiled up at her, his face glowing slightly in the faint green glow from the second floor. Catfish had been watching for more than 6 hours when Natalie emerged from the Fuller house. That wasn't on the night's flight plan. He squeezed the transmitter button on the cheap CB twice, what Jackson had called breaking squelch, and crouched in the bushes to see what was going on. He had yet to see Marvin, but when he did, he was going to make his move to save his old gang leader from the voodoo lady, no matter what else was going down. Natalie was moving fast when she crossed the courtyard. She waited while some dude Catfish couldn't see unlocked the gate for her. She crossed the street without looking back and turned right past Catfish's alley, rather than turning left toward where Jackson was parked down the street. That was the prearranged signal that she might be followed. Catfish broke squelch 3 times, letting Jax know to head around the block for the pickup point, and then he crouched lower and waited. A man moved out of the shadows of the Fuller courtyard and jogged across the street in a half-crouch the minute Natalie was out of sight. Catfish caught a glimpse of reflected light from the streetlight on the blue steel of the barrel of a handgun. Big automatic from the looks of it.
"Shit,"
whispered Catfish, waited a minute to make sure no one else was following, and slipped along in the shadow of parked cars on the east side of the street. The guy with the gun was a dude Catfish didn't recognize, too small to be the Cully monster he'd glimpsed in the courtyard, too white to be Marvin. Catfish moved silently to the corner and crawled through some screening shrubbery to poke his head out. Natalie was halfway down the block, ready to cross to the other side. White dude with a gun was moving real slow in the shadow on this side. Catfish broke squelch 4 times and followed, his black pants and windbreaker making him invisible. He hoped Natalie'd unplugged all that C4 shit. High explosives made Catfish nervous. He'd seen the bits and pieces that were all that was left of his best friend Leroy after the crazy dude had set off that dynamite he was carrying. Catfish didn't mind dying. He'd never expected to see 30, but he wanted his smiling self to be laid out in one big, gorgeous piece, wrapped in his best $700 suit, for Marcy, Sheila, and Belinda to weep over. Warned by the 4 squelch signal, Jackson accelerated down the street and swung to the left side of the street to shield Natalie as he picked her up. The dude with the gun braced it with both hands on the roof of a parked Volvo and took aim at the reflection of a street light on the windshield right in front of Jackson's face.
"Wasn't all tea and crumpets with the voodoo lady tonight," thought Catfish. "Old broad must be pissed off."
He moved forward, running silently on $50 Adidases, and kicked the white dude's legs out from under him. The man's chin hit the rooftop, and Catfish banged the dude's face against the passenger side window for good measure, getting his hand on the gun and the web between his thumb and forefinger on the hammer just in case. Movies. They toss guns around like toys, but Catfish had seen brothers shot by weapons barely dropped.
"People don't kill people," he thought as he laid the white dude on the shadowed sidewalk. "Fucking guns do."
Jackson broke squelch twice as he drove away with Natalie. Catfish looked around, checked to see that the white dude was out, but still breathing, and triggered the transmit button.
"Hey, bro," he said, "what's happening?"
Jackson's voice was distorted by the cheap speaker and low volume.
"Lady all right, man. What's with you?" "Dude with a big service 4.5. He don't like your face, man. He asleep now."
"How asleep?" rasped Jackson's voice.
"Just dozing, man. What you want done with it?"
Catfish had his knife, but they had decided that bodies being discovered in such an uptight, whitey neighborhood might not be good for business.
"Put it someplace quiet," said Jackson.
"Yeah, great," said Catfish. He dragged the unconscious honky into shrubbery under a willow tree. Brushing his clothes off, he keyed the transmit button.
"You two coming back, or you going to elope or something?"
Jackson's voice was faded by distance. Catfish wondered where the hell they were headed.
"Later, man," said Jax. "Be cool. We'll be back. Lay low."
"Shit," said Catfish over the CB.
"You get to take the Fox for rides, and I get to sit in O-Face alleys."
"Seniority, man," called Jackson, his voice barely audible.
"I was sold brickyard when you was just a bulge in your daddy's britches. Stay low, bro." "Fuck you too, Stu,"
said Catfish, but there was no reply, and he guessed they were out of range. He pocketed the CB and moved quickly and quietly back to his alley, checking every shadow to make sure the voodoo lady hadn't sent out any other troops. He had been sitting in his hidey-hole between a garbage can and an old fence less than 10 minutes, and was fast-forwarding and freeze-framing one of his favorite memories of Belinda in bed at the Chelton Arms, when there was the merest whisper of sound in the alley behind him. Catfish came up fast, flicking his stiletto open even as he rose. The man behind him was too big and too bald to be real. Cully slapped the knife out of Catfish's hand with a sweep of his massive palm. With his right hand he seized the thin black by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Catfish felt his air cut off and his vision fading, but even as the massive vice of flesh lifted him off the ground, he kicked the man-mountain twice in the balls and slapped his hands over the bald dude's ears hard enough to burst eardrums. The monster did not even blink. Catfish's fingers were going for the dude's eyes when the hand on his throat squeezed harder, impossibly hard, and there was a loud snap as Catfish's larynx broke. Cully dropped the thrashing, gasping black man onto the cinders of the alley and watched impassively. It took him almost 3 minutes to die, the broken larynx swelling to stop any air from passing. In the end, Cully had to hold the thrashing, bucking body down with his massive, booted foot. When he was finished, Cully retrieved the knife and performed a few experiments to make sure the colored man was dead. Then he went around the corner, picked up Howard's unconscious form, and effortlessly carried both bodies across the street and into the house, where the only light was the green glow from the second floor. The rain began again before they were halfway to Mount Pleasant. Jackson tried raising catfish on the CB, but the storm and 10 miles of distance appeared to be defeating the small radios.
"Do you think he'll be all right?"
asked Natalie. She had discarded the web belt of C4 as soon as she had entered the car, but retained the EEG monitor. If a theta rhythm appeared, an alarm would sound. The fact did not reassure Natalie much. Her main hope lay in Melanie's reluctance to this point at challenging Nina's control. Natalie wondered if she had signed her own death warrant by telling the old monster that she was not Nina's cat's paw.
"Catfish?" said Jackson. "Yeah, he's been through a lot. Man's no fool. Besides, somebody's got to stay behind to make sure the voodoo lady doesn't go away."
He glanced at Natalie. The wipers beat monotonously at the rain-streaked windshield.
We got a change in plans here, Nat?"
Natalie nodded. Jackson shifted a toothpick from the left to the right side of his mouth.
"You're going to the island, aren't you?"
Natalie let out a breath.
"How'd you know?" "Pilot lives out this way. That who you called this afternoon and say hang around? Maybe you have some business for him?" "Yes," said Natalie. "But I was thinking of tomorrow, after all this is over."
Jackson moved the toothpick.
"Is this all going to be over tomorrow, Natalie?"
Natalie stared straight ahead through a window made opaque by the downpour.
"Yes," she said firmly, "it is."
Darrell Meeks stood in the kitchen of his trailer, his thin form wrapped in a ratty blue bathrobe, and squinted at his two dripping guests.
"How do I know you're not two black revolutionaries trying to get me involved in some crazy plot?" he said. "You don't know," said Natalie. "You just have to take my word for it. It's Barrett and his group who are the bastards. They have my friend Saul, and I want to get him out of there."
Meeks scratched at gray stubble.
"On your way in, did either of you two notice that it was pouring rain with Force 2 gale conditions?" "Yeah," said Jackson, "we noticed." "You still want to buy a plane ride, huh?" "Yes," said Natalie. "I'm not sure what the going rate for this kind of excursion is," said Meeks, pulling the tab on a Pabst.
Natalie pulled a heavy envelope out of her sweater and laid it on the kitchen table. Meeks opened it, nodded, and sipped his beer.
$21,375.19, said Natalie.
Meeks scratched his head.
"Dump the whole PLO piggy bank out for this one, huh?"
He took a long swallow of beer.
"What the hell?" he said. "It's a nice night for a flight. You two wait here till I get changed. Help yourself to a beer if it isn't against KGB rules."
Natalie watched the rain move across the yard and field in curtains that obscured the small hangar under spotlights 40 yards away.
"I'm going too," said Jackson.
She looked around and said in a preoccupied tone,
"No." "Bullshit," growled Jackson.
He lifted the heavy black bag he had brought in from the car.
"I got plasma, morphine, battle dressings, the whole fucking kit. What happens if you pull off this freaking dust-off, and the man needs a medic? You think of that, Nat? Say you got him out, and he bleeds to death on the trip back. You want that?" "All right," said Natalie.
"Ready," called Meeks from the hallway. He was wearing a blue baseball cap with the legend Yokohama Tayo Whales in white stitching, an ancient leather flight jacket, jeans, green sneakers, and a gun belt with a pearl-handled, long-barreled Smith & Wesson .38 protruding from the holster.
"Only 2 rules," he said. 1, I say we can't land, it means we can't land. I still keep a third of the money. 2, don't pull that goddamn Colt out again in the back seat unless you plan to use it, and you damn better not think of settling any arguments with me that way, or you'll swim the whole way back."
"Agreed," said Natalie. Natalie had been on a roller coaster once with her father, and had been smart enough never to go on another one. This ride was 1,000 times worse. The cockpit of the Cessna was small and steamy, the windscreen was a wall of water, and Natalie was not even able to tell when exactly they had left the ground, except for the fact that the bumps, bounces, sloughs, and side slips grew wider. Lighted from below by the red glow of the instruments, Meek's face looked both demonic and moronic. Natalie was sure that her own appearance was equally moronic, with the added element of pure terror. Every once in a while, Jackson would bounce around the back seat and say, "Shit, man." And then there would be silence, except for the rain, the wind, assorted, tortured mechanical sounds, thunder, and the pitifully inadequate tiny noise of the engine.
"So far, so good," said Meeks. "We're not going to be able to get above this crap, but we'll get past it before we get to Sapelo. So far, everything's copacetic."
He turned to Jackson and said,
"Nom?" "Yeah." "Grunt?" "Medic, 101st. "When you D-Rose?" "Didn't. Me and two bros got fucked up on an LRRP when some little Arvin Kit Carson dude tripped his own Claymore while we were in our NDP." "Other two make it?" Sent 'em home in Ziplocs. They gave me another ribbon and titty-mouthed me stateside just in time to vote for Nixon." "Did you?" "Shit," said Jackson. "Yeah," said Meeks. "I can't remember the last time any politician did me a favor, neither."
Natalie stared at the two of them. The Cessna was suddenly illuminated by a bolt of lightning that appeared to pass through their starboard wing. At the same instant, a gust of wind tried to toss them upside down, while the bottom seemed to disappear as they dropped 200 feet like a cableless elevator. Meeks adjusted something above him, tapped at an instrument that showed a black-and-white ball rolling drunkenly, and yawned.
"About another hour and 20 minutes, he said, stifling another yawn. "Mr. Jackson, there's a big thermos back there, somewhere by your feet. Some Twinkies and stuff, too, I think. Why don't you have some coffee and pass some up? I'll take a Hostess ding-dong. Miss Preston, you want something? First-class fare entitles you to an in-flight snack."
Natalie turned her face to the window.
"No, thanks,"
she said. Lightning rippled through a thunderhead 1,000 feet below her, showing fragments of black clouds racing by like tatters of some witch's gown.
"Nothing just yet,"
she said. She tried closing her eyes. 69, Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 26, 1981. Saul throttled back and let the speedboat slide in to touch the dock. The green light at the end of the pier blinked on, sending its unheeded signal to the empty Atlantic. Saul tied up, tossed his plastic bag to the dock, and stepped up, dropping to one knee on the pier, keeping the M16 ready. The dock and surrounding area were empty. Untended golf carts sat waiting where the asphalt road ran south along the shoreline. There were no other boats tied up. Saul slung the duffel bag over his shoulder and moved cautiously toward the trees. Even if most of the security people had gone north to search for him, Saul could not believe that Barrent would leave the northern approach to the manse unguarded. He trotted into the darkness under the trees, his body tensed against the half-expected impact of bullets. There was no movement except for the slight shift of leaves in the lessening sea breeze. The lights of the manse were just visible to the south. Saul's only objective at this point was to get into the manse alive. There were no lights along Live Oak Lane. Saul remembered the pilot, Meeks, talking about how the way would be lighted for visiting dignitaries and VIPs, but the grassy walkway was forest dark this night. Moving from tree to tree, shrub to shrub, took time. 30 minutes passed. He had covered half the distance to the manse, and still there was no sign of Barrent's security people. Saul had a sudden thought that froze him with a fear colder and deeper than his dread of death. What if Barrent and Willie had left already? It was possible. Barrent was not a man who would expose himself to danger. Saul had been counting on using the billionaire's overconfidence as a weapon. Everyone who spent time with the man, including Saul, had been conditioned to be incapable of hurting him. But perhaps Willie's intervention in Philadelphia, or the incongruity of Saul's escape, had changed that. Heedless of danger, Saul gripped the rifle at port arms and ran along the grassy lane between the oaks, his duffel bag banging against his injured shoulder. He had run only 200 yards and was panting painfully when he slid to a stop, dropped to one knee, and raised the rifle. He squinted and wished he had his glasses. A naked body lay face down in the shadow of a small oak. Saul glanced left and right, lowered the duffel bag, and moved forward in a sprint. The woman was not quite naked. A torn and bloodied shirt covered one arm and part of her back. The woman lay on her stomach, her face turned away and hidden by her hair, arms thrown out, fingers clenching the earth, and her right leg bent as if she had been running hard when her assailant had run her to the ground. Peering around suspiciously, M16 at the ready, Saul touched her neck to feel for a pulse. The woman's head snapped around, and Saul caught a glimpse of Miss Sewell's wide, mad eyes and her open mouth before her teeth clamped hard on his left hand. She made a noise that was not human. Saul grimaced and raised the butt of the M16 to smash into her face, just as Jensen Luhar dropped from the branches of the oak tree and slammed a heavy forearm into Saul's throat. Saul yelled and fired the M16 on full automatic, trying to angle the fire back into Luhar, but succeeding only in ripping branches and leaves above him. Luhar laughed and jerked the rifle out of Saul's hand, flinging it 20 feet into the darkness. Saul struggled, forcing his chin down against Luhar's powerful forearm to keep from being strangled, and trying to wrench his left hand free from the woman's bulldog grip. His right hand clawed over his shoulder, trying to find the black man's face and eyes. Luhar laughed again, and lifted Saul in a half-Nelson. Saul felt the flesh in the web of his left hand rip away, and then Luhar pivoted and threw him 7 or 8 feet through the air. Saul hit hard on his wounded left leg, rolled on a shoulder turned to fire, and scrambled on hands and knees toward the duffel bag where he had left the Colt and Uzi. A glance over his shoulder showed Jensen Luhar poised in a wrestler's crouch, his naked body glistening with sweat and Saul's blood. Miss Sewell was on all fours, tensed as if ready to spring, her wild hair over her eyes. Blood ran onto her chin as she spit out a chunk of Saul's hand. He made it to within 3 feet of the bag before Luhar sprinted forward, fast and silent on bare feet, and kicked him solidly in the ribs. Saul rolled over 4 times, feeling the air and energy go out of him in a rush, trying to get his knees under him again, even as his vision dimmed and narrowed to a long, dark tunnel, with Luhar's advancing face in the center. Luhar kicked Saul once more, threw the duffel bag far away into the darkness, and grabbed the psychiatrist by his fringe of hair. He pulled Saul's face up to his own and shook him. "Wake up, little pawn," he said in German. "Time to play." The spotlights in the great hall illuminated 8 rows of squares. Each square was a white or black tile 4 feet on a side. Tony Harrod was looking at a chessboard that stretched 32 feet in each direction. Barrett's security people made soft noises in the shadows, and there were muted electronic sounds from the table holding the electronic gear, but only the Island Club members and their aides stood in the light. "It has been an interesting game to this point," said Barrett, "although there have been several times when I was certain that it could only lead to a draw." "Yeah," said Willie, stepping from the shadows into the light. He wore a white silk turtleneck under a white suit, giving him the appearance of a negative-image priest. The overhead spots made his thinning white hair gleam and emphasized the ruddiness on the ridges of his cheeks and jowls. "I have always preferred the Tarosh defense. It has gone out of style since it was popular in my youth, but I still consider it sound when used with the proper variations." "It was a positional game until move 29, said Barrett. "Mr. Borden offered me his king-rook-pawn, and I took it." "A poisoned pawn," said Willie, frowning at the board. Barrett smiled. "Fatal for a lesser player, perhaps,
But when the exchanges were finished, I retained 5 pawns to Mr. Borden's 3. "And a bishop," said Willie, looking to where Jimmy Wayne Sutter stood near the bar. "And a bishop," agreed Barrent. "But 2 pawns frequently defeat a lone bishop in an endgame." "Who's winning?" demanded Kepler. The man was drunk. Barrent rubbed his cheek. "It is not that simple, Joseph. At this moment, black, that is my color, holds a distinct advantage, but things change quickly in an endgame." Willie walked out onto the chessboard. "Do you want to change sides, Herr Barrent?" The billionaire laughed softly. "Ah, nein, mein Herr." "Then let's get on with it," said Willie. He looked around at the people standing at the edge of shadow. The FBI man Swanson whispered in Barrent's ear. "Just a second," said their host. He turned to Willie. "What the hell are you up to now, old man?" "Let them in," said Willie. "Why should I?" snapped Barrent. "They're your people." "Exactly," said Willie. "It is obvious that my black is unarmed, and I've brought my Jew pawn back to serve in the way he was destined to." "An hour ago you said we should kill him," said Barrent. Willie shrugged. "You still can, if you wish, Herr Barrent. The Jew is almost dead as it is, but it suits my sense of irony that he has come so far to serve me again." "You still contend that he came to the island on his own?" sneered Kepler. "I contend nothing," said Willie. "I request permission to use him in the game. It pleases me." Willie leered at his host. "Besides, Herr Barrent, you must be sure that the Jew was well conditioned by you. You would have nothing to fear from him, even if he arrived armed." "Then why is he here?" asked Barrent. Willie laughed. "To kill me," he said. "Come, make up your mind. I want to play." "What about the woman?" said Barrent. "She has been my queen's pawn," said Willie. "I give her to you." "Your queen's pawn," repeated Barrent. "And does your queen still rule her?" "My queen has been removed from the board," said Willie. "But you can ask the pawn when she arrives." Barrent snapped his fingers, and 6 men with weapons stepped forward. "Bring them in," he said. "If they make any suspicious moves, kill them. Tell Donald that I may be flying out to the Antoinette earlier than we had anticipated. Recall the patrols and double the security south of the zone." Tony Herod did not at all care for the smell of recent events. As far as he could tell, he had no way off the fucking island. Barrent had his helicopter waiting just beyond the French doors. Willie had his Learjet at the landing strip. Even Sutter had a plane waiting. But as far as Herod could make out, he and Maria Chen were stranded. Now a new phalanx of security people had entered, herding Jensen Luhar and the 2 surrogates Herod had picked up in Savannah. Luhar was naked, all muscled black flesh. The woman wore only a torn and bloodied shirt that looked as if it came from one of the security zone guards. Her face was smeared and smudged with dirt and blood, but it was her eyes that bothered Herod the most. They were almost comically wide, staring roundly from behind dangling strands of hair, their irises completely surrounded by white. If the woman looked bad, the man named Saul, whom Herod had brought onto the island, looked terrible. Luhar appeared to be holding the Jew upright as they stood 10 paces in front of Barrent, and Herod's former surrogate was a mess, blood dripping from his face and soaking through his shirt and left pant leg. The man's left hand looked as if it had been run through a mangle with metal teeth. Blood fell from the dangling hand onto a white-tiled square.
but something about his gaze suggested alertness and defiance. Herod could figure out none of this. It was immediately obvious that Willie knew both the man and the woman, even admitting that the Jew had been a surrogate of his once. But Barrent seemed to be going along with the proposition that both of these wretched prisoners had come to the island of their own choice. Willie had said earlier that Barrent had been the one who had conditioned the Jew, but the billionaire had not brought him to the island. He seemed to be treating him as a free agent. The dialogue with the woman was even more bizarre. Herod was confused. "Good evening, Dr. Lasky," Barrent had said to the bleeding man. "I'm sorry I did not recognize you sooner." Lasky said nothing. His gaze shifted to where Willie sat in one of the high-backed chairs, and did not change even when Jensen Luhar jerked his head around to face Mr. Barrent. "It was your airplane that landed on the North Beach some weeks ago?" said Barrent. "Yes," said Lasky, his eyes never leaving Willie. "A clever arrangement," said Barrent. "Pity it did not succeed. Do you admit that you came here to kill us?" "Not all of you," said Lasky. "Only him." He did not point at Willie, but he did not have to. "Yes," said Barrent. He rubbed his cheek and glanced at Willie. "Well, Dr. Lasky, do you still plan to kill our guest?" "Yes." "Are you worried, Herr Borden?" asked Barrent. Willie smiled. Barrent then did an incredible thing. Leaving the chair he had been sitting in since just before the three surrogates' arrival, he walked to the woman, lifted her filthy right hand, and kissed it gently. "Herr Borden informs me that I have the honor of addressing Miss Fuller," he said in a voice smoother than melted margarine. "Is this correct?" The wild-eyed woman smiled and simpered. "You do," she said in a thick southern drawl. There was dried blood on her teeth. "This is indeed a pleasure, Miss Fuller," said Barrent, still holding the woman's hand. "It has been a source of great disappointment to me that we have not met before this. May I ask what has brought you to our little island?" "Mere curiosity, sir," said the wild-eyed apparition. When she moved slightly, Herod could see the thick V of her pubic hair through the opening of her shirt. Barrent stood straight-backed and smiling, still fondling the woman's grimy hand. "I see," he said. "There was no need to arrive incognito, Miss Fuller. You would be most welcome in person on the island at any time, and I am sure that you would find our accommodations more comfortable in the guest wing of the manse." "Thank you, sir," the surrogate smiled. "I am currently indisposed, but when my health improves, I shall avail myself of your generous invitation." "Excellent," said Barrent. He released her hand and walked back to his chair. His security people relaxed a bit and lowered their Uzis. "We were just about to finish a game of chess," he said. "Our new guests must join us. Miss Fuller, would you honor me by allowing your surrogate to play on our side? I assure you that I shall not allow any threat of capture to spoil her participation." The woman smoothed down the rags of her shirt and fluttered her hands at the tangle of hair, moving some from in front of her eyes. "The honor would be all mine, sir," she said. "Wonderful," said Barrent. "Herr Borden, I presume you wish to use your 2 pieces?" "Yeah," said Willie. "My old pawn will bring me luck." "Fine," said Barrent. "Shall we pick up on the 36th move?" Willie nodded. "I had taken your bishop on the previous move," he said.
Then you move toward centering your king with a response of KQ3. Ah, said Barrett. My strategies are far too transparent for a master. Yeah, agreed Willie. They are. Let us play.
Natalie breathed a deep sigh of relief when they broke out of the storm clouds somewhere east of Sapelo Island. The wind still battered at the Cessna, and the starlight illuminated a white-capped ocean far below, but at least the roller coaster ride had flattened out.
"About 45 minutes out now,"
said Meeks. He rubbed his face with his left hand.
"Headwinds are adding about a half hour to the flight."
Jackson leaned forward and said softly next to Natalie's ear,
"You really think they're going to let us land?"
Natalie sent her cheek against the window.
"If the old woman does what she said she would, maybe."
Jackson snorted a laugh.
"You think she will?" "I don't know," said Natalie. "I just think it's more important that we get Saul out. I think we did everything we could to show Melanie that it was in her self-interest to act." "Yeah, but she's crazy," said Jackson. "Crazy folks don't always act in their own self-interest, kid."
Natalie smiled.
"I guess that explains why we're here, huh?"
Jackson touched her shoulder.
"Have you thought about what you're going to do if Saul's dead?" he asked softly.
Natalie's head moved up and down an inch.
"We get him out," she said. "Then I go back and kill the thing in Charleston."
Jackson sat back, curled up in the back seat, and was breathing loudly in his sleep a minute later. Natalie watched the ocean until her eyes hurt, and then turned toward the pilot. Meeks was looking at her strangely. Confronted with her stare, he touched his baseball cap and turned his attention back to the glow of the instruments. Wounded, bleeding, fighting just to stay standing and conscious, Saul was pleased to be precisely where he was. His gaze never left the Oberst for more than a few seconds. After almost 40 years of searching, he, Saul Lasky, was in the same room as Oberst Wilhelm von Borchert. It was not the best of situations. Saul had gambled everything, even allowing Luhar to overpower him when he could have gotten to his weapons in time, on the slim hope of being brought into the Oberst's presence. It was the scenario he had shared with Natalie months earlier as they sat drinking coffee in the orange-scented Israeli dusk, but these were not optimum conditions. He would have a chance of confronting the Nazi murderer only if Willie were the one to use his psychic abilities on Saul. Now all of the mutant throwbacks were there. Barrett, Sutter, the one named Kepler, even Herod and Melanie Fuller's surrogate. And Saul was terrified that one of them would attempt to seize his mind, squandering the single slim chance he might have to surprise the Oberst. Then there was the fact that in his scenario to Natalie, Saul had always painted the picture of a one-to-one confrontation with the old man, with Saul being the physically stronger of the two. Now Saul was using most of his strength of will and body just to remain standing. His left hand hung bleeding and useless, and there was a bullet lodged somewhere near his collarbone, while the Oberst sat looking fit and rested, 30 pounds heavier in muscle than Saul, and surrounded by at least 2 superbly conditioned cat's paws, with at least half a dozen other people nearby whom he could use at will. Nor did Saul believe that Barrett's security people would allow him to take more than 3 unauthorized strides before they gunned him down in cold blood. But Saul was happy. There was no place else in the world he would rather be. He shook his head to focus his attention on what was happening. Barrett and the Oberst were seated, while Barrett set the human chess pieces in place. For the second time in that endless day, Saul had a waking hallucination as the grand hall shimmered like a reflection on a wind-rippled pond, and suddenly he saw the wood and stones of a Polish keep, with gray-garbed Sonderkommandos taking their pleasure under centuries-old tapestries, while the aging Alta sat huddled in his general's uniform like some wizened mummy wrapped in baggy rags. Torches sent shadows dancing across stone and tile, and the shaven skulls of the 32 Jewish prisoners standing at tired attention between the two German officers. The young Oberst brushed his blond hair off his forehead, propped his elbow on his knee, and smiled at Saul. The Oberst smiled at Saul. "Willkommen, Judah," he said. "Come, come," Berend was saying. "We shall all play. Joseph, you come here to King's Bishop 3. Kepler stepped back with an expression of horror on his face. "You have to be fucking kidding," he said. He backed into the bar table hard enough to topple several bottles. "Oh, no," said Berend. "I am not kidding. Hurry, please, Joseph. Herr Borden and I wish to settle this before it gets too late." "Go to hell!" screamed Kepler. He clenched his fists as cords stood out in his neck. "I'm not going to be used like some fucking surrogate while you—" Kepler's voice cut off, as if a needle had been pulled from a faulty record. The man's mouth worked a second, but not the faintest hint of sound emerged. Kepler's face grew red, then purple, and then darkened toward black, in the seconds before he pitched forward onto the tiles. Kepler's arms seemed to be jerked behind him by brutal invisible hands, his ankles bound by invisible cords, as he propelled himself forward by a spastic humping flopping action, a disturbed child's idea of a worm's locomotion, his chest and chin slamming onto the tile with each absurd spasm. In this way, Joseph Kepler inched his way on his face and belly and thighs across 25 feet of open floor, leaving streaks of blood from his torn chin on the white tiles, until he arrived at the King Bishop 3 square. When Berend relaxed his control, Kepler's muscles visibly twitched and spasmed in relief, and there was a soft sound as urine soaked the man's pant leg and flowed onto the dark tile. "Stand up, please, Joseph," Berend said softly. "We want to start the game." Kepler pushed himself to his knees, stared in shock at the billionaire for a moment, and silently stood on shaky legs. Blood and urine stained the front of his expensive Italian slacks. "Are you going to use all of us like that, Brother Christian?" asked Jimmy Wayne Sutter. The evangelist was standing at the edge of the improvised chessboard, the light from the overhead spots gleaming on his thick white hair. Berend smiled. "I see no reason to use anyone, James," he said, "provided they do not become an obstacle to the completion of this game. Do you, Herr Borden?" "No," said Willie. "Come here, Sutter. As my bishop, you are the only surviving piece other than kings and pawns. Come, take your place here, next to the Queen's empty square." Sutter raised his head. Sweat had soaked through his silk sports coat. "Do I have a choice?" he whispered. His theater-trained voice was raw and ragged. "Nein," said Willie. "You must play. Come." Sutter turned his face toward Berend. "I mean a choice in which side I serve," he said. Berend raised an eyebrow. "You have served Herr Borden well and long," he said. "Would you change sides now, James?" "I find no pleasure in the death of the wicked," said Sutter. "Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and ye shall be saved." John chapter 3, verse 16 and 17. Berend chuckled and rubbed his chin. "Herr Borden, it seems that your bishop wishes to defect. Do you have any objections to his ending the game on the black side?" The Oberst's face bore the petulant expression of a child. "Take him and be damned," he said. "I don't need the fat faggot." "Come," Berend said to the sweating evangelist. "You shall be at the king's left hand, James." He pointed to a white tile one space advanced from where the black king's pawn would have begun the game. Sutter took his place on the board next to Kepler. Saul allowed himself a glimmer of hope at the thought that the game might proceed without the mind vampires using their power on their pawns, anything to defer the moment when the Oberst would touch his mind. Leaning forward in his massive chair, the Oberst laughed softly.
"If I am to be denied my fundamentalist ally," he said, "then it amuses me to promote my old pawn to the rank of bishop. Bauer, wer stehtst du? Come, Jew, and accept your mitre and crook."
Quickly, before he could be prompted, Saul moved across the lighted expanse of tile to the black square in the first rank. He was less than 8 feet from the Oberst, but Luhar and Reynolds stood between them, while a score of Barent's security people scrutinized every step he took. Saul was in great pain from his wound now. His left leg was stiff and aching, his shoulder a mass of flame, but he tried to show none of this as he strode forward.
"Like old times, pawn?"
the Oberst said in German.
"Excuse me," he added, "I mean, Herr Bishop?"
The Oberst grinned.
"Quickly now, I have 3 pawns remaining. Jensen to K1, bitte. Tony to QR3. Tom will serve as pawn in QN5.
Saul watched as Luhar and Reynolds took their places. Herod stood where he was.
"I don't know where the fuck QR3 is," he said.
The Oberst beckoned impatiently.
"The second square in front of my Queen Rook's tile," he snapped. "Schnell!"
Herod blinked and lurched toward the black square on the left side of the board.
"Fill your last 3 pawn spaces,"
the Oberst said to Barent. The billionaire nodded.
"Mr. Swanson, if you don't mind, next to Mr. Kepler, please."
The mustached security man looked around, set down his automatic weapon, and walked to the black square to the left and rear of Kepler. Saul realized that he was a king knight's pawn who had not yet moved from his original square.
"Ms. Fuller," said Barent, "if you would allow your delightful surrogate to proceed to the Queen Rook's pawn original position. Yes, that is correct."
The woman who had once been Constance Sewell stepped gingerly forward on bare feet to stand 4 squares in front of Herod.
"Ms. Chen," continued Barent, "next to Ms. Sewell, please." "No!" cried Herod, as Maria Chen stepped forward. "She doesn't play." "Ja, she does," said the Oberst. "She brings a certain beauty to the game, nicht wahr?" "No!" Herod screamed again, and pivoted toward the Oberst. "She's not part of this."
Willie smiled and inclined his head toward Barent.
"How touching. I suggest that we allow Tony to trade places with his secretary if her pawn position becomes threatened. Is that agreeable to you, Herr Barent?"
Yes, said Barent. "They can exchange places when and if Herod wishes, as long as it does not disrupt the flow of the game. Let's get on with it. We still need to set our kings in place." Barent looked at the remaining clusters of aides and security people.
"Nein,"
called the Oberst, standing and walking onto the board.
"We are the kings, Herr Barent."
"What are you talking about, Willie?" the billionaire asked tiredly. The Oberst opened his hands and smiled.
"It is an important game," he said. "We must show our friends and colleagues that we support their efforts."
He took his place 2 squares to the right of Jensen Luhar.
"Besides, Herr Barent," he added, "the king cannot be captured."
Barent shook his head, but stood and walked to the Q3 position next to the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter. Sutter turned vacant eyes toward Barent and said loudly,
"And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth." "Oh, shut the fuck up, you old queer," called Tony Herod. "Silence!"
bellowed Barent. In the brief absence of noise that followed, Saul tried to visualize the board as it stood at the end of move 35. The direction of the end game was too complicated to predict with Saul's modest chess ability. He knew that he was about to witness a contest between masters, but he could sense that Barrent had gained a strong advantage in recent moves and seemed confident of a win. Saul failed to see how the Oberst's white could achieve much more than a draw with even the best of play, but he had heard the Oberst say that a draw would constitute a victory for Barrent. One thing Saul did know: as the sole surviving important piece in a field of 3 pawns, the bishop would be used extensively, even if at great risk. Saul closed his eyes and attempted to withstand the sudden resurgent waves of pain and weakness. "All right, Herr Borden," Barrent said to the Oberst. "It is your move."
70. Melanie. Willie and I consummated our love that mad evening, after all those years. It was through our cat's paws, of course, prior to our arrival at the manse. Had he suggested such a thing or even hinted at it before acting, I would have slapped his face, but his agent in the form of the giant Negro offered no preliminaries. Jensen Luha grasped Miss Sewell by the shoulders, pushed her forward to the soft grass in the darkness under the oaks, and brutally had his way with her, with us, with me. Even while the Negro's heavy weight still lay atop Miss Sewell, I could not help but recall those whispered conversations between Nina and me during our teenage slumber parties, when the worldly wise Nina would tell me breathless and obviously overheard stories about the supposed exaggerated anatomy and prowess of colored men. Seduced by Willie, still pinned face down to the cold ground by Jensen Luhar's weight, I returned my awareness from Miss Sewell to Justin before remembering, in my dazed state, that Nina's colored girl had said that she was not from Nina at all. It was good that I knew the girl had been lying. I wanted to tell Nina that she had been right. I do not relate this casually. Except for my unexpected and dreamlike interludes via Miss Sewell in the Philadelphia hospital, this was my first such experience with the physical side of courtship. However, I would hardly call the rough exuberance of Willie's man an extension of courtship. It was more like the frenzied spasms of my aunt's male Siamese when it seized a hapless female who was in heat through no fault of her own. And I confess that Miss Sewell seemed to be in constant heat, since she responded to the Negro's rough and almost non-existent overtures with an instant lubricity that no young lady of my generation would have allowed. At any rate, any reflection or response to this experience was further cut short by Willie's man suddenly pushing himself upright, his head swiveling in the night, his broad nostrils flaring. "My pawn approaches," he whispered in German. He pressed my face back to the ground. "Do not move." And with that, Willie's surrogate had scrambled into the lower branches of the oak tree like some great black ape. The absurd confrontation that followed was of little importance, resulting in Willie's man carrying Nina's supposed surrogate, the one called Saul, back to the manse with us. There was one magical moment when, seconds after Nina's poor wretch was subdued and before the security people surrounded us, all of the external spotlights and floodlights and softly glowing electric lanterns in the trees were switched on, and it was as if he had entered a fairy kingdom or was approaching Disneyland via some secret enchanted entrance. The departure of Nina's negress from my home in Charleston and the nonsense that followed distracted me for a few minutes. But by the time Cully had carried in Howard's unconscious form in the body of the colored interloper, I was ready to return my full attention to my meeting with C. Arnold Barrent. Mr. Barrent was every inch a gentleman, and greeted Miss Sewell with the deference she deserved as my representative. I sensed immediately that he saw through my cat's paw's sallow veil to the face of mature beauty beneath. As I lay on my bed in Charleston, bathed in the green glare of Dr. Hartman's machines, I knew that the feminine glow that I was feeling somehow had been accurately transmitted through the rough dross of Miss Sewell to the refined sensibilities of C. Arnold Barrett. He invited me to play chess, and I accepted. I confess that until that moment I had never held the slightest interest in the game. I had always found chess to be pretentious and boring to watch. My Charles and Roger Harrison used to play regularly, and I had never bothered to learn the names of the pieces or how they moved. More to my liking had been the spirited games of checkers, contested between Mammy Booth and myself during the rainy days of my childhood. Some time passed between the beginning of their silly game and the point of my disillusionment with Mr. C. Arnold Barrett. Much of the time my attention was divided as I sent Cully and the others upstairs to make preparations for the possible return of Nina's negress. Despite the inconvenience, it seemed the appropriate time for me to set into motion the plan I had conceived some weeks earlier. During the same period, I continued to maintain contact with the one I had watched for so many weeks during Justin's outings along the river with Nina's girl. At this point I had abandoned plans to use him as directed, but maintaining the charade of consciousness with him had become an ongoing challenge because of the visibility of his position and the complexities of the technical vocabulary at his command. Later, I would be more than a little pleased that I had taken the effort to maintain this contact, but at the time it was merely another annoyance. In the meantime, the silly chess game between Willie and his host progressed like some surreal scene expurgated from the original Alice in Wonderland. Willie shuffled back and forth like a well-dressed Mad Hatter, as I allowed Miss Sewell to stand and be moved occasionally, always trusting in Mr. Barrett's promise that she would not be placed in harm's way, while the other pitiful pawns and players marched to and fro, captured others, were captured in return, died their unimportant little deaths, and were removed from the board. Until the instant Mr. Barrett disappointed me, I paid little attention and had little involvement in their boys' game. Nina and I had our own contest to complete. I knew that her negress would be back before sunrise. As tired as I was, I hurried to make things ready for her return.
71. Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 16, 1981. Herod desperately wanted to find an angle. Bad situations were bad enough by themselves. They made him feel goddamn stupid if he didn't have an angle. So far, Herod had not found an angle. As far as he could tell, Willie and Barrett were completely serious about playing the chess game for high stakes. If Willie won, and Herod had rarely seen the old bastard lose, he and Barrett would be continuing their competition on a level that included nuking cities and frying whole countries. If Barrett won, the idea was to maintain the status quo, but that concept didn't impress Herod much because he had just watched Barrett dump the status quo of the entire island club just to set up the fucking game. Herod stood on his black tile 2 squares removed from the rear of the board, 3 tiles away from the crazy Sewell broad, and tried to think of an angle. He would have been content to stand there until he figured something out, but Willie had the first move and said, "P to R4, bitte." Herod stared. The others stared back. It was fucking eerie the way there were 20 or 30 of the security goons in the shadows, but no one made a damned sound.
"That refers to you, Tony,"
Barrett said softly. The billionaire in his black suit stood 10 feet away across the diagonals of 2 tiles. Herod's heart began to beat at his ribs. He was terrified that Willie or Barrett would use him again.
"Hey,"
he shouted,
"I don't understand this shit. Just tell me where to go, for Christ's sakes."
Willie folded his arms.
"I did,"
he said disgustedly.
P to R4 means pawn to rook 4. You are on rook 3, Tony. Move 1 forward.
Herod quickly stepped onto the white tile in front of him. Now he was only 1 diagonal step away from the blonde zombie Tom Reynolds, and only 2 empty squares away from the Sewell woman. Maria Chen stood silently on the white square next to Melanie Fuller's surrogate. "Look, you've got 3 pawns," he called. "How the fuck am I supposed to know you mean me?" Herod had to peer around the dark bulk of Jensen Luhar to see Willie. "How many pawns do I have on the rook's file, Tony?" Willie asked rhetorically. "Now, shut up before I move you." Herod turned and spat into the shadows, trying to quell the sudden shaking of his right leg. Barrett spoke quickly, ruining Herod's image of chess players pondering for long periods between moves. "King to queen 4, he said with an ironic smile, as he took a step forward. It seemed like a stupid move to Herod. Now the billionaire was ahead of all his other pieces, only a move forward and a step sideways away from Jensen Luhar. Herod had to stifle an hysterical giggle as he remembered that the huge black man was supposed to be a white pawn. Herod bit the inside of his cheek and wished he were home in his jacuzzi. Willie nodded as if he had expected the move. Herod remembered him saying something earlier about Barrett centering his king, and waved his hand impatiently at the bleeding Jew. "Bishop to rook 3. He watched the ex-surrogate named Saul limp the 3 black diagonal tiles to the square Herod had been standing in a moment earlier. Close up, the man looked worse than he had from a distance. The baggy coveralls were soaked through with blood and sweat. The Jew peered at him with the pained, vaguely defensive squint of the terminally nearsighted. Herod was sure that it was the same son of a bitch who had drugged him and interrogated him in California. He didn't give a good goddamn what happened to the Jew, but he hoped that the guy would take out a few of the white pieces before he got sacrificed. Jesus fucking Christ, thought Herod. This is weird. Barrett put his hands in his pockets and took a diagonal step to stop on the white square directly in front of Luhar. "King to king 5, he said. Herod couldn't figure the damn game out. The few times he had played as a kid, just enough to learn how the pieces moved and to know he didn't like the game, he and his hotshot opponents wiped out all their pawns first and then started trading bigger pieces. They never moved their kings unless they were going to castle, a trick Herod had forgotten how to do, or unless someone was chasing them. Now, here were these 2 world chess biggies who had almost nothing but pawns left, and were letting their kings hang out like some pervert's dicks. Screw it, thought Herod, and quit trying to figure out the game. Willie and Barrett were only 6 feet apart. Willie frowned, tapped his lower lip, and said, "Bauer, and shoot again, Bischrik zum Bischof 5. Willie looked at Jimmy Wayne Sutter across 10 feet of tile and translated, "Bishop to Bishop 5. The skinny Jewish guy behind Herod had rubbed his face and limped along the black tiles to stand to the right of Reynolds. Herod counted from the back of the board and confirmed that it was the 5th square in the bishop's row or rank or whatever the fuck it was called. It took him several more seconds to realize that the Jew now protected Luhar's pawn position while threatening the Sewell woman along the black diagonal. Not that the woman seemed to know she was in danger. Herod had seen corpses that were more animated. He looked at her again, trying to catch a glimpse of her muff under the tattered shirt. Now that some of the basics of chess were coming back to him, Herod felt more relaxed. He couldn't see any way that he could get hurt, as long as Willie left him where he was. Pawns couldn't take pawns in a head-on collision, and Reynolds was 1 step ahead of him to his right, facing Maria Chen, guarding Herod's forward flank, so to speak. Herod stared at the Sewell woman and guessed that she wouldn't look so bad if someone gave her a bath. "Pawn to rook 3, said Barrett, and gestured politely. For a panicked second, Herod thought that he had to move again, but then he remembered that Barrett was the black king. Miss Sewell caught the billionaire's gesture and took a dainty step forward onto a white tile. "Thank you, my dear," said Barrett. Herod felt his heart rate kicking into high gear again. The Jew bishop no longer threatened the Sewell pawn. She was a diagonal step away from Tom Reynolds. If Willie didn't have Reynolds capture her, she could take out Reynolds on the next move, and then she'd be a diagonal step away from Tony Harrod. Shit, thought Harrod.
Pawn to knight 6,
snapped Willie with no delay. Harrod swiveled his head, trying to figure out how he could get there from here, but it was Reynolds who was moving even before Willie had spoken. The blonde catspaw stepped forward into the black square, even with Miss Sewell, and facing Maria Chen. Harrod licked his suddenly dry lips. Maria Chen was in no immediate danger. Reynolds couldn't capture her straight on.
Jesus, thought Harrod, what happens to us pawns if we get captured?
Pawn to bishop 4, Barrett said dispassionately. Swanson gave Kepler a polite shove, and the Island Club member blinked and stepped forward 1 square. Barrett suddenly looked much less alone than did Willie.
"The 40th move, I believe,"
said Willie, and stepped diagonally forward to a black square.
"King to rook 4, mein Herr."
"Pawn to bishop 5, said Barrett, and motioned Kepler forward another square. The man in the soiled suit stepped forward gingerly, sliding his foot onto the black tile, as if the square alongside Barrett held a trap door. When he was fully on the tile, he remained in the rear of it, staring at the naked black man 6 feet away on the adjoining black diagonal. Luhar stared forward at Barrett.
"Pawn takes pawn,"
murmured Willie. Luhar took a step forward and to his right, and Joseph Kepler screamed and turned to run.
"No, no, no," said Barrett with a frown.
Kepler froze in mid-leap, his muscles going rigid, his legs straightening. He swiveled to stand motionless in front of the advancing black man. Luhar paused on the same black square. Only Kepler's straining eyes showed his terror.
"Thank you, Joseph," said Barrett. "You have served well."
He nodded to Willie. Jensen Luhar took Kepler's craggy face in both hands, squeezed and twisted savagely. The snapping of Kepler's neck echoed in the grand hall. He kicked once and died, soiling himself again as he fell. At a gesture from Barrett, security men jogged forward and dragged the body away, the head swinging loosely. Luhar stood alone in the black square now, staring ahead at nothing. Barrett pivoted to face him. Harrod couldn't believe that Willie was going to let Barrett take Luhar. The black man had been a favorite of the old producer's for at least 4 years, sharing his bed at least twice a week. Evidently, Barrett had the same doubts. He raised a finger, and 6 security men stepped out of the shadows with their Uzis trained on Willie and his catspaw.
"Herr Borden,"
said Barrett, raising an eyebrow.
"We can call it a draw and continue with the regular competition. Next year, who knows?"
Willie's face was a passionless mask of flesh above his white silk turtleneck and white suit jacket.
"My name is Herr General Wilhelm von Borchert," he said tonelessly. "Play."
Barrett paused and then nodded to his security people. Harrod expected a fusillade of gunfire, but they merely made sure they had clear fields of fire and stood in readiness.
"So be it,"
said Barrett, and set his pale hand on Luhar's shoulder. Harrod thought later that he might have tried to simulate on the screen what came next if he had an unlimited budget, Albert Whitlock, and a dozen other hydraulic and blood bag technicians, but he never would have gotten the sound right or the looks on the other extras' faces. Barrett set his palm gently on the black man's shoulder, and within a second, Luhar's flesh began to writhe and contort, his pectorals expanding until his chest threatened to explode, the muscled ridges of his flat belly writhing like a tent flap caught in a rising wind. Luhar's head seemed to be rising on a hidden steel periscope, the cords in his neck straining, flexing, and finally snapping with an audible ripping sound. The cat's paw's body was oscillating in the grip of a terrible spasm now. Herod had the image of a sculptor's clay sketch being squeezed and smashed in a fit of artist's pique. But it was the eyes that were the worst. Luhar's eyes had rolled back into his head, and now the whites seemed to expand until they were the size of golf balls, then baseballs, then white balloons straining to explode. Luhar opened his mouth, but instead of the expected scream, a torrent of blood exploded out over his chin and chest. Herod heard sounds coming from inside Luhar, as if muscles in the man's body were tearing loose like piano wires stretched beyond their limits. Barrent stepped back to keep his dark suit, white shirt, and polished pumps from being spattered. "King takes pawn," he said, and adjusted his silk tie. Security men came out and removed Luhar's body. Only a single empty white square separated Barrent and Willie now. The rules of chess prevented either from moving into it. Kings were not allowed to move into check. "I believe it is my move," said Willie. "Yes, Herr Herr General von Borchert," said Barrent. Willie nodded, clicked his heels, and announced his next move. "Shouldn't we be there already?" asked Natalie Preston. She leaned forward to peer through the streaked windscreen. Darrell Meeks had been chewing on an unlit cigar, and now he shifted it from one side of his mouth to the other. "Headwinds are worse than I thought," he said. "Relax, we'll be there soon enough. Watch for party lights off the right side there." Natalie sat back and resisted the urge to reach in her purse to feel the Colt for the 30th time. Jackson slid forward and leaned on the back of her seat. "I still don't understand what a kid like you's doing in a place like this," he said. He had meant it as a cliché, a joke, but Natalie rounded on him and snapped, "Look, I know what I'm doing here. What are you doing here, smartass?" As if noticing her tension, Jackson only grinned slowly and said in a calm voice, "So Brickyard doesn't take kindly to these folks coming in and messing over brothers and sisters on our own turf, babe. Got to be an accountant sometime." Natalie made a fist. "This isn't just anyone," she said. "These people are mean." Jackson closed his hand around her fist and squeezed softly. "Listen, babe, only 3 types of people in this world: mean motherfuckers, mean black motherfuckers, and mean white motherfuckers. Mean white motherfuckers are the worst because they've been at it the longest." He looked at the pilot. "No offense meant, man." "No offense taken," said Meeks. He shifted the cigar and stabbed at the windscreen with a blunt finger. "That could be one of our lights on the horizon there." Meeks checked his airspeed indicator. 20 minutes, he said. "Maybe 25. Natalie freed her hand and felt in her purse to find the .32 Colt. It seemed smaller and less substantial each time she touched it. Meeks adjusted the throttle, and the Cessna gradually began to lose altitude. Saul forced himself to pay attention to the game through a haze of pain and fatigue. He was most afraid that he would fall unconscious, or, through his inattention, force Willie to use his powers on him prematurely. Either event would trigger Saul's dream state, and the rapid eye movement would trigger much more. More than anything else at that moment, Saul wanted to lie down and sleep a long, dreamless sleep. For almost 6 months he had not slept without dreaming the same recurrent pre-programmed dreams, and it seemed to Saul that if death were only dreamless sleep, it might be welcomed as a friend. But not quite yet. After the death of Luhar and the loss of the only friendly piece within 5 squares, the Oberst, Saul refused to grant him a promotion in his mind, had taken advantage of his 42nd move to step forward another tile, moving the White King to Rook 5. The Oberst looked very calm for being the only white piece on the right side of the board, 2 squares from Swanson, 3 from Sutter, and 2 from Barrent himself. Saul was the only white piece who might come to the old German's aid, and he forced himself to concentrate. If Barent's next move set up the sacrifice of the Oberst's bishop, Saul, he would rush the Nazi now. It was almost 20 feet to the Oberst. Saul's only hope would be if Barent's presence blocked the line of fire for some of the security people. There still remained the problem of Tom Reynolds, ostensibly a white pawn, standing on the black square 3 feet from Saul. Even if none of Barent's people reacted, the Oberst would use Reynolds to run him down. Barent's 42nd moved him to his King Bishop's 4, still one empty tile away from the Oberst and adjoining Sutter's Square. "Bishop to King 3, announced the Oberst, and Saul shook himself out of his fugue state and moved quickly before the Oberst prompted him. Even after he had moved, it was hard for him to fully visualize the clusters of tired bodies in a strategic sense. He closed his eyes and imagined the chessboard as Barent moved to K5 and stepped into the square next to him. If the Oberst did not order Saul to move immediately, Barent would take him off on the next move. Saul kept his eyes closed, forcing himself not to run, remembering the night in Chelmno barracks when he had been ready to fight and die rather than be taken into the darkness. "Bishop to Bishop 2, commanded the Oberst. Saul stepped back and to his right, a tile and a diagonal step away from Barent. The billionaire paused to consider his move. He glanced at the Oberst and smiled. "Is it true, Herr General," he asked, "that you were with Hitler at the end?" Saul stared. It was an incredible breach of chess etiquette to speak to one's opponent in the middle of a game. The Oberst did not seem to mind. "Ja, I was in the Führer bunker during those last days, Herr Barent. What of it?" "Nothing," mused Barent. "I was just wondering if your flair for Götterdämmerung stemmed from those formative years." The Oberst chuckled. "The Führer was a cheap poseur," he said. "On April 22nd, I remember it was 2 days after his birthday, the Führer decided to leave for the south to take command of Schörner and Kessering's army groups before Berlin fell. I persuaded him to stay. The next day I flew out of the city in a light plane, using as a runway an avenue that ran through the shattered Tiergarten. Move, Herr Barent." Barent waited another 45 seconds and stepped back diagonally to his own bishop's 4th square. Once again he stood near Sutter. "King to Bishop 4. "Bishop to Rook 4, snapped the Oberst. Saul walked diagonally across 2 black squares to stand behind the Oberst. The wound on Saul's leg opened up as he limped the short distance, and he stood pressing the fabric of the coverall against the gash when he stopped. He was so close to the Oberst that he could smell him, a mixture of age, cologne, and halitosis, as sweet and acrid as he imagined the first and final scent of Zyklon B. "James," said Barent, and Jimmy Wayne Sutter came out of his reverie and stepped forward 1 square to stand next to Barent in the 4th file of the king's rank. The Oberst glanced at Saul and motioned abruptly toward the empty square between Barent and himself. Saul stepped into it. "Bishop to Knight 5, the Oberst announced to the silent house. Saul faced forward, looking at the impassive face of the agent named Swanson 2 squares ahead, but feeling the presence of Barent 2 feet to his left, and of the Oberst an equal distance to his right. Saul imagined that one would feel like this if he was thrust into a small hole between 2 angry cobras. The proximity to the Oberst urged Saul to act now. All he had to do was turn and— No, the time was not right. Saul sneaked a glance to his left. Barent seemed almost disinterested, staring toward the cluster of 4 forgotten pawns at the far left of the board. He patted Sutter on his broad back and murmured, "Pawn to King 5. The airwaves minister stepped forward into the white space. Saul immediately saw the threat that Sutter posed to the Oberst. A passed pawn allowed to advance to the 8th rank could assume the powers of any piece. But Sutter was only on the 5th rank. As a bishop, Saul controlled the diagonal, which included the 6th rank square. It seemed probable at that moment that he, Saul, would be called upon to capture Sutter. As much as Saul detested the loathsome hypocrite, he resolved at that instant that he would never allow himself to be used by the Oberst in that way again. A command to kill Sutter would mean that Saul had to turn on the Oberst, whether there was a chance at success or not. Saul closed his eyes and almost slipped into dream sleep. He slammed awake, squeezing his injured left hand to let the pain revive him. His right arm tingled from the shoulder down, the fingers of his right hand barely responding when he tried to move them. Saul wondered where Natalie was. Why the hell hadn't she forced the old woman to act? Miss Sewell stood far away in the 3rd row of the Queen Rook's rank, an abandoned statuette, gaze lost in the shadowed rafters of the grand hall. "Bishop to King 3, said the Oberst. Forcing air into his lungs, Saul staggered back to his earlier position and blocked Sutter's advance. He could not harm the man as long as the black pawn stayed on a white tile. Sutter could not hurt him as long as they faced each other this way. "King moves to Bishop 3, said Barrett, stepping backward 1 square. Swanson stood behind him to his left. "White King to Knight 4, intoned the Oberst. He moved a step closer to Sutter and Saul. "And the Black King does not flinch," Barrett called almost playfully. "King to King 4. He stepped ahead and diagonally to stand just behind Sutter. The pieces were closing to do battle. From 2 feet away, Saul stared directly into the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter's green eyes. There was no panic there, only a great questioning, an overwhelming desire to understand what was going on. Saul sensed that the game was entering its final moments. "King to Knight 5, the Oberst announced, moving to the black square on the same row as Barrett. Barrett paused, looked around, and stepped a tile to his right, away from the Oberst. "Herr General, would you like to break for refreshments? It's after 2:30 in the morning. We could resume in 30 minutes after we have a bite to eat." "No," snapped the Oberst. "It is, I believe, the 50th move." He took a step toward Barrett and moved into the white square touching Sutter's. The minister did not turn or look over his left shoulder. "King to Bishop 5, said the Oberst. Barrett swiveled away from the Oberst's glare. "Pawn to Rook 4, please," he called. "Miss Fuller, do you mind?" A shudder ran through the woman in the distant Rook's rank, and her head swiveled like a rusty weather vane. "Yes?" "Move forward a square, please," said Barrett. There was a faint edge of anxiety in his voice. "Of course, sir," said Miss Sewell, and started to step forward. She paused. "Mr. Barrett, this does not pose a risk to my young lady, does it, sir?" "Of course not, ma'am," Barrett smiled. Miss Sewell walked forward in her bare feet and stopped a foot from Tony Harrod. "Thank you, Miss Fuller," called Barrett. The Oberst folded his arms. "Bishop to Bishop 2. Saul moved back and to his right a square. He did not understand the move. Barrett smiled broadly. "Pawn to Knight 4, he said immediately. The agent named Swanson blinked and moved forward briskly 2 squares. It was his first move, the only time a pawn could move 2 squares forward, to stand in the same rank as the Oberst. The Oberst sighed and turned to meet the diversion. "You are growing desperate, Herr Barrett," he said, and stared at Swanson. The agent made no move to flee or respond. Someone's mental grip, Barrett's or the Oberst's, allowed him not the slightest flicker of volition. Nor was the Oberst's capture as dramatic as Barrett's had been. 1 second Swanson was standing at parade rest, and the next he was dead, sprawled across the line where black and white square joined. "King takes pawn," said the Oberst. Barrent moved a step closer to Herod. "Black King to Bishop 5, he said. "Yes," said the Oberst. He stepped onto the black square adjoining Jimmy Wayne Sutter's box. "White King to White Bishop 5. Saul realized that the Oberst was closing in on Sutter, while Barrent sealed Herod's fate. "King to Knight 5, said Barrent, and stepped into the square next to Herod. Saul watched as Tony Herod realized that he was Barrent's next victim. The sallow-faced producer licked his lips and glanced over his shoulder as if he might sprint into the shadows. Barrent's security men moved closer. Saul returned his attention to Jimmy Wayne Sutter. The evangelist had only seconds to live. It was inconceivable that the Oberst's next move was anything but a capture of the hapless pawn. "King takes pawn," confirmed Willi von Borchert, stepping forward into Sutter's white square. "1 second," cried Sutter. "Just one. I have something to tell the Jew." Willi shook his head in disgust, but Barrent said, "Give him a second, Herr General." "Quickly," snapped the Oberst, obviously eager to end the game. Sutter reached for his pocket handkerchief, could not find it, and wiped the sweat from his upper lip with the back of his hand. He looked directly at Saul, and his voice was low and firm, rather than the modulated roar he used for television audiences. "From the Book of Wisdom," he said, "3rd chapter. But the souls of the virtuous are in the hands of God. No torment shall ever touch them. In the eyes of the unwise they did appear to die. Their going looked like a disaster. Their leaving us like annihilation, but they are in peace. If they experience punishment as men see it, their hope was rich with immortality. Slight was their affliction, great will their blessing be. God has put them to the test and proved them worthy to be with him. He has tested them like gold in a furnace and accepted them as a holocaust. When the time comes for his visitation, they will shine out. As sparks run through the stubble, so will they. They who trust in him will understand the truth. Those who are faithful will live with him in love. For grace and mercy await those he has chosen." "Is that all, Brother James?" asked the Oberst in a slightly amused voice. "Yes," said Sutter. "King takes pawn," repeated the Oberst. "Herr Barrent, I am tired. Have your people take care of this." At Barrent's nod, a security guard came out of the shadows, set an Uzi to the base of Sutter's skull, and shot him once in the head. "Your move," the Oberst said to Barrent as they removed the corpse. Saul and the Oberst stood alone in the right center of the board. Barrent waited in his cluster of pawns, stared at Tony Herod, looked back at the Oberst, and asked, "Would you accept a draw? If it is only a draw, I will negotiate an expanded competition with you." "9," said Willie. "Play." C. Arnold Barrent took a step and reached a hand toward Tony Herod's shoulder. "No! Wait just a minute, just a fucking second!" screamed Herod. He had backed away as far as he could without leaving the white square. 2 security guards moved to either side to have a clear line of fire. "It's late, Tony," said Barrent. "Be a good boy." "Auf Wiedersehen, Tony," said Willie. "Wait!" cried Herod. "You said I could trade. You promised." Herod's voice had risen to a petulant whine. "What are you talking about?" said Barrent, annoyed. Herod's mouth hung open as he gasped for air. He pointed at Willie. "You promised. You said I could trade places with her." Herod jerked his head in the direction of Maria Chen without taking his eyes off Barrent's extended hand. "Mr. Barrent heard you. He said it was all right." Willie's expression changed from one of irritation to mild amusement.
He is right, Herr Baron. We agreed that he could trade.
Barent was angry.
Nonsense. He was talking about trading with the girl if she were threatened. This is absurd.
You said, whined Herod. He rubbed his hands together and extended them toward the Oberst, as if praying for intercession.
Willie, tell him. You both promised I could switch if I wanted to. Tell him, Willie. Please tell him.
The Oberst shrugged.
It is up to you, Herr Baron.
Barent sighed and glanced at his watch.
We will let the lady decide. Ms. Chen?
Maria Chen was looking intently at Tony Herod. Saul could not read the expression in her dark eyes. Herod fidgeted, looked in her direction, jerked his head away.
Ms. Chen,
said Barent.
Yes,
whispered Maria Chen.
What? I couldn't hear you.
Yes, said Maria Chen. Herod sagged.
It seems a waste, mused the Oberst. Your position is safe, Fräulein. However the game ends, your pawn is secure. It seems a shame to exchange places with this worthless piece of dog shit.
Maria Chen did not answer. Head high, not looking at Herod as they exchanged places, she walked to his dark square. Her high heels echoed on the tile. When she turned, Maria Chen smiled at Miss Sewell and turned her face toward Herod.
I am ready,
she said. Herod did not look at her. C. Arnold Barent sighed and stroked her raven hair with a light touch of his fingers.
You are very beautiful,
he said. He stepped onto her square.
King takes pawn.
Maria Chen's neck arched back, and her mouth opened impossibly wide. Dry, rattling sounds emerged as she tried unsuccessfully to draw a breath. She fell backward, fingers raking at the flesh of her own throat. The terrible sounds and thrashing continued for almost a full minute. As they removed the body, Saul tried to analyze what Barent and the Oberst were doing. He decided that they were not manifesting some new dimension of their ability, but merely using their existing power in a brutal demonstration of force, as they seized control of the person's voluntary and autonomous nervous systems and overrode basic biological programming. It was visibly tiring for the two of them, but the process must be the same. Sudden appearance of the theta rhythm in the victim, followed by onset of artificial REM state and loss of control. Saul was willing to bet his life on it.
King to Queen 5,
said the Oberst, and advanced toward Barent.
King to Knight 4,
replied Barent, moving diagonally one black tile. Saul tried to see a way Barent could salvage the situation. He could see none. Miss Sewell, Barent's black pawn on the rook's file, could be advanced, but had no chance of being passed to the 8th rank as long as the Oberst controlled a bishop. Herod's pawn was blocked by Tom Reynolds, and was useless. Saul peered nearsightedly at Herod 20 feet away. He was looking at the floor, apparently oblivious to the game rapidly drawing to a close around him. The Oberst had full use of Saul, his bishop, and could close in on the Black King at will. Saul could see no way out for Barent.
King to Queen 6,
said the Oberst, stepping onto a black square in the same rank as Reynolds. One black tile separated Willie and Barent on the diagonal. The Oberst was playing with the billionaire. Barent grinned and lifted 3 fingers in a mock salute.
I resign, Herr General. Ich bin der Meister, said the Oberst.
Sure, said Barent. Why not? He crossed the 6-foot gap of tile and shook hands with the Oberst. Barent looked around the grand hall.
It's late, he said. I've lost interest in the party. I will contact you tomorrow regarding the details of our next competition. I will fly home tonight, said the Oberst.
Yes.
You remember, said the Oberst, that I have left letters and instructions with certain friends in Europe concerning your worldwide enterprises, safeguards, as it were, for my safe return to Munich? Yes, yes, said Berendt. I have not forgotten. Your aircraft is cleared for takeoff, and I will be in touch via our usual channels. Sehr gut, said the Oberst. Berendt looked around at the almost empty board. It was, as you predicted months ago, he said, a very stimulating evening. Ja. Berendt's footfalls echoed as he walked briskly to the French doors. A phalanx of security people surrounded him while others moved outside. Do you want me to take care of Dr. Lasky? Asked Berendt. The Oberst swiveled and looked Saul's way as if he had forgotten. Leave him, he said at last. What about our hero of the evening? Asked Berendt, gesturing toward Herod. The producer had sat down in his white square and was cradling his head in his hands. I will deal with Tony, said the Oberst. The woman, said Berendt, nodding toward Miss Sewell. The Oberst cleared his throat. Dealing with my dear friend Melanie Fuller must be first on our agenda when we speak tomorrow, he said. We must show the proper respect. He rubbed his nose. Kill this one now. Berendt nodded, and an agent stepped forward and unleashed a burst from his Uzi submachine gun. The impact caught Miss Sewell in the chest and stomach and flung her backward as if a giant hand had slapped her off the board. She slid across the slippery floor and came to a stop with her legs flung wide and her only garment torn from her body. Danke, said the Oberst. Bitte sehr, said Berendt. Gute Nacht, Meister. The Oberst nodded. Berendt and his entourage left. A moment later, the helicopter lifted off and arced out to sea toward the waiting yacht. The grand hall was empty except for Reynolds, the slumped form of Tony Herod, bodies of the recent dead, the Oberst, and Saul. So, said the Oberst, putting his hands in his pockets and looking almost mournfully at Saul from 15 feet away. It is time to say good night, my little pawn.
72. Melanie. It was obvious that C. Arnold Berendt was not the gentleman I had assumed him to be. I had been busy with other things in Charleston, and when Mr. Berendt murdered poor Miss Sewell, it was a shock, to say the least. It is never pleasant to have bullets striking one's flesh, no matter how vicarious the experience, and because of my temporary distraction, the sensation was doubly surprising and disagreeable. Miss Sewell had been common and rather vulgar before coming into my service, and her responses were never quite freed from these base beginnings. But she had been a loyal and useful member of my new family and deserved a more dignified departure. Miss Sewell ceased to function seconds after she was shot by Berendt's man, at Willie's suggestion, I was sorry to note. But those few seconds allowed me time to transfer conscious control to the security man I had left near the administrative offices of the underground complex. The guard carried some complicated machine pistol. I had no idea how to operate the absurd weapon, but he did. I allowed his reflexes to function while he carried out my commands. 5 off-duty security people were sitting around a long table drinking coffee. My guard fired in short bursts, knocking 3 from their chairs and wounding the 4th as he leaped toward his own weapon lying on a nearby counter. The 5th man escaped. My guard went around the table, stepped over bodies to get to the wounded man who was vainly trying to crawl into a corner, and shot him twice. Somewhere an alarm set up a banshee wailing that filled the maze of tunnels. My guard walked toward the main exit, turned a corner, and was immediately shot by a bearded Mexican-looking security man. I jumped control to the Mexican and had him run up the concrete ramp. A jeep with 3 men in it pulled up, the officer in back shouting questions at my Mexican. I shot the officer in the left eye, jumped to the corporal behind the wheel, and watched from the Mexican's point of view as the Jeep accelerated into the electrified security fence. The two men in the front seats were thrown over the hood of the vehicle into the live wire as the Jeep rolled over twice in a shower of sparks and triggered a landmine in the security zone. As my Mexican walked slowly down the paved path across the zone, I jumped to a young lieutenant, rushing up with his 9 men. Both of my new cat's paws laughed at the sight of the guards' faces as the lieutenant turned his weapon on them. Another group was returning from the north with the last of the surrogates who had been rounded up after Jensen Lujar's escape. I had the Mexican throw a phosphorus grenade in their direction. Nude figures were silhouetted by fire and ran screaming into the darkness. Gunshots rattled all around as small groups of panicked men opened fire on one another. 2 patrol boats pulled in closer to the shore to see what was going on, and I had the young lieutenant run down to the beach to greet them. I would have preferred watching the events then transpiring at the manse, but Miss Sewell had been my only contact there. Barent's neutrals were beyond my reach, and the only player left alive in the Grand Hall whom I might have used was the Hebrew man, and I sensed something not right about him. He was Nina's, and I wanted nothing to do with her at that moment. The one contact I did renew at that moment was not on the island. It was a near thing. During the previous busy hours in Charleston, I had all but lost touch with this one. Only the many hours of conditioning at a distance allowed me to re-establish the link at all. I had thought Nina truly mad when her negress had dragged Justin to that park overlooking the river and the Navy Yards, as day after day we stared through silly binoculars to catch a glimpse of the man. As it was, it took 4 observations before I made the first tentative contacts. It was Nina's negress who had urged me to exercise more subtlety than ever before, as if Nina could teach me anything about subtlety. It had been a source of some pride to me that I had maintained the contact for so many weeks without the subject having the faintest understanding of what was happening to him or his colleagues perceiving a change. It is incredible what one can learn, the technicalities and jargon one can absorb when passively watching through another's eyes. Until the moment Miss Sewell was cut down, I had not planned to use this resource in spite of Nina's entreaties and machinations. That had all changed now. I awoke the man named Mallory, had him rise from his bunk, and walked him down the short corridor and up a ladder into a room lighted by red lamps. "Sir," said the one named Leland. I remembered that Leland was called an XO. I remembered the lonely tic-tac-toe games I had played with myself as a child, moving the X's and O's around. "Very good, Mr. Leland," I had Mallory say crisply. "You keep it. I'll be in CIC." I had Mallory out the door and down the ladder before any of the men there could see his expression change. I was glad that no one was in the red-lit corridor to see Mallory's face as he passed. It would have been odd, even unnerving, for someone to have seen an anticipatory grin so wide that it pulled the man's lips back from even the rearmost of his teeth.
73, Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 16, 1981.
"Hang on," said Meeks. "This is the fun part."
A small box of the Cessna's console had beeped, and Meeks immediately had put the plane into a steep dive, leveling off 5 feet above wind-tossed waves. Natalie gripped the edges of the seat as the aircraft raced toward the dark bulk of the island 6 miles ahead.
"What's that?"
asked Jackson, gesturing toward the black box that had stopped buzzing and beeping.
"Fuzzbuster," said Meeks. "Radar'd start tracking us. Either we're too low now or I managed to get the island between us."
"But they know we're coming?" said Natalie. She found it difficult to keep her voice calm as the vaguely phosphorescent water whipped by at 100 miles per hour. She knew that the slightest miscalculation by Meeks would put the landing gear into the wave tops that appeared to be only inches away. Natalie fought the urge to lift her feet into the air.
"They must know we're out here,"
said Meeks.
But I had us set pretty much on a due easterly course that had us plotted to miss the island to the north by 5 or 6 miles. As far as they're concerned, we just dropped off their scope. Right now we're coming in from the northeast, since I'd guess they keep a better perimeter on the western approaches." "Look!" cried Natalie. The green light of the dock was visible, and beyond it a fire burned. She swiveled toward Jackson. "Maybe it's Melanie," she said excitedly. "Maybe she started." Meeks glanced at them. "I hear they have bonfires in a big amphitheater here," he said. "Probably some sort of show going on." Natalie looked at her watch. "At 3 o'clock in the morning?" she asked. Meeks shrugged. "Can we go in over the island?" pressed Natalie. "I want to see the manse before we land." Said Meeks. "Too risky. I'll take her around the east side and come back in along the south shore like the first time." Natalie nodded. The fire was no longer visible, the dock was out of sight, and the island might have been uninhabited for all they could see as they flew down the east shore of it. Meeks moved another 100 yards out to sea and gained altitude as they came around the cliffs of the southeast point. "Jesus Christ!" shouted Meeks, and all three of them leaned to the left to get a better view, even as Meeks banked the Cessna steeply to the right and dove for the relative safety of the sea. To the south, the ocean was ablaze with light as an expanding mushroom of flame billowed skyward, while arcing lines of yellow and green licked toward the Cessna itself. As they leveled off 6 feet above the surf, Natalie watched 2 bright flares ignite on the ship silhouetted against the flames to the south, and grow brighter as they leaped toward their aircraft. One struck the sea and was extinguished, but the second raced past and struck the cliff face 100 yards behind them. The explosion lifted the Cessna 60 feet, the way a good wave lifts a surfboard, and brought it hurtling back toward the black surface of the water. Meeks fought the controls, pulled the throttle full out, and let go with something that sounded like a rebel yell. Natalie pressed her cheek to the window to see the ball of flame behind them tumbling into 100 smaller fires as part of the cliff face collapsed into the sea. She snapped her head to the left in time to see 3 more flashes of light on the silhouetted ship as more missiles leaped their way. "Holy shit!" breathed Jackson. "Hang on, kids!" shouted Meeks, and banked the aircraft so steeply to the right that she watched palm fronds pass 20 feet directly below her window. Natalie hung on. C. Arnold Barrett had been relieved to get away from the manse and into the air. The jet turbine of the Bell executive copter roared, the rotors changed pitch, and Donald, his pilot, lifted them above the tree line and glare of floodlights on the lawn. To their left, a larger, older Bell UH-1 Iroquois Huey chopper shuttled the 9 men of Barrett's special security detail, minus Swanson, and to their left rose the sleek and deadly shape of the only privately owned Cobra attack helicopter in the world. The heavily armed Cobra provided their air cover and would stay on station until his yacht, the Antoinette, was well out to sea. Barrett sat back in the deep leather seat and let out a breath. The showdown with Willie had seemed a safe enough proposition, with his neutral sharpshooters on the balcony and in the shadows, but Barrett was relieved to be away from it. He started to straighten his tie and was amazed to notice that his hand was shaking. "Coming in, sir," said Donald. They had circled the Antoinette once and were settling gently toward the raised helipad on the fantail. Barrett was pleased to see that the sea was calming, the 3-foot waves posing no problem for the yacht's efficient stabilizers. Barrett had considered not letting Willie leave the island, but the inconveniences promised by the old man's European contacts had proved too great. In a way, Barrett was glad that the preliminary game was over, old impediments removed, and despite himself, he was looking forward to the expanded competition the old Nazi had proposed months earlier. Barrett was sure that he could negotiate the old man into something very satisfying but not quite so extreme. The Middle East, perhaps, or something in Africa. It would not be the first time the games had been played on an international scale. But the old woman in Charleston was not something that could be negotiated away.
Barrett made a mental note to have Swanson arrange for her termination in the morning, and then he smiled at his own forgetfulness. He was tired. Well, if not Swanson, then the new assistant director, DePriest, and if not him, then an infinite set of others. "Down, sir," said the pilot. "Thank you, Donald. Please radio Captain Shires and let him know that I will be dropping by the bridge before turning in. We may get underway as soon as the aircraft is secured." Barrett made the 200-foot walk to the bridge with 4 members of his special security detail in the usual formation, the other helicopter having dropped them off first. Second to his custom 747, the Antoinette was Barrett's most secure environment. Manned by a select crew of only 23 superbly conditioned neutrals and his security detail, the yacht was even better than an island, swift, secretly armed, surrounded by fast perimeter patrol boats when close to land, as it was tonight, and private. The captain and 2 officers on the bridge nodded respectfully when Barrett entered. "Course set for Bermuda, sir," reported Captain Shires. "We'll be underway as soon as we recover the Cobra and get it under the hard tarp." "Very good," said Barrett. "Has Island Security reported the takeoff of Mr. Borden's aircraft yet?" "No, sir." "Please let me know as soon as his jet is airborne, would you, Jordan?" "Yes, sir." The second officer cleared his throat and addressed the captain. Sir, radar reports a large ship rounding the southeast point, bearing 169, sir, distance 4 miles and closing." "Closing?" said Captain Shires. "What does Picket 1 say?" Picket 1 does not respond to calls, sir. Stanley reports the contact is now 3.5 miles out and doing 25 knots. 25 knots? said the captain. He took a large pair of night vision binoculars and joined the first mate at the starboard windows. The soft red glow of instrument lights on the computerized automated bridge did not impair night vision. "Identify it at once," snapped Barrett. "I have it, sir," said Shires. "It's the Edwards." There was relief in his voice. The Richard S. Edwards was the Forrest Sherman-class destroyer that had been assigned to picket duty around Dolman Island during summer camp week. Lyndon Baines Johnson had been the first president to loan the Edwards, and each president since had followed the custom. "What's the Edwards doing back?" demanded Barrett. He was not relieved at all. "It was supposed to have left these waters 2 days ago. Get its captain on the radio immediately." "Range 2.6 miles, said the second officer. "Radar profile confirms it's the Edwards. No response to radio queries, sir. Shall we go to semaphore?" Barrett walked to the window as if in a dream. He could see nothing but night outside the glass. "Coming off his sprint at 2 miles, Captain," said the second officer. "Swinging broadside to us. Still no response to our calls." Perhaps Captain Mallory thought there was a problem," said Captain Shires. Barrett snapped out of his dream-walking state. "Get us out of here!" he screamed. "Tell the Cobra to attack it! No, wait, tell Donald to get the bell ready. I'm going aft. Hurry, goddamn you, Shires!" While the 3 officers stared, Barrett ran through the door, scattering his waiting security detail, and clattered down the bridge staircase to the main deck. He lost a polished loafer on the steps, but did not pause to retrieve it. Approaching the lighted helipad, Barrett tripped over a coiled line and tore his blazer as he rolled on the deck. He was up and running again before his panting security people could catch up. "Donald, goddamn you!" screamed Barrett. The pilot and 2 crewmen had torn off the skid lines they had just attached and were wrestling with the rotor tie-downs. The Cobra gunship, armed with mini-guns and 2 heat-seeking missiles, roared by 30 feet above the Antoinette, putting itself between the yacht and its erstwhile protector. The sea was temporarily illuminated by flashes that reminded Barrett giddily of fireflies along the forest's edge in his Connecticut childhood. He saw the outline of the destroyer for the first time, and the Cobra exploded in mid-air. One of its missiles ignited and scrawled an aimless scribble of smoke across the night sky, before splashing harmlessly into the ocean. Barrett turned away from the helicopter and staggered to the starboard railing. He saw the flash of the forward 5-inch gun a fraction of a second before he heard the report and the freight train rush of the incoming shell. The first shot missed the Antoinette by 10 yards, rocking the ship with its shock wave and throwing enough water on the fantail to knock Donald and 3 of the security men off their feet. The flash of the second shot came even before the water of the first one quit falling. Barrett braced his legs wide and gripped the railing until the steel wire cut into his palms.
"God damn you, Willie,"
he said through gritted teeth. The second shell, radar-corrected and radar-guided, struck the Antoinette's fantail 20 feet from where Barrett stood, penetrated 2 decks, and exploded the aft engine compartment and both main tanks of diesel fuel. The original fireball consumed half the Antoinette and climbed 800 feet before curling into itself and beginning to fade. "Target destroyed, sir," came Executive Officer Leland's voice from the bridge. In the Combat Information Center of the Richard S. Edwards, Captain James J. Mallory, USN, lifted a growler phone. "All right, XO," he said. "Bring it around so the SBS-10 can acquire our shore targets." The anti-submarine warfare and gunnery officers stared at their captain. They had been at general quarters for 4 hours, battle stations for 45 minutes. The captain had said it was a national emergency, top secret. The men had only to stare at the skipper's pale, lifeless face to know that something terrible was happening. They knew one thing for sure. If tonight's work was a mistake, the old man's career was definitely in jeopardy. "Stop and search for survivors, sir?" came the XO's voice. "Negative that," said Mallory. "We will acquire targets B3 and B4 and commence firing." "Sir!" cried the air defense officer as he hunched over his SPS-40 air search radar screen. "Aircraft just appeared, distance 2.7 miles, parallel track, sir, speed 80 knots. "Stand by the Terrier, Skip," said Mallory. Normally the Edwards carried only 20mm phalanx guns for air defense, but for this summer's picket operations it had been configured with 4 Terrier Standard ER surface-to-air missiles aft of the bulky ASROC launchers. The men had griped for 5 weeks because the Terriers had usurped the only space large enough and flat enough for their Frisbee tournaments. One of the Terriers had been used to destroy the attacking helicopter 3 minutes earlier. "It's a civilian aircraft, sir," said the radar officer. "Single engine, probably a Cessna." "Fire, Terriers," ordered Captain Mallory. From the cramped CIC, the officers could hear 2 missiles launch, the reloader clunk, another missile launch, and the reloader cough on empty. "Shit," said the fire control officer. "Excuse me, Captain. Target dropped below the cliff's edge, and Bird 1 lost it. Bird 2 impacted on the cliff face. Bird 3 hit something, sir." "Is the target on the screen?" asked Mallory. His eyes were those of a blind man. No, sir." "Very good," said the captain. "Gunnery?"
"Yes, sir."
"Commence fire with both turrets when the airfield acquisition is confirmed. After 5 salvos, direct fire on the structure called the Manse."
"Aye, aye, sir."
"I'll be in my cabin," said Mallory. All of the officers stared at the empty door when the captain exited. Then the fire control officer announced, "Target B3 acquired." The men put aside their questions and did their jobs. 10 minutes later, just as Executive Officer Leland was ready to rap on his door, there came the sound of a single gunshot from the captain's quarters. Natalie had never flown between trees before. The fact that it was a moonless night did not make the experience more enjoyable. Black masses of foliage would rush at them and then fall below as Meeks jerked the Cessna over another line of trees and dove for another clear area. Even in the dark, Natalie could make out cabins, pathways, a swimming pool, and an empty amphitheater as they hurtled beneath and beside the plane. Whatever mental radar Meeks was using evidently was superior to the merely mechanical sensors in the third missile. It struck an oak tree and exploded in an incredible shower of bark and branches. Meeks swung right above the bare strip of the security zone, There were fires below, at least 2 vehicles smoldering, and muzzle flashes winking in the forest. A mile to the south, shells began falling on the single landing strip. "Wow," breathed Jackson as the fuel tanks near the hangar went up. They flew over the north dock and headed out to sea. "We have to go back," said Natalie. Her hand was in her straw bag, finger touching the trigger guard of the Colt. "Give me one good reason," said Meeks, lifting the plane to a safe 15 feet above the ocean. Natalie took her empty hand out of the bag. "Please," she said. Meeks looked at her and cocked an eyebrow at Jackson. What the hell?" he said. The Cessna banked steeply to the right and came around in a graceful turn until the blinking green light of the dock lay dead ahead. 74. Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 16, 1981. In the silence that followed the departure of Barron's helicopter, the Oberst remained standing with his hands in his pockets. "So," he said to Saul, "it is time to say good night, my little pawn." "I thought I was a bishop now," said Saul. The Oberst chuckled and walked to the high-backed chair Barron had sat in earlier. "Once a pawn, always a pawn," said the Oberst, seating himself with the grace of a king assuming his throne. He glanced at Reynolds, and the tall man came over to stand next to the Oberst's chair. Saul did not look away from the Oberst, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Tony Herod crawl into the shadows and lift the head of his dead secretary onto his lap. Herod made sick mewling sounds. "So, a productive day, nein?" said the Oberst. Saul said nothing. "Herr Baron said that you killed at least 3 of his people tonight," said the Oberst, smiling slightly. "How does it feel to be a killer, Judah?" Saul measured the distance between them, 6 squares, and another 6 feet or so, about 30 feet, a dozen paces. "They were innocent men," said the Oberst. "Paid security people. Undoubtedly they left wives and families. Does this bother you, Jew?" "No," said Saul. The Oberst raised an eyebrow. "So, you understand the necessity of taking innocent lives when it is required. Sehr gut. I feared that you would go to your grave filled with the same sickening sentimentality I sensed when we first met, pawn. This is an improvement. Like your mongrel nation, Israel, you have learned the necessity of slaughtering innocents when your survival depends upon it. Imagine how this necessity has weighed on me, my little pawn. People born with my ability are rare, perhaps no more than 1 in several hundred million, a few dozen each human generation. Throughout history, my race has been feared and hunted. At the first sign of our superiority, we are branded as witches or demons and destroyed by the mindless mobs. We cut our teeth while learning to hide the brilliant flame of our difference. If we survive the fearful cattle, we fall prey to the few others with our power. The problem of being born a shark amidst schools of tuna is that when we encounter other sharks, we have no choice but to defend our feeding grounds, eh? I am, as you are, first and last, a survivor. You and I are more alike than we care to admit, eh, pawn?" "No," said Saul. "No?" "No," said Saul. "I am a civilized human being, and you are a shark. A mindless, moralless, garbage-eating killing machine, an evolutionary obscenity fit only to chew and swallow." "You seek to provoke me," sneered the Oberst. "You are afraid that I will draw out your end. Do not fear, pawn, it will be quick, and soon." Saul took a deep breath, trying to fight off the physical weakness that threatened to drop him to his knees. His wounds were still bleeding, but the pain had faded to an encroaching numbness that he found 1,000 times more ominous. Saul knew that he had only minutes left in which to act. The Oberst was not finished with his tirade.
Like Israel, you prattle about morality while you behave like the Gestapo. All violence flows from the same source pawn, the need for power. Power is the only true morality, Jew, the only deathless God, and the appetite for violence is its only commandment.
No, said Saul.
You are a hopeless and pathetic creature who will never understand human morality and the need for love that is behind it. But know this, Oberst, like Israel, I have come to know that there is a morality that demands a sacrifice and imperative above all others, and that is never again to allow ourselves to be victims of your kind, and of those who serve your kind. 100 generations of victims demand this. There is no choice.
The Oberst shook his head.
You have learned nothing, he spat. You are as stupidly sentimental as your idiot relatives who went passively to the ovens, grinning and tugging at their side locks and beckoning at their idiot children to follow. You are a hopeless, filthy race, and the Führer's only crime was in not achieving his goal of eliminating all of you. Still, when I terminate you, pawn, it will not be a personal thing. You served well, but you are too unpredictable. That unpredictability no longer serves my purposes. When I kill you, said Saul, it will be totally personal.
He took a step toward the Oberst. The Oberst sighed tiredly.
You will die now, he said. Goodbye, Jew.
Saul felt the full force of the Oberst's power hit him like a massive blow to the brain and to the base of his spine, as intrusive and irresistible as being impaled on a sharpened steel spit. In an instant, Saul felt his own consciousness being stripped away, like flimsy clothing being ripped from a rape victim, as somewhere near the base of his brain, a theta rhythm leaped to life and triggered a waking REM state in his cerebellum, leaving Saul as unable to control his actions as a sleepwalker, a walking corpse, a Musulman. But even as Saul's consciousness was flung to the darkened attic of his own mind, he was aware of the Oberst's presence in his brain, a fetid stench as sharp and painful as the first scalding lungful of poison gas. And while sharing that consciousness in that first second, Saul was aware of the Oberst's surprise when the rapid onset of REM state triggered the flow of memories and impressions hypnotically buried in Saul's subconscious, like landmines in a field of winter wheat. Having thrown aside Saul Lasky's consciousness, the Oberst was suddenly confronted with a second persona, flimsy to be sure, hypnotically induced and wrapped around the delicate neurological control centers like a pathetic suit of tin pretending to be true armor. The Oberst had encountered this kind of thing only once before, in 1941, while with the Einsatzgruppen, during the termination of several hundred patients at a Lithuanian mental hospital. Out of sheer boredom, the Oberst had slipped into the mind of a hopeless schizophrenic, seconds before the SS Guard's bullet shattered the man's brain and sent him tumbling into the cold pit. The second personality embedded there had surprised the Oberst then, too, but it had been no more difficult to overcome than the first one. This artificially created second personality would pose no greater problem. The Oberst smiled at the pathetic futility of the Jew's little surprise, and took a few seconds to savor Saul's hopeless handiwork before shattering it.
Mother Kagan, 23 years old, carrying her 4-month-old daughter, Edith, toward the Auschwitz crematoria, keeps her right fist closed around the razor blade she had hidden all these months. An SS officer shoves his way through the crowd of naked, slowly moving women. What do you have there, Jewish whore? Give it to me. Thrusting the baby into her sister's arms, Mala turns toward the SS man and opens her hand. Take it, she cries, slashing at his face. The officer shrieks and staggers backward, blood spurting from between his raised fingers. A dozen SS men raise their weapons. As Mala advances on them, the small blade clenched between her finger and thumb. "Life!" she screams, as all the machine guns fire at once.
Saul felt the Oberst's sneer and the unspoken question,
"You try to frighten me with ghost spawn?"
It had taken Saul 30 hours of self-induced hypnotic effort to recreate that final minute of Malak Hagen's existence. The Oberst knocked the persona away in a second, as effortlessly as a man slapping away cobwebs in a darkened room. Saul took a step forward. Relentlessly, the Oberst re-entered Saul's brain and reached for the centers of control, easily triggering the required REM state.
62-year-old Shalom Krajek crawls on his hands and knees through the underground sewers of Warsaw. It is pitch black, and excrement tumbles on the silent line of survivors as the Aryan toilets flush above them. Shalom had entered the tunnels 14 days earlier, on April 25, 1943, after 6 days of hopeless fighting against thousands of crack Nazi troops. Shalom has brought his 9-year-old grandson Leon with him. The boy is the last living member of Shalom's extended family. For 2 weeks, the ever-dwindling line of Jews has crawled through the reeking maze of narrow sewers as the Germans poured bullets, fire from flamethrowers, and canisters of poison gas into every ghetto, manhole, and latrine. Shalom had brought along 6 pieces of bread, and these he has shared with Leon as they crouch in the darkness and excrement. For 14 days they have hidden and crawled, trying to get outside the walls of the ghetto, drinking from dripping effluents they hope are storm sewers. Surviving. Now, a lid of a sewer opening slides back overhead, and the rough face of a Polish resistance fighter stares down. "Come," he says, "come out. You are safe here." With the last of his strength, blinded by the sunlight, Shalom crawls out and lies on the cobblestone surface of the street. 4 others emerge. Leon is not among them. Tears running down his face, Shalom tries to remember when he had last spoken to the boy in the darkness. An hour? A day? Weakly thrusting away the hands of his would-be rescuers, Shalom descends into the dark pipe and begins crawling back the way he had come, calling Leon's name.
The Oberst destroyed the thick protective membrane that was Shalom Krajek. Saul took a step forward. The Oberst shifted in his chair and struck with the mental force of a dull axe piercing Saul's skull.
17-year-old Peter Gien sits in Auschwitz drawing as the long line of boys file past him toward the showers. For the past 2 years in Theresen, Peter and his friends have produced a newsletter, Vedem, We're Leading, which he and other young artists have filled with their poetry and drawings. Peter's last act, before being transported, had been to give all 800 pages to young Zdenek Tosig to hide in the old forge behind Magdeburg barracks. Peter has not seen Zdenek since the boys arrived at Auschwitz. Now Peter uses his last sheet of paper and stub of charcoal to sketch the endless line of naked boys passing him in the frigid November air. With bold, sure strokes, Peter catches the protruding ribs and staring eyes, the shaking, fleshless legs, and hands held shyly over fear-contracted genitals. A capo with warm clothing and a wooden club strides up. "What is that?" he demands. "Get with the others." Peter does not look up from his drawing. "Just a minute," he says. "I'm almost finished." Furious, the capo strikes Peter in the face with the club and grinds the boy's hand under his heel, breaking 3 fingers. He grabs Peter by the hair, pulls him to his feet, and shoves the boy into the slowly advancing line. As Peter cradles his hand, he looks back over his shoulder to see his sketch being lifted by the brisk November breeze, catching briefly on the upper strand of barbed wire on the high fence, and then blowing free, tumbling and skipping toward the line of trees to the west. The Oberst swept aside the persona. Saul took 2 steps forward. The pain of the Oberst's continued mind rape seared him like steel spikes behind the eyes. In the dark holding cells of Birkenau, on the night before they are to be gassed, the poet Itzhak Katznelson recites his poem to his 18-year-old son and a dozen other huddled forms. Before the war, Itzhak had been known throughout Poland for his humorous verses and songs for children, each celebrating the joys of youth. Itzhak's own youngest children, Benjamin and Benchian, had been murdered with their mother at Treblinka 18 months earlier. Now he recites in Hebrew, a tongue none of the listening Jews except his son understands, and then translates in Polish. I had a dream so terrible my people were no more, no more. I wake up with a cry. What I dreamed was true. It had happened indeed. It had happened to me. In the silence that followed the poem, Itzhak's son slides closer in the cold straw. When I get older, whispers the boy, I also will write great poems. Itzhak sets his arm around his son's thin shoulders. So you shall, he says, and begins singing a slow, sweet Polish lullaby. The other men pick it up, and soon the entire barracks is filled with the gentle sound of their singing. The Oberst destroyed Itzhak Katznelson with a flick of his iron will. Saul took a step forward. To Tony Herod's stunned, staring eyes, it was as if Saul Lasky was moving toward Willie the way a man would wade upstream against a terrible current or walk into a raging windstorm. The battle between the two was soundless and invisible, but as tangible as an electrical storm, and at the end of each silent surge of conflict, the Jew would raise a leg, move it forward, and set a foot down like a paraplegic learning to walk. In this way, the torn and bleeding man had crossed 6 squares and reached the last row of the chessboard when Willie seemed to shake himself out of his waking dream and glance toward Tom Reynolds. The blond killer leaped toward the Jew with his long, powerful fingers extended. 3 miles away, the Antoinette exploded with a force powerful enough to shatter several panes of glass in the French doors. Neither Willie nor Lasky took notice. Herod watched the 3 men come together, watched Reynolds strangling Lasky, and listened to more explosions begin in the direction of the airport. Gently, ever so gently, Herod lowered Maria Chen's head to the cold tile, smoothed her hair, and stood up to walk slowly past the struggling forms. Saul was 8 feet from the Oberst when the mind rape stopped. It was as if someone had shut off an incredible nerve-deadening noise that had filled the world. Saul stumbled and almost fell. He retook control of his own body the way someone returns to the home of his early childhood, tentatively, almost sadly, aware of the light years of time and distance separating oneself from the once familiar surroundings. For several minutes, eons, Saul and the Oberst had been almost one person. In the terrible clash of mental energy, he had been in the Oberst's mind as surely as the Oberst had been in his. Saul had felt the monster's overwhelming arrogance shift to uncertainty, and the uncertainty to fear, as the Oberst realized that he faced not just a few adversaries, but armies, legions of the dead rising from the mass graves he had helped dig, screaming their defiance one last time. And Saul himself had been amazed and almost frightened by the shades that walked with him, rising to defend him before being slapped back into darkness. Some of them he could not even remember constructing. From a photograph here, a dossier there, a scrap of fabric in Yad Vashem, the way he had the others, the young Hungarian cantor, Warsaw's last rabbi, the teenage girl from Transylvania committing suicide on the Day of Atonement, the daughter of Theodor Herzl starving to death in Theresienstadt, the 6-year-old girl killed by wives of the SS guards in Ravensbrück. Where had they come from? For a terrifying second, locked in the helpless recesses of his own mind, Saul wondered if he had tapped into some impossible racial memory that had nothing to do with his hundreds of hours of careful hypnosis and months of self-directed nightmares. The last persona the Oberst slapped aside was the 14-year-old Saul Lasky himself,
standing helplessly in Chelmno, watching the departing backs of his father and brother Yosef as they were marched toward the showers. Only this time, in the seconds before the oberst banished them, Saul remembered what his mind had not allowed him to recall before, his father turning, Yosef held securely in the crook of his arm, and calling in Hebrew, "Hear, O Israel, my eldest son survives!" And Saul, who for 40 years had sought forgiveness for that single most unpardonable of sins, now saw that forgiveness on the face of the only person who could give such dispensation, the 14-year-old Saul Lasky. Saul staggered, caught himself, and ran toward the oberst. Tom Reynolds rushed to intervene, strong hands rising toward Saul's throat. Saul ignored him, pushed him aside with the strength of all those who had joined him, and closed the last 5 feet separating him from the oberst. Saul had a second's impression of the oberst's shocked face, pale eyes widening in disbelief, and then Saul was on him, his fingers finding the old man's corded throat, the chair tumbling over backward with Saul and the clinging Reynolds going over with it on top of the oberst. Herr General Wilhelm von Borchardt was an old man, but his forearms were powerful as they pounded at Saul, pressed against Saul's face and chest, pummeled him in a desperate attempt to break free. Saul ignored the blows, ignored the old man's knees crashing into his groin, ignored the smashing fists of Tom Reynolds as the cat's paw pounded him on his back and head. Saul let their combined weight add gravity's force to the power of his straightened arms as his fingers found the oberst's throat, closed on it, and met around it. He knew that he would never release that grip as long as the oberst was alive. The oberst pounded, writhed, clawed at Saul's fingers, and then at his eyes. Spittle flew from the man's gaping mouth onto Saul's cheeks. The oberst's ruddy face grew blood-red and shifted into darker colors as his chest heaved. Saul felt supernatural strength flow through his arms as his hand sank deeper into the oberst's throat. The old man's heels clattered and rattled on the horizontal legs of the massive chair. Saul did not notice as another explosion blew in the French doors and 40 feet of windows, showering glass over all of them. He did not notice as a second shell struck the upper regions of the manse and instantly filled the grand hall with smoke as the aged cypress rafters burst into flame. He did not notice Reynolds doubling and tripling his efforts, clawing, thrashing, slashing, and pounding at Saul like some maddened, overwound clockwork toy. He did not notice when Tony Herod crunched his way through the broken glass, carrying 2 heavy bottles of Dom Perignon 71 from the bar table, and struck Reynolds in the back of the head with one. The cat's paw rolled off Saul, unconscious but still twisting and vibrating from random nerve impulses generated by the oberst's commands. Herod sat down on a black tile, opened the second bottle, and drank deeply. Saul did not notice. He had his hands around the oberst's neck, and he closed them tighter, oblivious even of the blood flying from his own lacerated face and throat as it spattered on the oberst's darkening face and bulging eyes. A period unmeasurable by time passed before Saul realized that the oberst was dead. Saul's fingers had sunk so deeply into the monster's throat that even after Saul forced his hands to unclench, deep grooves remained in the flesh like a sculptor's handprints in soft clay. Willie's head was arched back, his larynx crushed like brittle plastic, his eyes bulging sightlessly from a bloated black face. Tom Reynolds lay dead on an adjoining square with his face a contorted caricature of his dead master's death agonies. Saul felt the last of his own strength run out of him like water out of a punctured vessel. He knew that Herod was somewhere in the room and had to be dealt with, but not just yet. Perhaps never. With the return of consciousness came a return of pain. Saul's right shoulder was broken and bleeding, feeling as if shards of ragged bone there were rubbing against one another. The oberst's chest and neck were covered with Saul's blood, painting a pale outline on the old man's throat where Saul's hands had been. 2 more explosions rocked the manse, Smoke billowed in the grand hall, and 10,000 shards of glass reflected flames from somewhere behind Saul. He felt heat against his back, and knew that he should rise, see what the source was, and leave. But not just yet. Saul lowered his cheek to the Oberst's chest, and let gravity pull him down. There was another loud noise from just outside the shattered French doors, but Saul paid no attention to it. Content just to rest a moment, needing only a short nap before he went on, Saul closed his eyes and let the warm darkness claim him. 75. Dolman Island, Tuesday, June 16th, 1981. "Well, that's that," said the pilot. As soon as the shelling had stopped, Meeks had brought the Cessna in lower over the landing strip. The shelling itself had dug only a few craters that might have been avoidable with good piloting and even better luck, but 2 trees had toppled across the tarmac near the south end of the field, and the north end was ablaze from burning aviation fuel. An executive jet was burning on the main taxi apron, and several other smoldering airframes littered the tie-down area and the heap of ashes and girders that had been the hangar. "That's all she wrote," said Meeks. "We gave it the old college try. Fuel gauge says it's time to head home. We're going to be getting back on fumes as it is." "I have an idea," said Natalie. "We can land somewhere else." Said Meeks, shaking his head. The bill of the blue baseball cap moved slowly back and forth. "You saw the beach on the north end when we came around a few minutes ago," he said. "Tide's in and the storm tossed it all to hell. No chance." "He's right, Nat," Jackson said tiredly. "There's nothing else we can do here." "The destroyer," began Meeks. "You said yourself that it's 5 miles east of the southeast point by now," snapped Natalie. "It has long teeth," said Meeks. "Just what the hell do you have in mind, kid?" They were approaching the south end of the landing strip on their third flyby. "Turn left," said Natalie. "I'll show you." "You have to be kidding," said Meeks as they circled a few hundred yards out from the cliffs. "I think it's perfect," said Natalie. "Let's do it before the boat comes back." "Ship," Meeks corrected automatically. "And you're crazy." Shrubbery still burned on the cliff face where the missile had self-destructed 20 minutes earlier. The sky to the west was lit by the airfield fires. 3 miles behind them, bits and pieces of the Antoinette still smoldered like embers on a black cloth. After the destroyer had finished with the landing strip, it had come back east along the coast and put at least half a dozen explosive rounds in or near the manse. The roof of the huge structure was ablaze. The east wing had been destroyed. Smoke billowed in the surviving floodlights, and it looked as if one shell had landed near the patio on the south side, blowing in the windows and riddling the side facing the long lawn that ran to the sea cliffs. The lawn itself looked undamaged, although parts of it were dark where floodlights were missing. The fire on the cliffs revealed low shrubs and dwarf trees at the cliff's edge that would have been invisible if not for the nearby flames. The last lighted 20 yards or so of lawn looked smooth enough, except for the shell crater and its detritus near the shattered patio. "It's perfect," said Natalie. "It's nuts," said Meeks. "It must slope on an angle of 30 degrees by the time it gets to the manse." "Perfect for a landing," said Natalie. "You need less runway. Don't British aircraft carriers have pitched decks for just that reason?" "She's got you there, man," said Jackson. "Phooey," said Meeks. 30 degrees? Besides, even if we could come to a stop before we ran into that burning building, the dark spots on that lawn, and most of it is dark, could hold limbs, pits, and ornamental rock gardens. It's nuts." "I vote aye," said Natalie. "We've got to try to find Saul." "Aye," said Jackson. "What's this voting shit?" Meeks said incredulously. "Since when does an aircraft become a democracy?" He tugged at his baseball cap and looked at the destroyer retreating to the east. "Tell me the truth," he said.
This is just the beginning of the revolution, isn't it?
Natalie glanced at Jackson and took a chance.
Yes, she said, it is.
"Uh-huh," said Meeks.
I knew it. Well, I'll tell you, boys and girls, you're flying with the only dues-paid socialist in Dorchester County.
He took the cold cigar out of his shirt pocket and chewed on it for a moment.
"Ah, what the hell," he said at last. "We'll probably run out of fuel before we make it back anyway."
With the engine throttled down, the plane seemed to be stalling as it side-slipped its way toward the cliff face, glowing white in the starlight. Natalie had never been so excited. With her broad lap belt cinched so tight she couldn't breathe, she leaned forward and gripped the console as the cliffs rushed at them with throat-closing suddenness. 100 feet out, Natalie realized that they were too low. The Cessna was going to crash directly into the rocks.
"Crosswind's a big goddamn help," grumbled Meeks.
He tweaked the throttle and pulled the wheel back gently. They cleared the cliff edge and shrubs by 10 feet and entered the darkness in the lane between tall trees.
"Mr. Jackson, you let me know if that ship's coming back."
Jackson made a noise from the back seat. It was 30 yards to the first floodlit strip, and Meeks put the gear of the Cessna down precisely on the beginning of the white strip of light. It was rougher than Natalie had dreamed. She tasted blood and realized that she had bitten her tongue. Within seconds, they had rolled into darkness between the strips of light. Natalie thought of fallen tree limbs and ornamental rock gardens.
"So far, so good,"
said Meeks. The aircraft bounced through the penultimate strip of light and plunged back into darkness. It seemed to Natalie that they were climbing a vertical wall of cobblestones. Something banged and tugged at the right wheel. The Cessna slewed and threatened to tip over at 50 miles an hour, and Meeks played the throttle, brakes, and rudder pedals like a demented organist. The aircraft settled back and rolled through the last floodlit strip, the light starring the windscreen and blinding them. The south wall of the burning manse was moving toward them much too quickly. They rolled through loose clods of dirt and made a bouncing turn that swung the starboard wing over the edge of the shell crater. The patio was 15 feet away. A tattered table's shade umbrella blew away in the wake of their prop wash. Meeks slammed the machine to a stop, facing downhill. Natalie was sure that she had been to the summit of Blue Diamond ski slopes that were less steep. Their pilot removed his cigar and stared at it as if just discovering it was unlit.
"All out for a rest stop," he said. "Anyone not back in 5 minutes or at the first sight of hostiles walks home."
He removed the pearl-handled .38 from the holster lying between the seats and tapped the barrel against his temple in a rough salute.
"Viva la revolution!"
"Come on," said Natalie, struggling to get the door open and her lap belt unhooked. She all but fell out of the aircraft, dropping her purse and almost twisting her ankle. She pulled the .32 Colt out, let the rest lie, and stepped aside as Jackson jumped down. He carried only his black medical bag and a flashlight, but he had tied a red bandana around his head.
"Where to?"
he shouted over the noise of the still-turning propeller.
"People likely to have noticed us arriving. Better hurry."
Natalie nodded toward the grand hall. The electric lights were out in this part of the manse, but the orange glow of a fire outlined vague shapes in the smoky vastness visible through the shattered French doors. Jackson picked his way across tiled patio stones, kicked open the sprung main door, and flicked on his heavy-duty flashlight. The beam stabbed through thick smoke to illuminate a huge tiled area littered with broken glass and bits and pieces of masonry. Natalie stepped ahead of Jackson and kept the Colt held high. She lifted a handkerchief to her mouth and nose to breathe more easily in all the smoke. Far to the left, beyond a cleared area of the huge hall, 2 tables held food, drink, and a tumbled clutter of electronic equipment. Between the doors and the tables, the floor was littered with what Natalie thought for a second were limp bundles of laundry before she realized that they were bodies. Jackson held the light steady and moved cautiously toward the first one. The flashlight beam showed the dead face of the beautiful Eurasian woman who had been in the car with Tony Herod when Saul had rendezvoused with him in Savannah 3 days before. "Don't shine that light in her eyes," came a familiar voice from the darkness to her left. Natalie crouched and swung the gun as Jackson swept the flashlight beam toward the sound. Herod sat cross-legged on the floor next to an overturned chair with more bodies near it. There was a half-empty bottle of wine in his lap. Natalie moved to Jackson's side, gestured for the flashlight, and made him take the Colt.
"He uses women," she said, pointing at Herod. "If he moves or I act weird, kill him."
Herod shook his head morosely and took a long swallow of wine. "That's all over with," he slurred. "All done." Natalie looked up. She could see stars through the shattered roof 3 stories up. From the sound of it, an automatic sprinkler system was working somewhere, but the fire appeared to have a good hold on the 2nd and 3rd floors. In the distance, she could hear the rattle of small arms fire. "Look!" called Jackson. The flashlight illuminated the 3 bodies near the massive chair.
"Saul!"
cried Natalie, rushing forward.
"Oh, God, Jackson! Is he dead? Oh, God, Saul!"
She rolled him off the other body, prying Saul's hands loose from the man's shirt. She knew at once that the dead man must be the Oberst. Saul had shown her newspaper photographs of William Borden from his files, but the contorted blackened face and bulging eyes, the liver-spotted hands frozen into claws, did not look human, much less recognizable. It was as if Saul had been lying on the corpse of some twisted, mummified thing. Jackson knelt next to Saul and felt for a pulse, lifted an eyelid, and held the flashlight close. All Natalie could see was blood covering Saul's face and shoulders and arms and throat and clothes. It was obvious to her that he was dead.
"He's alive," said Jackson. "Got a pulse, weak, but still there."
He ripped open Saul's coverall and gently turned the psychiatrist over, running the light down the length of his body. Jackson opened his bag, prepared a syringe, stabbed it into Saul's left arm, swabbed his back, and began applying a dressing.
"Jesus," he said. "He's been shot twice. Leg isn't anything, but we've got to stop the bleeding on this shoulder. Somebody sure as hell worked over his hand and throat."
He glanced up at the fire.
"We've got to get out of here, Nat. I'll get the plasma going in the plane. Give me a hand, will you?"
Saul moaned as they got him upright. Jackson got under his left arm and lifted him clumsily.
"Hey,"
said Herod from the darkness.
"Can I come?"
Natalie almost dropped the flashlight as she hurriedly stopped to pick up the Colt from where Jackson had left it on the floor. She thrust the gun into Jackson's left hand and held Saul up so Jackson could free his arm.
"He's going to use me, Jax," she spoke. "Shoot him." "No."
It was Saul who spoke. His eyelids fluttered. Even his lips were bruised and swollen. He licked them before trying to speak again.
"Helped me,"
he croaked, and jerked his head in Herod's direction. One eye was sealed shut with dried blood, but the other one opened and focused on Natalie's face.
"Hey,"
he said softly.
"What kept you?"
His attempt at a smile made Natalie give way to tears. She started to hug him, but released the embrace when she saw him wince at the pressure on his ribs.
"Let's go,"
said Jackson. The rattle of gunfire was coming closer. Natalie nodded and swept the flashlight beam around the grand hall a final time. The flames were closer now as the fire took hold in the adjoining corridors of the 2nd floor, and the brightening red glow made the scene into something out of Hieronymus Bosch's Details of Hell, with broken glass gleaming like the eyes of an untold number of demons in the darkness. She looked one last time at the corpse of the Oberst, shrunken to nothingness by death.
"Let's go,"
she agreed. All of the 3 remaining floodlights had gone out on the hillside. Natalie moved ahead with the flashlight and Colt, while Jackson supported Saul. The psychiatrist had slid into unconsciousness again even before they went through the French doors. The Cessna was still there, the prop was still turning, but the pilot was gone.
"Oh, Jesus,"
breathed Natalie, playing the light in the back seat and on the ground near the plane.
"Can you fly this thing?"
asked Jackson, getting Saul onto the padded back bench and crouching next to him. He was already ripping open sterile dressings and preparing the plasma.
"No," said Natalie. She looked downhill. What had been a rough approximation of a landing field now was total darkness. Dazzled by the flashlight, her eyes could not make out even where the tree lines began. There came a huffing, panting sound from down the hill, and Natalie leveled the flashlight with her left hand while steadying the Colt on the strut with her right. Darrell Meeks raised his hand to block the light and bent over to wheeze and gasp. "Where were you?" demanded Natalie, lowering the flashlight. Meeks started to speak, spat, wheezed a second, and said, "Lights went off." "We know that. Where? Get in," said Meeks, mopping his face with the Yokohama Tayo Whales baseball cap. Natalie nodded and jogged around behind the plane to get in her side rather than crawl past the controls and risk knocking off the emergency brake or something. Tony Harrod was waiting under the wing on the other side. "Please," he whined, "you have to take me with you. I really did save his life, honest. Please." Natalie felt the faintest hint of something sliding into her consciousness, like a furtive hand in the dark. But she had not waited for that. She had moved in closer as soon as Harrod began to speak, and now she kicked him in the testicles with as much swing as she could get into the kick, glad that she had worn solid hiking shoes rather than sneakers. Harrod dropped the bottle he was still carrying and folded up on the grass with both hands between his legs. Natalie stepped onto the strut and fumbled the door open. She didn't know how much concentration a mind vampire required to do his trick, but she assumed it was more than Tony Harrod could muster at the moment. "Go!" she cried, but it was redundant. Meeks had the aircraft rolling even before her door was closed. She fumbled for her seatbelt, could not find it, and settled for hanging on to the console with both hands, the Colt getting in the way. If the uphill landing had been exciting, the trip back down was Space Mountain, the Matterhorn ride, and her dad's favorite, the Wildcat roller coaster, all in one. Natalie saw at once what Meeks had been up to. 2 railroad flares sputtered redly 30 feet apart at the end of the long corridor of darkness. "Gotta know where the ground ends and the drop starts," Meeks shouted over the rising roar of the engine and bouncing landing gear. "Used to work pretty well when Pop and I played horseshoes in the dark, put our cigarettes on the stakes." There was no more time for talk. The bouncing got worse, the flares rushed toward them and were suddenly past, and Natalie realized the worst fear of a roller coaster phobia. What if you came rushing over the top of one of those hills and the rails just stopped and the car kept going? Natalie had estimated, at a calmer time when the information had seemed mildly interesting, that the sea cliffs below the manse were about 200 feet high. The Cessna had fallen half that distance and showed no signs of a miraculous recovery when Meeks did an interesting thing. He put the nose of the aircraft down and revved the throttle to push them faster toward the white lines of surf which filled the windscreen. Natalie later had no memory of screaming or of inadvertently pulling the trigger on the Colt, but Jackson later assured her that the scream was impressive, and the bullet hole in the roof of the Cessna spoke for itself. Meeks was surly about that for much of the ride back. As soon as they had pulled out of the dive that gave them sufficient airspeed and had begun to climb west to cruising altitude, Natalie turned her mind to other things. "How so?" she asked, swiveling in her seat. "Out," said Jackson. He was still kneeling in the cramped space. He had worked on Saul right through the E-ticket takeoff. "Will he live?" asked Natalie. Jackson looked at her, his eyes visible in the dim instrument glow. "If I can get him stable," he said. "Probably. I can't tell about other things. Internal stuff, concussion. The bullet in his shoulder's not as bad as I thought. It looks like the slug came a long way ricocheted before it got him. I can feel it about 2 inches under, right up by the bone here. Saul must have been bending over when it caught him. If he'd been straight up and down, it would have taken his right lung out when it exited. He bled a lot, but I'm pumping him full of plasma. Got plenty of that left. Know something there?" "What?" "Black man invented plasma. Fellow named Charles Drew. I read somewhere that he bled to death after a car accident in the 1950s because some cracker in North Carolina hospital didn't have any Negro blood in the fridge and refused to give him white blood. That hardly seems relevant right now, snapped Natalie.
Jackson shrugged.
Saul would have liked it. The man has a better sense of irony than you do, Nat. Comes from being a shrink, probably.
Meeks removed his cigar.
I hate to break up this romantic chatter, he said, but does your friend need to get to the nearest hospital?
You mean like somewhere other than Charleston? Asked Jackson.
Yeah, said Meeks. Savannah's an hour closer than Charleston, and Brunswick or Meridian or one of those places is a lot closer than either. Makes me feel easier about the gas problem, too.
Jackson glanced at Natalie.
Give me 10 minutes with him, he said to Meeks. Let me get some blood into him and check his signs, and we'll see. If we can get back to Charleston without putting Saul at risk, I want to, said Natalie, surprising even herself. I need to. It's your outing, Meeks shrugged. I can head straight in rather than hug the coast, but it makes for a real wet landing if I misjudge the fuel situation. But don't misjudge it, said Natalie. Yeah, said Meeks. You got some gum or something? Sorry, said Natalie. Well, then stick your finger in the hole you put in my roof, said Meeks. That whistling noise gets on my nerves.
In the end, it was Saul who decided that they would return to Charleston. After 3 pints of plasma, his signs were stable, his pulse strong, and he ended any further argument by fluttering his good eye open and saying,
Where are we? Heading home, said Natalie, kneeling next to him.
She and Jackson had exchanged places after the medic had checked Saul's vital signs and announced that both of his legs had fallen asleep. Meeks had not appreciated the exchange and suggested that people who stood up in canoes and airplanes were crazy.
You're going to be okay, Natalie added, stroking Saul's forehead.
Saul nodded.
Feel a little funny, he said. That's the morphine, said Jackson, leaning back and taking Saul's pulse. Feels sort of good, said Saul, and seemed ready to drift away again. Suddenly he forced both eyes open, and his voice was stronger. Oberst, he's really dead? Yes, said Natalie. I saw him. Saul took a ragged breath. Barent? If he was on his yacht, he's gone, said Natalie. The way we planned? Sort of, said Natalie. Nothing worked right, but Melanie came through in the end. I have no idea why. If she wasn't lying, the last I heard, she and the Oberst and Mr. Barent were getting along swimmingly.
Saul moved his swollen lips in a painful smile.
Barent eliminated Miss Sewell, he said. It may have irritated Melanie.
He moved his head to frown directly at Natalie.
What are you two doing here? We never discussed your coming to the island.
Natalie shrugged.
Shall we take you back to the island and start over?
Saul closed his eyes and said something in Polish.
It's hard to concentrate, he added in slurred English. Natalie, can we leave the last part of it? Deal with her later? She's the worst of all of them, the most powerful. I think even Barent was afraid of her at the end. You can't do it alone, Natalie.
His voice was trailing off into sleep.
It's over, Natalie, he mumbled. We've won.
Natalie held his hand. When she felt him slide into sleep, she said softly,
No, it's not over yet. Not quite.
They flew northwest toward the uncertain coast. 76, Charleston, Tuesday, June 16th, 1981. With perfect navigation and a strong tailwind, they landed at Meek's small airstrip north of Charleston 45 minutes before sunrise. The reserve tank had registered empty for the last 10 miles when they floated down for a perfect touchdown between the rows of marker lights. Saul did not awaken when they transferred him to a canvas stretcher Meeks had stored in the hangar.
"We need a second vehicle,"
said Natalie as the two men carried the sleeping psychiatrist from the plane.
"Is that for sale?"
she asked, nodding toward a 12-year-old VW microbus parked near Meeks's new souped-up pickup.
"My electric Kool-Aid Express?" said Meeks. "I suppose so." "How much?"
asked Natalie. The ancient vehicle had 60s psychedelic designs showing through a faded green paint job, but it was the curtains on the windows and the fact that the rear seats were wide and long enough for the stretcher that she found most useful.
500?
"Sold," said Natalie. While the men secured the stretcher on the long bench behind the driver's seat, Natalie dug through the suitcases in the back of the station wagon and came out with the $900 in 20s that had been hidden in Saul's extra loafers. It was the last of their money. She transferred the suitcases and extra bags to the microbus. Jackson looked up from taking Saul's blood pressure.
"Why 2 cars?" "I want to get him to medical facilities as soon as possible," she said. "Will it be too risky to drive him to Washington?"
"Why Washington?" Natalie removed a manila folder from Saul's briefcase.
"There's a letter here from a relative of Saul's. It explains enough to get him help at the Israeli embassy. It's been our emergency exit, so to speak. If we take him to a Charleston doctor or hospital, the gunshot wounds will get the police involved. We can't risk it if we don't have to."
Jackson crouched on his toes and nodded. He took Saul's pulse.
"Yeah, I think Washington will be all right, if they can get him to good medical facilities quickly." "They'll take care of him at the embassy." "He'll need surgery, Nat." "They have an operating room right there in the embassy."
"Yeah? That's weird." He made a gesture with both palms up.
"Okay, so why don't you come too?"
"I want to pick up Catfish," said Natalie.
"We can swing by before leaving town to do that," said Jackson. "I need to get rid of the C4 and electronic junk, too," she said. "You get going, Jackson, and I'll join you at the embassy by this evening."
Jackson looked at her a long minute and nodded. They stepped out of the van, and Meeks came up to join them.
"No news about the revolution on the radio," he said. "Isn't this stuff timed to all start at once?"
Keep listening," said Natalie. Meeks nodded and took the $500 from her.
"The revolution keeps going this way. I may make a profit yet."
"Thanks for the ride," said Natalie. They shook hands.
"You three should go into a different line of business if you want to enjoy life after the revolution," said Meeks. "Stay cool."
Whistling an indecipherable tune, he went into his trailer.
"See you in Washington,"
said Natalie, pausing by the door of the station wagon to shake hands with Jackson. He took her by the shoulders, pulled her close, and kissed her firmly on the lips.
"You be careful, babe. There's nothing you have to do tonight that the 3 of us can't do when Saul's taken care of."
Natalie nodded, but did not trust herself to speak. She drove quickly away from the airstrip and found the main road to Charleston. There were too many things to do while driving a car at high speed. On the front seat, she arrayed the web belt with the C4, the EEG monitor and electrodes, the hand radio, the Colt, and 2 extra clips, and the tranquilizer gun with the box of darts. In the back seat were the extra electronic equipment and a blanket covering an axe they had bought the previous Friday. Natalie wondered what a traffic cop would make of all this if she got stopped for speeding. The night was fading into the dim gray glow that her father had called a false dawn, but another thick cloud bank to the east kept it dark enough to keep all of the streetlights on. Natalie drove slowly through the streets of the old section, her heart pounding much too hard. She stopped half a block from the Fuller house and broke squelch on the radio, receiving no reply. Finally, she triggered the transmit button and said, "Catfish, are you there?" Nothing. After several minutes of this, she drove by the house, but could see nothing in the alley across the street where Catfish was supposed to be waiting. She set the radio aside and hoped that he was asleep somewhere, or had gone hunting for them, or even had been arrested for loitering. The Fuller house and courtyard were dark under tall trees still dripping from the night storm, except for a faint green glow through the shutters of the upstairs room. Natalie drove around the block slowly. Her heart was racing so quickly that it was physically painful. Her palms were sweaty and her hands felt too weak to make a fist. She was giddy from lack of sleep. It made no sense to go on alone. She should wait for Saul to get better, wait for Catfish and Jackson to help her come up with a plan. It made so much sense just to turn the station wagon around and to head for Washington, away from that dark house hulking there 100 yards ahead with its faint green glow like phosphorescent fungus burning there in the dim reaches of some forest. Natalie let the car idle while she tried to slow her panicked breathing. She lowered her forehead to the cool steering wheel and forced her tired mind to think. She missed Rob Gentry. Rob would know what to do next. She thought that it was a sign of her fatigue that the tears flowed so easily. She sat up abruptly and wiped her runny nose with the back of her hand. So far, she thought, everyone had gone the extra mile in this nightmare except for little Miss Natalie. Rob had done his part and was dead for his efforts. Saul had gone to the island alone, knowing there were 5 of the creatures there. Jack Cohen had died trying to help. Even Meeks and Jackson and Catfish ended up doing most of the work when little Miss Natalie wanted it done. Somehow, deep in her heart, Natalie knew that Melanie Fuller would not be there if they delayed even a few hours. She might already be gone. Natalie gripped the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles paled. She forced her tired mind over hurdles to analyze her motivations. Natalie knew that her own hunger for revenge had been blunted by time and events and the insanity of the past 7 months. She was not the same woman who had stood helpless and lost outside a locked mortuary on a distant December Sunday, knowing her father's body was inside and vowing revenge on his unknown murderer. Unlike Saul, she was no longer driven by a quest for unlikely justice. Natalie looked at the Fuller house half a block away and realized that the force that drove her now was closer to the imperative that had moved her to train to be a teacher. Leaving Melanie Fuller alive in the world was like running from a school building while a deadly snake was loose among unsuspecting children. Natalie's hands shook badly as she clipped on the clumsy web belt and attached the heavy C4. The EEG monitor needed batteries replaced, and she had a terrible minute when she remembered that she had left the replacements in one of the bags in the microbus. With clumsy fingers, she broke open the CB radio and transferred its batteries to the EEG monitor. 2 of the electrode tapes on the sensor filaments failed to stick, and she let them dangle, clipping the trigger lead to the C4 detonator. The prime detonator was electrical, but there was a mechanical timer backup, and even a coiled fuse she and Saul had clipped to a 30-second length. Tasting the bile of panic again, she patted her pockets, but the lighter she had carried around for so long must have been left on the island with the rest of the contents of her bag. Natalie rummaged in the glove compartment. Stuck between state maps was a single book of matches from a restaurant they had stopped at in Tulsa. None had been used. She stuck them in her pocket. Natalie glanced at the things on the seat beside her and shifted the wagon into gear while keeping her foot on the brake. Once, when she was about 7, a friend had double-dared her to go off the high diving board while they were swimming at the new municipal pool. The springboard the friend had pointed to was the highest of 6, 10 feet above the next highest, on a tower reserved for adults who were serious divers. Natalie could barely swim. Nonetheless, she had immediately pulled herself out of the shallow end, walked confidently past a lifeguard who was too busy chatting with a teenage girl to take notice of a 7-year-old, climbed the seemingly endless ladder, walked out to the tip of the narrow board, and jumped toward a pool so far below her that it seemed to be shrunken by distance. Natalie had known then, as she knew now, that to think about it was to stop oneself, that the only way to carry through was to make one's mind a careful blank, with no thought of the next action until it was initiated. but as she shifted into gear and accelerated down the quiet street, she shared the same splinter of thought now as she had that instant she had stepped off the diving board and known there was no going back. Am I really doing this? The Fuller compound had added a 6-foot brick wall in front since the old lady's return, with 4 feet of black iron railing on top of the brick. But the original ornamental gate had been preserved with 3 feet of iron lattice work on each side. The gate was padlocked, but not set deeply into cement. Natalie's station wagon was doing 33 miles per hour when she cut sharply to the right, bounced over the curb with a tooth-rattling jolt, and crashed through the black iron. The top of the gate crashed down to turn the windshield into a web of white fractures. The right fender struck the ornamental fountain and ripped free, and the vehicle skidded across the courtyard and through shrubs and dwarf trees to smash into the front of the house. Natalie had forgotten to put on her seat belt. She bounced forward, banged her forehead against the windshield, and crashed back into her seat, seeing stars and feeling like she was going to vomit. For the second time in 3 hours, she had bitten her tongue hard enough to taste blood. The weapons that had been so carefully laid out on the seat were scattered over the floorboards. Great start, thought Natalie groggily. She leaned over to retrieve the Colt and the dart gun. The box of darts had bounced under the seat somewhere, as had the extra clips for the automatic. To hell with it, both were loaded. She kicked open the door and stepped out into the pre-dawn darkness. The only sounds were of water pouring out of the fractured fountain and dribbling from the car's smashed radiator, but she was sure that her entrance must have been noisy enough to awaken half the block. She had only minutes now in which to do what had to be done. The idea had been to knock on the front door of the house with 3,000 pounds of automobile, but Natalie had missed by 2 feet. The .32 pistol in her belt, the dart gun in her right hand, she tried the door. Maybe Melanie would make it easy. The door was locked. Natalie remembered seeing an array of locks and chains on the inside. Setting the dart gun on the roof of the station wagon, she pulled the axe from the back seat and went to work on the hinge side of the door. 6 heavy blows, and sweat mixed with blood from her bounce off the windshield was dripping into Natalie's eyes. 8 blows, and the wood around the lower hinge splintered. 10 blows, and the heavy door ripped away and sagged open, still attached on the left side by bolts and chains. Natalie panted, resisted the renewed urge to vomit, and tossed the axe into the bushes. Still, no sound of sirens nor any movement from the house. The green glow from the second floor bled its sick light into the courtyard. Natalie tugged the Colt out and cocked a bullet into the chamber, remembering that there were 7 bullets left out of the original 8 because of the accidental discharge in the Cessna. She retrieved the dart pistol and paused for a second with a weapon in each hand, feeling absurd. Her father would have said she looked like his favorite cowboy, Hoot Gibson. Natalie had never seen a Hoot Gibson movie, but to this day he was also her favorite cowboy. She kicked the sagging door farther inward and stepped into the dark hallway, not thinking about the next step or the next one after that. She was amazed that a human heart could beat so wildly without tearing itself free from the person's chest. Catfish sat straddling a chair 6 feet from the door. His dead eyes stared at and through Natalie, and the string to a crude sign was looped over the teeth of his gaping lower jaw. In the dim light from the courtyard, she could read the rough lettering magic markered onto the placard. Go away. Maybe she's gone. Maybe she's gone, thought Natalie, stepping around Catfish to move toward the stairway. Marvin burst through the doorway to the dining room on her right a split second before Cully filled the doorway of the parlor on her left. Natalie shot Marvin in the chest with a tranquilizer dart and dropped the now useless dart gun. Her left hand then shot up quickly to grasp Marvin's right wrist as he swung the butcher knife downward in a deadly arc. She slowed its descent, but the tip of the blade sunk a half inch into her left shoulder as she strained to hold his arm back. swinging the boy around in a clumsy dance step as Cully threw his huge arms around both of them in a bare-armed hug. Feeling his hands clasping behind her back, knowing that it would take the giant 2 seconds to snap her spine, she thrust the Colt under Marvin's left arm, buried the muzzle in Cully's soft belly, and fired twice. The noise was obscenely muffled. Cully's bland face briefly took on the expression of a disappointed child. His fingers unclasped behind her, and he staggered back, clutching at the frame of the parlor doorway as if the floor had suddenly become vertical. With a pressure that knotted his huge biceps and splintered wood, he resisted the invisible force that had been pulling him back into the parlor and began climbing that imaginary wall, taking a heavy step in Natalie's direction, his right arm extended as if seeking a handhold on her body. Natalie braced her arm on Marvin's suddenly sagging shoulder and fired twice more, the first bullet going through Cully's palm into his belly, the second plucking off the lobe of his left ear as smoothly as if in a magic trick. Natalie realized that she was sobbing and screaming, "Fall down! Fall down!" He did not fall, but grasped the doorframe again and slowly lowered himself to a sitting position, his descent perfectly choreographed with Marvin's slow-motion slump. The knife clattered to the floor. Natalie caught the young black man's head before his face struck polished wood, laid him near Catfish's feet, and whirled upright, swinging the pistol in short arcs to cover the dining-room door and the short hall to the kitchen door. Nothing. Still sobbing, gulping for air, Natalie started up the long staircase. She slapped at a light switch. The crystal chandelier overhanging the hall stayed dark, and the landing at the head of the stairs remained a mass of shadows. 5 steps up, and she could make out the green glow oozing from under the door to Melanie Fuller's bedroom. Natalie realized that her sobs had turned into small whimpering noises. She silenced them. 3 steps from the top, she paused and unhooked her web belt, slinging the pouches of C4 over her left arm with the mechanical timer face up, its dial set to 30 seconds. A flick of the arming lever would activate it. She glanced at her EEG monitor. The green active light still blinked. The trigger jack was still connected to the C4 detonator. She paused another 20 seconds to let the old woman make her move if she was going to. Silence. Natalie peered at the landing. A single cane-seated bentwood chair was placed to the left of the door to Melanie's bedroom. Natalie knew immediately and with irrational certainty that this is where Mr. Thorne had sat guard through long years of nightly vigils. She could not see around the corner down the dark hall that led left off the landing to the back of the house. Natalie heard a noise below and jerked around, seeing only the 3 bodies on the floor. Cully had slumped forward, his forehead making a soft noise as it contacted the polished wood. Natalie swung back, raised the Colt, and stepped onto the landing. She expected the rush from the dark hallway, was braced for it, and almost fired the pistol into the deeper darkness there, even when none came. The hallway was empty, the doors closed. Natalie turned back to Melanie's bedroom door, finger taut on the trigger, left arm half extended with a heavy belt of C4. Somewhere downstairs, a clock ticked. Perhaps it was a noise that alerted her, perhaps a slight current of air against her cheek, but some subliminal clue caused her to look upward at that instant, upward toward the 10-foot-high ceiling lost in shadows, and to the darker square there, a small trapdoor to the attic, open, framing the tensed, poised body ready to drop, and the 6-year-old's insanely grinning face, and the hands turned to claws, and the fingers turned to talons, catching the green glow on sharpened steel. Natalie fired the pistol upward, even as she tried to leap aside, but Justin dropped with a loud hiss. The bullet struck only wood, and his steel claws raked her right arm, ripping the Colt from her grasp. She staggered backward, lifting her left arm with a C4 belt as a shield. Every Halloween, when she was a little girl, Natalie had gone to the corner 5 and dime to buy witch's claws, wax fingertips sporting 3-inch painted wax nails. Justin was wearing 10 of these. but the wax fingertips were steel, and the nails were 3-inch scalpel blades. Unbidden, there came the image of Cully or one of Melanie's other surrogates fashioning the steel thimbles, filling them with molten lead, and watching as the child plunged his fingers into them, waiting for the lead to cool and harden. Justin leaped toward her. Natalie backed against the wall and instinctively kept her left arm raised. Justin's claws sank deep into the web belt, 8 stilettos slashing through canvas, plastic liner, and the C4 plastique itself. Natalie gritted her teeth as at least 2 of the blades punctured the flesh of her forearm. With an inhuman hiss of triumph, Justin ripped the belt of explosives from Natalie's grasp and flung it over the railing. Natalie heard the dull thump from the hall below as 12 pounds of inert explosive landed heavily. She glanced at the floor, found the Colt lying between 2 uprights of the banister. She took a half-step toward it, but froze when Justin jumped first and sent the pistol spinning over the edge with a quick kick of one of his blue Keds. Natalie feinted left and jumped right, trying to reach the stairway. Justin leaped to intercept her, forcing her back, but not before Natalie caught a glimpse of Cully pulling himself up the stairs, his massive body filling the stairway. He was a third of the way up. He had left a trail. Natalie turned to run down the short hallway and stopped, sure that this is what the old woman had planned. God alone knew what waited for her in those dark rooms. Justin moved quickly toward her, his fingertips a blur. Natalie completed her own turn in a single motion, bringing the bentwood chair up with her bloodied right hand. One of the legs caught Justin in the mouth, knocking teeth loose, but the boy did not hesitate a second, advancing like the demon-possessed thing he was, hands flailing. The blades raked at the chair legs, ripped away the cane seat. Justin crouched and came in low, lunging for Natalie's legs and thighs, seeking the femoral artery. She thrust downward with the chair, seeking to pin him to the floor. He was too fast. The scalpel-sharp claws missed her thighs by inches as he danced back before she could pin him. He feinted right, lunged left, slashed upward, danced back, lunged again. The sole of his Keds made soft squeaking sounds on the hardwood floor. Natalie blocked each attack, but already her lacerated arms ached from fatigue. A puncture wound on her left arm felt as if it had been gorged to the bone. With each attack she gave ground, until now her back was against the door to Melanie Fuller's bedroom. Even with no time to think, a part of her mind insisted on generating an instant's graphic image of the door snapping open, of her falling back into waiting, flailing arms, into grasping hands and clacking teeth. The door remained closed. Justin crouched and ran at her, accepting the punishment of chair legs smashing into his chest and throat, swinging his arms wide in an attempt to get the blades into her hands, arms, or breast. His arms were inches too short to make the blows connect. Justin sank his talons into the wood frame of the chair seat and tugged, pulled again, attempting to tear the bentwood away from her or break it in half. Splinters flew, but the frame held. Somewhere behind the wall of wild panic in her, a calm circle of Natalie's mind was trying to send her a message. She could almost hear it expressed in Saul's dry, almost pedantic voice. "It's using a child's body, Natalie, a 6-year-old's reach and mass. Melanie's advantage is in fear and fury. Your advantage is in size and weight, leverage and mass. Don't waste it." Justin made a sound like a steam kettle overflowing and rushed her again, scrabbling forward, low to the floor. Natalie could see the top of Cully's bald head just appearing above the edge of the landing. She met Justin's rush, extending the chair with both arms, putting her weight into it, pushing hard, and stepping into the shove. The splintered chair legs caught him on either side of his throat and torso, slamming him back into the polished railing. The old wood of the banister creaked, but did not come close to breaking. Lithe as a mink, quick as a steel-clawed cat, Justin leaped up onto the 5-inch railing, caught his balance in a second, and prepared to leap down at her. With no hesitation whatsoever, Natalie took a broad sidestep forward, gripped the chair like a Louisville Slugger, and followed through with a full-bodied swing that batted Justin off the railing like some flesh-and-blood wiffle ball. A single scream issued from the throats of Justin, Cully, and uncounted voices behind Melanie's closed door, but the child thing was not done. Arching in midair, hair flying, Justin grabbed at the massive chandelier that hung 6 feet out and just below the level of the landing. Steel talons closed on the iron chain. Justin's legs crashed into crystal prisms, creating a musical chaos, and a second later he was clambering up onto the chandelier itself, balancing 15 feet above the floor. Natalie lowered the chair as she watched in disbelief. Cully's hand came to the top step, and he continued to pull himself up. Justin's round face stretched into a terrible mockery of a grin as he swung the chandelier back and forth, his left arm extended, talons reaching for the railing that came closer at each swing. In its day, at least a century earlier, the chandelier restraints could have held 10 times Justin's added weight without complaint. The iron chain and iron anchor bolts still could, but the 9-inch wooden beam in which the hardware had been sunk had suffered more than 100 years of South Carolina moisture and insects and benign neglect. Natalie watched as Justin dropped out of sight, the chandelier disappeared, and a 5-foot section of ceiling plaster, electric wiring, iron bolts, and rotted wood followed. The noise of the impact was impressive. Shards of shattered crystal struck the walls like grenade fragments. Natalie wanted to go down to get the gun and the C4, but knew immediately that they were buried by the mess filling the hall below.
Where were the police? What kind of neighborhood is this?
Natalie remembered that many of the nearby houses had been dark the previous evenings, the neighbors away or very old. Her entry had been loud and dramatic enough for her, but it was possible that no one had yet noticed the car and figured out where the noise had come from. The car would be all but invisible from the street behind Melanie's brick walls. 2 of the 4 shots she had fired should have been loud enough to be heard, but the heavy tropical foliage on the block muffled and distorted sounds. Perhaps it was just that no one wanted to get involved. She looked at her bloodied wristwatch. Less than 3 minutes had passed from the time she had come through the front door.
Oh, God,
thought Natalie. Cully pulled himself onto the landing, his pale, idiot gaze rising to meet Natalie's. Weeping soundlessly, Natalie swung the chair at his head, once, twice, a third time. One of the chair legs snapped and ricocheted off the wall. Cully's chin banged on wood as his bulk slid 5 steps back. Natalie watched as his bloody face came up, his arms and legs twitched, and he began moving upward again. She swung around and battered the chair against the heavy door.
God damn you, Melanie Fuller!
She screamed at the top of her voice. After the 4th blow, the bentwood chair came apart in her hands, and the door swung inward. It had not been locked. The windows of the room were shuttered and shaded, allowing little of the pre-dawn gray to enter. Oscilloscopes and other life support equipment painted the occupants with pale electronic light. Nurse Oldsmith, Dr. Hartman, and Nancy Warden, Justin's mother, stood between Natalie and the bed. All 3 of them wore soiled white garments and identical expressions that Natalie had seen only in film documentaries of death camp survivors staring out through barbed wire at the arriving armies. Round-eyed, slack-jawed, disbelieving. Behind this last defensive line were the huge bed and its occupant. The bed was canopied with lace gauze, the view into it further distorted by the clear plastic of an oxygen tent, but Natalie could easily make out the wizened figure lost in the bedclothes, the wrinkled, distorted face and staring eye, the age-mottled curve of skull still fringed with thinning blue hair, and the skeletal right arm lying outside the covers, bony fingers clutching spasmodically at the sheets and quilt. The old woman was writhing feebly in the bed, reinforcing Natalie's earlier image of a sour-skinned sea creature dumped out of its element. Natalie glanced around quickly, making sure that no one was behind the door or coming in from the hallway. To her right was an ancient dresser with a stained mirror. A comb and brush were set out carefully on a yellow doily. Tufts of blue hair clung to the bristles. To Natalie's left, a clutter of food trays lay on the floor amid teacups, dirty dishes, soiled linen heaped in stacks 3 feet high. The tall wardrobe with doors open and clothing tumbled into the bottom of it, medical instruments lying around in the filth, and 4 long oxygen tanks propped on 2-wheeled carts. The seals on 2 of the tanks were unbroken, suggesting they were the fresh replacements for the ones now bleeding air into the old woman's plastic tent. The stench in the room was beyond Natalie's experience. She heard a slight noise and glanced left to see 2 rats poking through the clutter of dirty dishes and sour linen. The rodents acted oblivious to the people, as if no human beings had been living here. Natalie realized that this had been the truth of the matter. The 3 ambulatory corpses moved their mouths in perfect unison.
"Go away,"
they said in a petulant child's whine.
"I don't want to play any more."
The old woman's face, warped and elongated by the crinkled lens of the clear plastic oxygen tent, moved back and forth as the toothless mouth made wet smacking sounds. The 3 cat's paws raised their right hands in perfect unison. The short scalpels caught the green light from the monitor screen. Only 3 of them? Thought Natalie. She felt there should be more, but she was too tired and too scared and hurting too much to figure it out. Later. Right now, she wanted to say something. She was not sure what. Perhaps explain to these zombies and to the monster behind them that her father had been, an important person, much too important to be wasted like a minor character in a bad movie. Anyone, everyone, deserved better than that. Something along those lines. Instead, the thing that had once been a surgeon began to shuffle toward her. The other 2 followed, and Natalie contented herself with moving quickly to her left, breaking the seal and twisting the dial on the first oxygen tank, and throwing it as hard as she could at Dr. Hartman. She missed. The tank was unbelievably heavy. It hit the floor with a resounding smash, knocked Nancy Warden's legs out from under her, and rolled under the canopied bed, spraying pure oxygen into the room. Hartman swung the scalpel at her in a swift, flat arc. Natalie jumped back, but not quickly enough. She shoved a cart carrying an empty oxygen tank between the neurosurgeon and herself, and glanced down to see the thin slash across the midriff of her blouse, already stained red from the shallow incision. Cully crawled into the room, using his elbows for leverage. Natalie felt the fury in her system reach new heights. She and Saul and Rob and Cohen and Jackson and Catfish, all of them had come too goddamn far to stop here. Saul might appreciate the irony of it, but Natalie hated irony. With the adrenaline surge that allows mothers to lift automobiles off their children, businessmen to carry steel safes out of burning buildings, Natalie lifted the 75-pound second oxygen tank over her head and tossed it directly into Dr. Hartman's face. The flow valve cracked off completely as the tank and Doctor's body crashed to the floor. Nancy Wharton was crawling toward her. Nurse Oldsmith raised her scalpel and ran directly at her. Natalie tossed a urine-stained sheet over the tall nurse and ducked to her right. The sheeted figure crashed into the wardrobe. A second later, the scalpel blade appeared, slicing through the thin fabric. Natalie had grabbed a gray pillowcase and was wadding it up as she ran when Nancy Wharton's hand shot out and clutched her ankle. Natalie fell hard onto the threadbare rug, trying to kick the woman away with her free foot. Justin's mother had lost her scalpel, but used both hands to hang onto Natalie's leg, apparently intent on pulling Natalie under the high bed with her. 3 feet away, Cully pulled himself into the room. His wounds had made his abdominal wall let go, leaving a trail of viscera that ran out onto the dark landing. Nurse Oldsmith cut away the last of the sheet and swiveled like a rusty street corner mime.
"Stop it!"
screamed Natalie at the top of her lungs. She fumbled the matchbook out, dropped it, struck one match while Nancy Warden pulled her a foot closer to the bed and tried to ignite the pillowcase. It singed but did not catch. The match went out. Cully's fingers seized her hair. Her hands still free, Natalie lit the second match, held it to the matchbook, and pressed the short-lived flare to the pillowcase, resisting the impulse to let go when the fading brand burned her fingers. The pillowcase burst into flame. Natalie used a side-armed toss to flick it onto the canopied bed. Saturated by a jet of pure oxygen from beneath, the lace canopy, bedclothes, and wooden frame exploded in a geyser of blue flame that blasted straight upward to the ceiling and spread laterally to all four walls in less than 3 seconds. Natalie held her breath as she felt the air become superheated, kicked free of the flaming woman who held her ankle, and stood up to run. Cully had released her hair, but had stood when she did. Now he blocked the doorway like some half-disemboweled cadaver rising in wrath from an autopsy table. His long arms seized Natalie and spun her around. Still holding her breath, she saw the form of the old woman in the bed thrashing and writhing in a sheer blue ball of concentrated flame, her blackening body appearing to be all sharp-edged joints and angles, a grasshopper frying and changing shape even as Natalie watched. And at that instant the woman on the bed let out a single overpowering scream that a second later was picked up by Nurse Oldsmith, Nancy Warden, Cully, the corpse of Dr. Hartman, and by Natalie herself. In a final surge of effort, Natalie spun Cully and herself around and pulled herself through the doorway and onto the landing just as the second oxygen bottle exploded. Cully took the full force of the blast behind her, and for a second the house was filled with the odor of roasting meat. His arms were forced open as they struck the wall together at the curve of the staircase, and Natalie tumbled onto the stairs as the flaming man jackknifed over the railing and fell into the carnage below. Natalie lay head down on the stairs, face near the banister uprights. She could feel the heat from the burning ceiling and see the brilliance of the flames reflected in the riot of shattered crystal below, but she was too tired to move. She had done her best. Strong arms lifted her, and she struck out feebly, her fists as soft and useless as cotton balls.
"Easy, Nat. I need one arm free for Marvin."
"Jackson."
The tall black man carried her in his left arm, while he dragged his ex-gang leader along by the shirt front. Natalie had confused impressions of a glass room with one wall smashed in, of being carried through a garden, of the dark tunnel of the garage. The microbus waited in the alley, and Jackson lifted her gently into the rear seat, laying Marvin on the floor in the back.
"Jesus,"
Jackson muttered to himself.
"What a day."
He crouched next to Natalie, mopping away blood and soot with a moist wash rag.
"My God, lady," he said at last, "what a piece of work you are."
Natalie licked cracked lips.
"Let me see," she whispered.
Jackson put his arm under her shoulders and helped prop her up. The Fuller house was totally engulfed in flames, and the fire had spread to the Hodges place. Through the gaps between buildings, Natalie could see fire engines, car roofs, and heads blocking the street. 2 streams of water began to play ineffectively against the conflagration, while other hoses were turned on the neighbors' trees and rooftops. Natalie looked to her left and saw Saul sitting up, squinting nearsightedly at the flames. He turned toward Natalie, smiled, shook his head in sleepy disbelief, and dropped back to sleep. Jackson propped a rolled blanket under her head and covered her with another one. Then he jumped down to slam the doors and climbed into the driver's seat. The little engine started without hesitation.
"If you tourists don't mind," he said, "I've got to get us out of here before the cops or fire persons get around to finding this alley."
They were out of traffic within 3 blocks, although cars and emergency vehicles were still rushing the other way toward the smoke. Jackson got onto Highway 52 and headed northwest, past the park that overlooked the naval yards, then past the motel strip. At Dorchester Road, he cut back to Interstate 26 and headed out of town past the main airport. Natalie discovered that she could not close her eyes without seeing things she did not want to see, and feeling a scream welling up inside her.
How so?
She asked in a shaky voice. Jackson answered without taking his eyes off the road.
The man's great. He woke up long enough to tell me what you were going to do.
Natalie changed the subject.
How's Marvin?
He's breathing, said Jackson. We'll see about the rest later.
Catfish, he's dead,
she said in a voice not quite under control.
Yeah,
said Jackson.
Look, babe, a few miles up here beyond Latson, the map says there's a rest stop. I'll get you cleaned up good. Get dressings on those 2 puncture wounds and some cream on the burns and cuts. Give you a shot that'll let you sleep.
Natalie nodded and remembered to say,
Okay. You know, you got a big bruise on your head and no eyebrows, Nat?
He was looking in the rearview mirror at her. Natalie shook her head.
You want to tell me what happened in there?
Jackson asked gently.
No.
Natalie began sobbing silently. It felt very good to do so.
Okay, babe,
he said, and whistled a snatch of tune. He broke it off and said,
Shit. All I want to do is get out of this cracker town and back to Philly, and it turns into Napoleon's goddamn retreat from goddamn Moscow. Well, if anybody messes with us between here and the Israeli embassy, they'll be sorry, badasses.
He raised a pearl-handled .38 revolver and quickly tucked it back under the seat.
Where'd you get that?
Asked Natalie, brushing away tears.
Bought it from Darryl, said Jackson. You're not the only one willing to finance the revolution, Nat.
Natalie closed her eyes. The images were still there, but the urge to scream was slightly less strong. She realized that, for a while at least, Saul Lasky was not the only one who had given up the right to his own dreams.
I saw a sign, came Jackson's deep, reassuring voice. Rest stop coming up.
77. Beverly Hills, Saturday, June 21st, 1981. Tony Herod congratulated himself on being a survivor. After the black bitch's unprovoked assault on him on the island, Herod had thought that maybe his luck had run out. It took him half an hour to unbend, and he spent the rest of that insane night avoiding groups of security people who had the tendency to fire on sight. Herod had headed for the island's airfield, thinking that perhaps he could bluff his way out in Sutter's or Willie's private plane, but one look at the bonfire there had sent him scurrying back into the woods. Herod spent several hours hiding under the bed in one of the summer camp bungalows near the amphitheater. Once a group of drunken security people actually broke in, ransacked the kitchen and main rooms for alcohol and valuables, and hung around to play 3 hands of poker in the living room, before staggering back out to join their detachment. It was from their excited babble that Herod learned that Barrett had been aboard the Antoinette when the yacht was destroyed. It was getting gray in the east when Herod crept out and made a break for the dock area. 4 boats were tied up there, and Herod managed to hotwire one of them, a 12-foot speedboat, using skills he had not practiced since his street gang days in Chicago. A guard who had been sleeping off a hangover under the oaks took 2 shots at him, but Herod was already half a mile out to sea, and there was no further sign of pursuit. He knew that Dolman Island was only about 20 miles from the coast, and even with his limited navigation skills, Herod reasoned that it shouldn't be too hard to intercept the coast of North America if one headed west. The day was overcast, the sea mirror calm, as if to make up for the night's storm and madness. Herod found a rope to lock in the steering wheel, dragged the canvas cover across the cockpit, and fell asleep. He awoke less than 2 miles from the coast, out of gas. The first 18 miles of his journey had taken 90 minutes. The last 2 miles took 8 more hours, and he probably never would have made it if a small commercial fishing boat had not seen him and pulled alongside. The Georgia fishermen took Herod aboard long enough to give him water, food, and sunburn cream, and enough fuel to get him to the coast. He followed them in, between islands and wooded points that looked much as they must have 3 centuries earlier, finally tying up at a small harbor near a podunk town called St. Mary's. He discovered that he was in southern Georgia, looking across a delta at Florida. Herod passed himself off as a landlubber who had rented his craft near Hilton Head and lost his way. And while the locals were reluctant to believe that anyone was so stupid as to get that lost, they seemed willing to accept the fact in Herod's case. He did what he could to cement bicoastal relations by taking his rescuers, the marina owners, and 5 onlookers to the nearest bar, a disreputable-looking dive sitting right next to the turnoff to Santa Maria State Park, and spending $280 on goodwill. The good old boys were still drinking to his health when he prevailed on the bar owner's daughter, Star, to drive him to Jacksonville. It was only 7:30 in the evening, with another hour of summer sunlight remaining, but when they were almost there, Star decided that it was too late for her to drive the entire 35 miles back to St. Mary's, and began musing on the possibilities of getting a motel room out at Jacksonville Beach or Ponte Vedra. Star was pushing 40 and expanding her polyester pants in ways Herod had not thought possible. He tipped her $50, told her to look him up the next time she was in Hollywood, and had her drop him near the United door at Jacksonville International. Herod had almost $4,000 left in his wallet. He hated to travel without some spending money in his pocket, and no one had told him that there would be nothing to buy on the island. But he used one of his credit cards to get a first-class ticket to L.A. He dozed on the brief connecting flight to Atlanta, but it was obvious during the longer flight west that the stewardess who brought him his dinner and drinks thought that Herod had stumbled into the wrong section. He looked down at himself, sniffed himself, and could see why she might act that way. His tan Giorgio Armani silk sport coat had avoided most of the blood being shed the night before, but it reeked of smoke, engine oil, and fish. His black silk shirt had absorbed enough sweat to keep a desalinization plant busy for a month. His summer linen San Giorgio slacks and polo crocodile moccasins were, not to put too fine a line on it, shot to shit. Still, Herod didn't appreciate some dumb cunt of a stewardess treating him this way. He had paid for first-class service. Tony Herod always got what he paid for. He glanced at the forward lavatory. It was empty. Most of the dozen or so first-class passengers were already dozing or reading. Herod caught the eye of the stuck-up blonde stewardess. "Oh, miss," he called. When she came closer, he could see every detail of her tinted hair, layers of makeup, and slightly smudged mascara. There was a hint of pink lipstick on her front teeth. "Yes, sir." There was no mistaking the condescension in her voice. Herod looked at her for a few more seconds. "Nothing," he said at last. "Nothing." Herod arrived at LAX in the early hours of Wednesday morning, but it took him 3 days to get to his home. Suddenly cautious, he rented a car and drove down to Laguna Beach, where Terry Eastern had one of her hideaway beach houses. He had shacked up there with her a few times when she was between lovers. Herod knew that Terry was in Italy now, doing a feminist spaghetti western, but the key was still there, buried in the 3rd rhododendron pot. The house needed airing and was decorated in Nairobi chic, but there was imported ale in the refrigerator and clean silk sheets on the waterbed. Herod slept through most of Wednesday, watching Terry's old movies on the VCR that night, and driving up the coast for Chinese about midnight. On Thursday, he disguised himself with dark glasses and an oversized Banana Republic fedora belonging to one of Terry's boyfriends, and drove back into the city to check out his house. Things seemed all right, but he went back to Laguna that night. Thursday's newspapers had a short page-6 story on the elusive billionaire C. Arnold Barrent dying of a heart attack in his Palm Springs estate. His body had been cremated, and a private memorial service was being arranged by the European branch of the Barrent family. 4 living American presidents had sent their condolences, and the article went on to tell of Barrent's long history of philanthropic enterprises and to speculate on the future of his corporate empire. Herod shook his head. There was no mention of the yacht, the island, Joseph Kepler, or the Reverend Jimmy Wayne Sutter. Herod had no doubt that their obituaries would pop up like late summer flowers in the days to come. Someone was keeping a lid on things. Embarrassed politicians, the trio's long-term flunkies, some European version of the Island Club. Herod didn't really want to know, as long as it never again involved him. On Friday, he staked out his own house as best he could without calling down the Beverly Hills cops on himself. It looked all right. It felt good. For the first time in several years, Tony Herod felt that he could make a move without fear of bringing 10 tons of shit down on his head if he took the wrong step. Early on Saturday morning, before 10, he drove straight to his house, saluted his satyr, kissed the Spanish maid, and told the cook that she could have the day off after she fixed him some brunch. Herod called the studio head at home, and then Shue Williams to find out what the hell was happening with the white slaver. It was in the final steps of re-editing, getting rid of about 12 minutes that had bored the preview audiences. Called 7 or 8 other essential contacts to let them know that he was back in town and operating, and took a phone call from his lawyer, Tom McGuire. Herod confirmed that he was definitely going to be moving into Willie's old place and would like to keep the security on. Did Tom know of any good secretaries? McGuire could not believe that Herod had actually fired Maria Chen after all these years. Even smart chicks get too dependent if you let them hang around too long, said Herod. I had to let her go before she started darning my socks and sewing her name in my jockey shorts. Where'd she go? Asked McGuire. Back to Hong Kong? How the fuck should I know? And why should I care? Snapped Herod. Let me know if you hear of anyone who can take good shorthand and give good head. He hung up, sat in his silent screening room for several minutes, and then went into the jacuzzi. Relaxing naked in the hot spa, considering going out to the pool to take a few laps, Herod closed his eyes and almost dozed. He could almost imagine Maria Chen's footsteps on the tile as she brought the day's mail in. Herod sat up, lit a cigarette from the pack by his tall glass of vodka, and leaned back against the hot jet of water, letting his aching muscles relax. It isn't so bad when you keep your mind on other things, he thought. He was almost asleep again, the cigarette burning close to his finger, when he heard the sound of high heels in the access hall. Herod's eyes shot open, and he set the cigarette in his mouth and pulled his arms in, ready to rise and move quickly if he had to. His orange robe was 6 feet away. For a second, he did not recognize the attractive young woman in the simple white dress who entered, carrying his mail. Then he focused on the nymphette eyes in the missionary face, the pouting Elvis underlip, and the model's walk. "Shayla," he said. "Shit, you scared me." "I brought your mail in," said Shayla Barrington. "I didn't know you belonged to National Geographic, too." "Jesus, kid, I've been meaning to call you," Herod said quickly, "to explain and apologize about that terrible mix-up last winter." Still not entirely comfortable, Herod considered using her. No, this was a fresh start. He could do it without that crap for a while. "That's all right," said Shayla. Her voice had always been soft and dreamy, but now it seemed even more somnolent. Herod wondered if the poor Mormon kid had discovered drugs in the months she hadn't been working. "I'm not mad anymore," Shayla said distractedly. "The Lord got me through all that." "Hey, great," said Herod, brushing cigarette ash off his chest. "And you were dead right about Slaver not being the vehicle for you. It's real schlock, light years below you in class, kid. But I was just talking to Shue Williams this morning, and he's been kicking around a project for Orion that you and I are perfect for. Shue says that Bob Redford and some kid named Tom Cruise have agreed to do a remake of the old—" "Here's your National Geographic," interrupted Shayla, holding out the magazine and a stack of letters in his direction. Herod put the cigarette in his mouth and reached for the mail to keep it from getting wet. The silver pistol that suddenly appeared in her hand was so small that it had to be a toy. Even the 5 pops it made were toy-like, sounding like a kid's cap pistol echoing off tile.
"Ah, hey,"
said Tony Harrod, looking down at the 5 small holes in his chest and trying to brush them away. He looked up at Sheila Barrington, and his mouth fell open, the cigarette bobbing away on the whirlpooled currents.
"Oh, fuck,"
said Tony Harrod, and sat back carefully, fingers slipping and heavy eyelids closing, as his face slid slowly beneath the agitated surface of the water. Sheila Barrington watched without expression for 10 minutes as the white-frothed water turned first pink and then bright red, clearing eventually as the jets poured fresh water in and the filters did their job. Then she turned and walked slowly away, posture perfect, head high, her polished high-heel shoes echoing above the sound of the water jets. She switched off the overhead lights as she left. The shuttered room remained quite dim, but scattered sunlight bouncing from the jacuzzi through random patterns of light on the white stucco wall, rather like a movie screen when the film has ended, but the projection lamp still burns through random frames of imageless celluloid. 78. Caesarea, Israel, Sunday, December 13th, 1981. Natalie drove her Fiat north along Haifa Road, stopping frequently, savoring the view and the winter sunlight. She was not sure when she would pass this way again. She was delayed by heavy military traffic on the stretch of coast road before she reached the turnoff for Kibbutz Ma'agan Mikhail, but was alone by the time she eased the Fiat uphill through the scattered stands of carob trees below the Eshkol estate. As always, Saul was waiting by the big rock near the lower gate and came down to let her in. Natalie jumped out of the car to give him a hug and then stepped back to look at him.
"You look great,"
she said. It was almost true. He looked better. He had never regained the weight he had lost, and his left hand and wrist were bandaged from the most recent operation, but his beard had grown in as full and white as a patriarch's. A deep tan had taken the place of the pallor that had held on for so long, and his fringe of hair had grown long enough to curl almost to his shoulders. Saul smiled and adjusted his horn-rimmed glasses, just as Natalie knew he would, just as he always did when he was embarrassed.
"You look great, too,"
he said, latching the gate and waving to the young Sabra who stood watching from his post along the fence.
"Let's go up to the house. Dinner's almost ready."
As they drove to the main house, Natalie glanced at his bandaged hand.
"How is it?"
she asked.
"What? Oh, fine,"
said Saul, adjusting his glasses and looking at the bandages as if seeing them for the first time.
"It would seem that a thumb is indispensable, but when it's gone, you realize how easy it is to do without it."
He smiled at her.
"As long as nothing happens to the other one."
"Strange," said Natalie.
"What?"
"2 gunshot wounds, pneumonia, a concussion, 3 broken ribs, and enough cuts and bruises to keep a football team happy for a full season."
Jews are hard to kill."
"No, I don't mean that," said Natalie, pulling the Fiat into the carport.
"I mean all that serious stuff, and it's that woman's bite that almost killed you, at least almost made you lose your arm."
"Human bites are notorious for becoming infected," said Saul, holding the rear door open for her.
"Miss Sewell wasn't human,"
said Natalie. No," said Saul, adjusting his glasses.
"I suppose by that time she wasn't."
Saul had prepared a delicious meal, complete with mutton and fresh-baked bread. They chatted of inconsequential things during dinner, Saul's courses at the university in Haifa, Natalie's most recent photography assignment for the Jerusalem Post, the weather. After his cheese and fruit dessert, Natalie wanted to visit the aqueduct and take their coffee with them, so Saul filled the steel thermos while she went to her room and got a thick sweater from her suitcase. December evenings along the coast could be quite cool. They walked slowly downhill past the orange groves, commenting on the mellow light and trying to ignore the two young Sabra men who followed them at a respectful distance, Uzis slung over their shoulders.
"I'm sorry about David's death,"
said Natalie just as they reached the sand dunes. The Mediterranean was turning to copper ahead of them. Saul shrugged.
"He lived a full life. The second stroke was mercifully quick." "I'm sorry I missed the funeral," said Natalie. "I tried all day to get out of Athens, but the flights were all messed up." "You didn't miss it," said Saul. "I thought of you often."
He waved at the bodyguards, telling them to stay where they were, and led the way out onto the aqueduct. The horizontal light turned their shadows into giants atop the crenellated dunes. They paused halfway across the long span, and Natalie hugged her elbows. The wind was cold. 3 stars and a fingernail moon were visible in the east.
"You're still leaving tomorrow?" asked Saul. "Going back?" "Yes," said Natalie. 11:30, out of Ben Gurion.
"I'll drive you," said Saul. "Drop the car off at Sheila's and let her or one of the kids drive me back."
"I'd like that."
Natalie smiled. Saul poured their coffee and handed her a plastic cup. Steam rose in the cold air.
"Are you afraid?"
he said.
"Of just going back to the States, or of there being more of them?"
she asked, sipping the hot, rich Turkish mixture.
"Just of going back,"
said Saul.
"Yes,"
said Natalie. Saul nodded. A few cars moved along the coast road, their headlights lost in the glow of the sunset. Miles to the north, the battlements of the Crusader city glowed red. Mount Carmel was just visible, wrapped in a violet haze so rich that Natalie would not have believed the color was real if she had seen it in a photograph.
"I mean, I don't know," continued Natalie. "I'll try it for a while. I mean, America was scary even before everything, but it's my home. You know what I mean?" "Yes." "You ever think about going home? To the States, I mean?"
Saul nodded and sat on a large stone. There was frost in the crevices where the day's sun had not touched.
"All the time," he said, "but there's so much to do here." "I still don't believe how fast the Mossad believed everything," said Natalie.
Saul smiled.
We have a long and noble history of paranoia," he said. "I think we fed their prejudices well."
He sipped his coffee and poured more for each of them.
"Besides, they had a lot of intelligence data they didn't know what to do with. Now they have a framework for the facts. A weird framework, to be sure, but better than nothing."
Natalie gestured across the darkening sea to the north.
"Do you think they'll find whoever?" "The Aubert's mystery connections?" said Saul. "Perhaps. My hunch is that it would be people they already are dealing with."
Natalie's eyes clouded over.
"I still think about the one in the house, the one who was missing." "Howard," said Saul. "The red-headed man, Justin's father." "Yes."
Natalie shivered as the sun touched the horizon and the wind came up.
"Catfish had radioed both of you that he put Howard to sleep," said Saul, "assuming that was who followed you. When Melanie sent someone, probably the giant, out to murder Catfish, he almost certainly retrieved Howard as well. Perhaps he was still unconscious when the house burned. Maybe he was the one who was waiting for you in the back room." "Maybe," said Natalie,
wrapping her hands around the cup for warmth.
"Or, I suppose, Melanie could have buried him there somewhere, thinking he was dead. That would explain why the number of bodies reported in the paper didn't come out right."
She looked at the other stars emerging.
"You know what today's an anniversary of? 1 year since your father's death," he said, helping her to her feet.
They walked back along the aqueduct in the brief twilight.
"Didn't you say you received a letter from Jackson?"
Natalie brightened.
"A long one. He's back in Germantown. Actually, he's the new director of Community House. But he got rid of that old house, told Soul Brickyard to find another clubhouse. I guess he could do that since he's still sort of a member. And opened up a bunch of real community service storefronts along Germantown Avenue. He's got a free clinic going and everything."
Did he mention how Marvin is doing?" asked Saul.
"Yes, Jackson's more or less adopted him, I think. He wrote that Marvin's showing signs of progress. He's about to the level of a 4-year-old now, a bright 4-year-old, Jackson says."
"Do you think you'll visit him?" Natalie adjusted her sweater.
"Maybe. Probably. Yes."
They stepped carefully off the crumbling shoulder of the ancient span and looked back the way they had come. Devoid of color, the heaped dunes could have been a frozen sea lapping at the Roman ruins.
"Will you be doing any photo assignments before you go back to graduate school?" "Uh-huh. The Jerusalem Post has asked me to do that thing on the decline of the big American synagogues, and I thought I'd start in Philadelphia."
Saul waved at the two who waited in the lee of 2 pillars. One had lit a cigarette that glowed like a red eye in the sudden gloom.
"The photo essay you did on the labor-class Arabs in Tel Aviv was excellent," he said.
"Well," said Natalie, a small trace of defiance in her voice,
"let's face it, they're treated like Israel's niggers."
"Yes," agreed Saul. The two of them stood on the road at the base of the hill for several minutes, not speaking, cold, but reluctant to go up to the well-lighted house and warmth and easy conversation and sleep. Suddenly, Natalie moved into the circle of Saul's arms, burying her face in his jacket, feeling his beard against her hair.
"Oh, Saul,"
she sobbed. He patted her clumsily with his bandaged hand, quite content to let that moment be frozen in time for eternity, accepting even the sadness in it as a source of joy. Behind them, he heard the wind move the sand gently in its ceaseless effort to cover all things that man had made or hoped to make. Natalie moved back a bit, dug a Kleenex out of the pocket of her sweater, and blew her nose.
"Damn it," she said. "I'm sorry, Saul. I guess I came to say shalom, and I'm just not ready to."
Saul adjusted his glasses.
"Remember," he said, "shalom does not mean goodbye, nor hello. It just means peace." "Shalom,"
said Natalie, moving back into the circle of his arms against the chill of the night wind.
"Shalom and l'chaim,"
said Saul, touching his cheek to her hair and watching the sand curl and scatter across the narrow road.
"To life."
Epilogue, October 21st, 1988. Time has passed. I am very happy here. I live in southern France now, between Cannes and Toulon, but not, I am happy to say, too near Saint-Tropez. I have recovered almost completely from my illness and can get around without a walker now, but I rarely go out. Henri and Claude do my shopping in the village. Occasionally I let them take me to my pension in Italy, south of Pescara, on the Adriatic, or even as far as the rented cottage in Scotland, to watch him. But even these trips have become less and less frequent. There is an abandoned abbey in the hills behind my home, and it is close enough that I sometimes go there to sit and think among the stones and wildflowers. I think about isolation and abstinence and how each is so cruelly dependent upon the other. I feel my age these days. I tell myself that this is because of my long illness and the touch of rheumatism that assails me on chilly October days such as this. But I find myself dreaming about the familiar streets of Charleston and those last days. They are dreams of hunger. I had not known when I had sent Cully out in May to abduct Mrs. Hodges exactly what purpose I would put the old woman to. At times it seemed hardly worth the effort, keeping her alive in the basement of the Hodges place, much less all the bother of dyeing her hair to match mine and experimenting with various injections to simulate my illness. But in the end it was worth it. As I waited in the rented ambulance a block from my home during those last minutes before Howard drove me to the airport and our waiting flight, I appreciated how well the Hodges family had served me during the previous year. There was little more I could ask of them. Tying the old woman in the bed had seemed an unnecessary touch, given her medicated condition. But now I honestly believe that if she had not been so secured, she would have leaped from the pyre and gone running from the flaming house, thus ruining the careful scene I had sacrificed so much to orchestrate. My poor house, my dear family, the thought of that day can still bring me to tears. Howard was useful for those first few days, but once I was settled in the village and sure no one was following, it seemed best that he have an accident far from me. Claude and Henri are from a local family that has also served me well over the decades. I sit here and I wait for Nina. I know now that she has usurped control of all the lesser races of the world, the Negroes and Hebrews and Asians and such, and that fact alone precludes my ever returning to America. Willie had been right as far back as those first months of our acquaintance, when he had sat listening politely in a Vienna cafe while he explained in scientific terms how the United States had become a mongrel nation, a nest of grasping under-people, waiting to overthrow the purer races. Now Nina controls all of them. That night on the island, I had stayed in contact with one of the guards long enough to see what Nina's people had done to my poor Willie. Even Mr. Barrent had been in her control. Willie had been right all along. But I am not content simply to sit here and wait for Nina and her mongrel minions to find me. Ironically, it was Nina and her negress who gave me the idea. Those weeks watching Captain Mallory through binoculars and the satisfying conclusion of that little charade. The experience had reminded me of an earlier contact, an almost random encounter, that distant December Saturday, the very day I had first thought Willie had been killed only to have Nina turn on me during my farewell visit to Fort Sumter. There had been the sight of the thing first, moving dark and shark-silent through the waters of the bay, and then the surprising contact with the captain as he stood in the great tower. They call it a sail, I know now. Binoculars strung about his neck. 6 times since then I have tracked him down and shared those instances. They are sweeter than the random mind-matings that were necessary with Mallory. At my cottage near Aberdeen, one can stand alone on the sea cliffs and watch the submarine glide in toward its port. They pride themselves on their keys and codes and fail-safe procedures. But I know now what my captain has known for so long. It would be very, very easy. His nightmares are my manuals. But if I am to do it, it should be done soon. Neither the captain nor his ship are growing younger. Nor am I. Both of them soon may be too old to function. So may I. These fears of Nina and plans for such a huge feeding do not come to me every day, but they come more often now. On some days I rise to the sound of singing as girls from the village cycle by our place on their way to the dairy. On those days the sun is marvelously warm as it shines on the small white flowers growing between the tumbled stones of the abbey, and I am content simply to be there and to share the sunlight and silence with them. But on other days, cold, dark days such as this, when the clouds move in from the north, I remember the silent shape of a submarine moving through the dark waters of the bay, and I wonder whether my self-imposed abstinence has been for nothing. On days like this, I wonder if such a gigantic final feeding might not make me younger after all. As Willie used to say when proposing some mischievous little prank of his, what do I have to lose? It is supposed to be warmer tomorrow. I may be happier then, but I am chilled and somewhat melancholy today. I am all alone with no one to play with. Winter is coming, and I am very, very hungry.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Carrion Comfort by Dan Simmons. Copyright 1989 by Dan Simmons. Performed by Mel Foster and Laurel Merlington. Directed by Kevin Yan. Engineered by Matt Churchill. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.